Good morning. Good morning, Lee. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So basically,
Yeah.
Okay, Ambassador said she's ready.
We'll flank him.
Are we starting? Yeah, we all ready to go? All right, good morning, everyone. To everyone that is currently physically in the audience, to everyone that is joining our live stream, welcome to the Connexions Conference here in Austin, Texas, more specifically at the LBJ School of Public Affairs. My name is Lara Taropin. I'm joined today by my co-host, Thomas Rehnquist, and you will also see filtering in and out our fellow Slavic Connection podcast hosts who will be helping move all of our panels along today and for the next 2 days.
Good morning, everybody. Just a reminder, as you saw coming in, please turn off phones. We are recording and beaming everything at all times. Or I should say silence, not turn off. And if you have to exit during, just do discreetly. The presentations are lined up pretty close to each other. So head in, head out at your leisure. And without any further ado, Dr. Michael Moser.
Stand and do this one. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to everybody here in person. Welcome online. My name is Michael Moser. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Disinformation Lab here at the University of Texas at Austin. And it's my great pleasure to kick things off this morning by giving you a bit of an introduction to our first keynote speaker. But before I do, I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation, thanks to our sponsors, Texas Global, the Office of the Vice President for Research, and the Intelligence Studies Project here at the University of Texas at Austin for helping to sponsor this particular event. Today's keynote speaker is Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the United States of America, Oksana Markarova. Oksana Markarova was appointed Ukraine's ambassador to the United States and arrived in Washington in April 2021. She served in Ukraine's Ministry of Finance from 2015 to 2020 as First Deputy Minister and Government Commissioner on Investments, and then since 2018 as Minister of Finance. During her time at the ministry, she was co-author of Ukraine's Macroeconomic Revival Program. Prior to her career in public service, Mrs. Makarova spent 17 years working in private equity and financial advising, and had leadership roles in the ITT Investment Group, the Western NIS Enterprise Fund, Chemonics, and the World Bank, as well as founding Archidata startup Electronic Archives. Oksana Markarova holds a Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in Environmental Science from Kyiv Moya Academy in Ukraine, and an MPA in Public Finance from Indiana University with Academic Excellence and Best International Student Awards. It is my great pleasure to introduce Ambassador Markarova. It is also my pleasure to introduce our moderators for this particular panel, who will be handling the moderating duties. We've got to your right, to the audience's right, Miroslava Gongadze and Jeff Trimble in the middle. So with no further ado, I turn it over to Miroslava. Thanks very much. Yeah, exactly, to Oksana. I don't know why I have Miroslava there. Yes, to Oksana, yes.
Madam Ambassador, over to you. Thank you.
My apologies.
Thank you, Dr. Moser. It's such a great pleasure and honor to be with you today at University of Texas, and I look forward to the discussion moderated by unbelievable Miroslava Gongadze. That's why you wanted to turn to her right away. We are discussing a very important subject today, and truly fascinating subject. This is the importance of propaganda, disinformation warfare, and how to counter it have been underscored since the Cold War era, but actually even before that. When we think today about the propaganda or disinformation, it's hard to believe that there are so many changes that occurred since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and yet there are almost no changes that occurred in Russia since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Just think about it. For decades, Soviet governments spent millions of dollars to jam the signals of Voice of America, the outlet we all love today, just to prevent people in the Soviet Union from alternative information presented by the foreign media broadcasts. And for the last 20 years of the Putin regime, but in general in the Russian Federation, they have been also investing millions, if not billions of dollars, again, to have not only suppressing the free flow of speech inside Russia, but also to deliver their propaganda and their disinformation everywhere under the guise of more nuanced interpretation of the international events. Ukraine, and for the matter of the fact, the United States, have been primary targets of this Russian disinformation over the last decade especially. We developed, a deep understanding of how it works. And of course, disinformation has started, and disinformation started long before the full phase of this war has started in 2022. Actually, when we have more time, we can even talk about the previous 300 years of disinformation the Russian Empire has been spreading about all of its neighbors, and especially about Ukraine. And the disinformational attack, the recent disinformational attack, is based on the centuries of the propaganda. But of course, in 2014, when Russia attacked and annexed illegally Crimea and also attacked part of Donetsk and Lugansk region, this propaganda came into a whole new level. They first even tried to do a pretext of Ukrainians discriminating Russian speakers in those regions. They also claimed that Ukraine suffered a revival of so-called fascist state. They tried to put all kind of unbelievable blames, absolutely unfounded, on Ukraine, and it constantly misrepresented all Ukrainian governments, especially those that were in place after the Revolution of Dignity, after Maidan, after Ukraine said no to return to Russian Federation and firmly went back on the democratic, pro-democratic path. Now, of course, in February 22, when the full-fledged war phase of this war, which started in 2014, has started, the narrative was increased even more. So Russia not only pretended that the war of aggression was out of the necessity, as they said, to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. They have spread, again, all kinds of lies and truths in their public speaking, in their television, but also outside. But this time they have miscalculated badly. And this time around, the world has finally gotten its act together with Ukraine, also to have the strong response to these disinformation efforts. So the United States and European Union have closed the outlets like Russia Today and Sputnik. There are several Russian propagandists, quite a number of them, have been sanctioned by the US and the EU. The YouTube, which was also remarkable, has taken down more than 70,000 videos and 9,000 channels, which had nothing to do with the freedom of speech, but have been the vehicles of the delivering the Russian propaganda and disinformation, especially about the war in Ukraine. Additional government institutions and think tanks were opened in the United States to analyze and counter this propaganda. And thanks to all the efforts, since February 24th, Russian attempts to weaponize disinformation have not reached its goals. So it has been very important to understand that disinformation campaigns went hand in hand with military attacks, with aggression that was happening on the ground. So internationally, the Kremlin still unfortunately continues to use this manipulation handbook in attempts to undermine the international support to Ukraine. So they have lost an attempt to explain how this is not the war, they were not the ones who attacked us. They know that is almost impossible to explain because, again, thanks to very brave journalists who from day one, again, unlike in 2014, have been everywhere in Ukraine and have been showing the truth, it's very difficult to deny everything, even though we remember how they tried to deny that Bucha happened or the atrocities in Kherson happened. But it's very difficult to do it when there are a number of resources which are showing the truth. But now they're trying to use this disinformation in a more, I would even say, smart way. And we have to be even more diligent because they're trying to use it to drive wedges between us and the West, Western countries among themselves, between EU and European Union. They have, accused NATO all the time about attempts to encircle, destroy, somehow move closer to Russia, whereas NATO never moved closer to Russia. It's the individual countries that want to join NATO, and it's actually Russia that is driving all of us away from them. So losing today on the battlefield in Ukraine, Russia doubled down on also domestic propaganda front, which we also have to take into consideration. The censorship, complete destruction of independent media is the way for Kremlin to block completely any meaningful opposition to this war. What's worse, also, they started since February 2022 working on making genocide as something normal, showing these images from Bucha and Kherson and destruction of Mariupol and trying to say that this is in response to so-called Russophobia. This is what they were forced to do. So they're trying to normalize somehow this. And history has many examples of normalization of genocides, unfortunately, and devastating effects of that on an entire nation. From Nazi Germany, which we all studied, of course, to the justified, as they claimed, killings of Jews, Slavs, Roma, sexual minorities, whoever they wanted to name as the enemies of the state, to the Radio de Mille Collines that played a significant role in Rwandan genocide. And it has been described as the death by radio or radio genocide. Well, the Russian TV and the entire propaganda that Russia is doing today is a present-day soundtrack to genocide. It is the radio of genocide or TV of genocide. And the need for that to be stopped is not only existential for my country's fight for our independence, for our homes, for our freedom, but it's also absolutely critical for all of us who believe in democracy, who believe in freedom of information and freedom of speech, because we have to differentiate clearly between the weaponized propaganda and the freedom of speech. And we have to strengthen all of our efforts to be truly resilient against this malign and disinformation and these malign influences in order to not only return to peace in Europe and in Ukraine, but also see how we can protect democracies everywhere from this malign disinformation, which could be Russian. It's a great case, and this is something we are dealing with, but there are a number of other actors who would like to use this as the weapon. So thank you very much again for having me. Thank you for raising this very important topic, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Oksana. Thank you for being with us today and presenting Ukrainian position in this war. I would be joined by Jeff Trimble to moderate and help you to talk to our audience as well. So I would start with what you already said about the coverage of this war. Before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it was difficult to attract journalists, foreign journalists, to the country. Unfortunately, only war brought hundreds and hundreds of journalists to Ukraine to cover this war. And since the full-scale invasion, Russian invasion in Ukraine, 8 journalists already were killed during their professional work in Ukraine. One of these journalists, my colleague, first casualty of this war, my colleague from Harvard, he went to cover Irpin, in Irpin battle, and he was shot by a Russian soldier right there. Oksana, I would like to ask you, how do you assess the foreign journalist coverage of this war? And do you see any mistakes that maybe foreign journalists do while covering this war?
Thank you, Miroslava. Well, first of all, we're very grateful to everyone who was there from day one. And as you said, we have lost so many, unfortunately, including, I'm very grateful to the journalist who was covering Irpin, and Max Levin, who was killed also near Irpin in the forest. And there are on and on and on so many Ukrainian and international journalists. Well, first of all, I think this time we have to thank all the news agencies for actually mobilizing the resources quickly and sending the journalists out. And more importantly, right now, we have to keep people in. Of course, it takes a lot of courage to be on the front lines. But again, the game changer was that people were not only in Lviv and in Kiev and even at the front line in places like Irpin, but also they are now as close as it is possible to the fight that is happening in the east. Now, I wouldn't talk about the mistakes because, frankly, I think I could not think of a big mistake that anyone would make. Although at the beginning, especially of this phase of the war, a lot of time at the embassy here we spent on correcting the titles. When people were talking about Ukraine conflict in Ukraine, Ukrainian crisis, instead of calling it what it is, Russians' war against Ukraine or Russians' aggression against Ukraine. We also had to remind people that the war started in 2014. So again, when I mentioned that there was years, if not centuries, of Russian propaganda before, we all have to be very diligent in not only remembering it, but also working really hard, both the government, the civil society, but journalists, on correcting even our own misperceptions, so that when we report the truth, we do not actually make it less important with the previous misperceptions that might have been there. And again, Ukraine, unfortunately, for the most part, have been seen, including in the West, including among our friends, through the lenses of the Russian narratives. As, for example, titling Ukraine as the former Soviet Union country. I sometimes, even make jokes. I say, we do not say that US is the former Great Britain's territory, right? Of course, it has been 30 years of the renewed independence, but it's about time to start calling Ukraine for what it is, an independent country that used to be independent, that actually was independent in 1918, got independence together with Finland, was occupied by the Soviet Union, and regained independence. So I think if I were to mention something where the additional work is needed, is correcting this, to some people, seemingly not important connotations, which are very important, because how do you define things are very important in information and media. And second, stay in the course. So when I'm asked by the journalist here, is there is something we do not report in, what do you want us to pay attention more, for example, I just say, just increase your presence, be everywhere. Report on everything you think important, but it's very important to stay the course and not to lessen the presence in Ukraine, but actually widen it.
Actually, Madam Ambassador, good morning. Jeff Trimble here. I'd like to draw you out a little bit more on Ukraine's public diplomacy and strategic messaging efforts in this context. There are those who maintain that governments in democratic countries in particular cannot do successful public diplomacy and information efforts in the chaotic, fast-moving modern media environment. Governments, they say, are too slow, they're too bureaucratic, they're too risk-averse. Yet Ukraine, I would say, has very skillfully dominated the information narrative since Russia launched the war against your country. Can you talk a bit about Ukraine's public diplomacy efforts and your tradecraft? What's the secret to Ukraine's success in public diplomacy and strategic messaging around the war?
Thank you. Well, first of all, as someone who joined the government in 2015, and my whole background is in the private sector before that, I can agree that governments are too slow and too bureaucratic and usually do not do what we as government need to do as soon as possible. Now, having said that, I also agree with you that since 2022, Ukraine has been showing a very, I would say, unconventional approach to not only informing the world, but also to public diplomacy. And it is amazing what you are able to do when your life depends on it. So we all understand that it's existential for our country. We all understand that it's the moment when we either make it or break it in this century. So I think the first day of the attack, when our president Zelensky went out with his phone, and when we didn't know whether the connection will be there, whether they will attack or completely destroy the communication networks in Ukraine. And he went out just with his cell phone and he said, I'm here, everyone's here, this is what it is, I'm not leaving, I'm fighting, everyone is fighting. And since that day, he started doing what I think no president did before, communicating directly with the people on the regular basis, not only with the people in Ukraine, but also outside, so that people knew that this is a source of information that we can rely upon, that we know what's happening and we know what the government is doing. And also the diplomatic service, also, how in general, conservative and risk-averse diplomacy is, you have to double check everything, you have to craft the message, you have to agree it with Kyiv, you have to put it in the terms that will take into account all the interests, not only that particular event. But we have, again, understood from the day one that if we are to do that, we would always be behind and we would not be able to deliver the information, to deliver the message, but also rally the support as much as we needed, because again, our lives depended on it. So again, like our president, the foreign minister has made a number of changes. First, deregulating and delegating a lot to the ambassadors, so that we could go ahead and just do and communicate and defend to the best possible way we can. We also changed a lot how we exchange the information in a more fast way, so that we can inform each other among ambassadors and with the center and with all the decision makers. So I think there will be a lot of case studies after we win, of course, because there is no time for that right now, on how the internal flow of information, how sharing of the data, how vetting what is fact and what is not has been done. And then at the end of this process, the diplomatic force that has been taking that and then delivering on it, talking to partners, talking to the general public, going to the media. And I also have to say that I probably had talked to the press more during this year than ever in my life. I mean, even when I was the Minister of Finance and I had to inform the public, of course, on the regular basis, it wasn't like that. But again, this is when you ask yourself, I don't remember who said this phrase, like, what would you do if you were not afraid? This is a very important question to ask. Like, that the alternative is a very bad alternative. So whatever you're comfortable or not comfortable with, you have to go ahead and do it. And I think, again, there are lessons learned for other democracies which are not at war. That this is something that works. We have to do it. We have to be more quick. We have to go and refute when we see the lies. We have to be very straightforward and not kind of diplomatic about some of the things. If it's lie, we have to call it a lie, and we have to be very public about it.
Your good answer has anticipated my follow-up question, which is a bit more about tradecraft. So you, as ambassador in Washington, if there is a breaking news event to which you feel you need to react, you have the freedom to react to that without necessarily clearing messaging with Kyiv. That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, if indeed you diplomats in the field and others are free to answer and respond as you see fit, inevitably that will produce some inconsistency in messaging. You're not always going to get it right. Is that something you're simply prepared to accept as a price you pay in order to be properly responsive in the digital age?
Very, very important question. First, of course, there are sensitive things that I have to clear with Kiev, but in general, everything that has to deal with our bilateral relations with the U.S., I think it's almost like a two-way street, and we are providing information to Kiev as much as we're getting information from Kiev. Now, of course, there could be mistakes when you react quickly to something, especially think about the time difference. Sometimes I have to answer to something when there is night in Kiev. Again, there is a very small number of issues on which I really would say, look, I have to talk to Kiev about it before I can even comment on it. And I will try to react right away to the best of my abilities. Now, am I thinking that there might be a mistake? I mean, of course, this is my worst nightmare, to say something that then you have to correct, or, that's something that will be damaging. Thanks God it didn't happen so far, not on a large scale at least. But I think in the times of war, this is the risks you have to take. Because sometimes to respond quickly to some disinformation is even more important than, go through all the processes of clearing it and then being behind when the disinformation already spreads. So there is always balance in that, of course.
Thank you, Oksana, and I can testify to what you said, because you're one of the best ambassador Ukraine has, and you do respond to journalists very quickly and efficiently. I would like to go back to the war issue and role of journalists in the war. You mentioned in your speech Bucha, Irpin, you mentioned war crimes. You mentioned that this war can be basically first war in history that can be watched online. It's a digital war. And I would like to ask you about a role of a journalist in documenting war crimes. I have been to Bucha recently and Irpin when they discovered the mass graves. And how do you see this role to later bring the justice to victims of this Russian war?
Thank you, Miroslava. This is actually a very important question, and there are a number of dimensions to that question. First, the role of journalists in documenting it is invaluable. I think, no one can deny that it's because of the journalists we have heard about some things. The journalists have moved faster to some of the locations than the civil society, especially the law enforcement. And without journalists, some of the evidence would be lost. So, sometimes when they get there, and again, people trust journalists a little bit more, especially after very horrible experiences, when they see people with the cameras, unless they're like really shy, they would be willing to say something, show something. And the camera can be a great witness in itself, just by capturing what it was there. And then could be very valuable. Now, on using that footage or using those materials later on, first, of course, it's very useful for the investigators, because you can use it as a reference point, you can use it as additional material. But in order to make it admissible in the court of law, because of course, ultimately we all talk about justice, and not only we want to show it in order to prove that that happened, but also to keep people accountable. That's a whole different, very complex area. And right now we're working with the US a lot with the Atrocities Crime Group and others in the Department of Justice and Department of State, specifically on getting the civil society and mass media together to educate them how to do it properly, so that not only this footage or witnesses or witness records taken could be for the sake of showing the truth, but also could be later on used. One very sensitive element of that, of course, is victims. On the one hand, it's very important, and sometimes victims are ready to share at the beginning when they are liberated. We've seen it in Kherson, in Bucha, elsewhere. Then even later on, when they return to, to their lives and without psychological help, sometimes try not to talk about that more. On the other hand, it's very also important not to re-traumatize victims. So that's another whole area of, challenge, how to work together for media, civil society, psychologists, and law enforcement in order not to take this witness statements more than 10 times for different purposes. So I think this is the area where, again, we can praise the media for a lot of help, but this is also the area which is evolving and where we have to work more together. I mean, the state, the civil society, media, international partners, and law enforcement in order to find ways how to do it properly when you deal with atrocities of that massive proportion, especially as we are preparing for the counteroffensive, especially as we hope and pray that soon we'll liberate more territories. These are the territories that have been under occupation for more than a year. The longer they stay under occupation, the more horrible it is, the more difficult things we will see after we get back there. So we have to be, on the one hand, more proactive, but on the other, more careful about it.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. In the final few minutes we have, we'd welcome taking questions from the audience or moderated questions online if there are any. We can continue to ask questions, but if there are any questions in the audience, would you raise your hand? We'd be glad to give you a microphone. Or online, colleagues, if there's anything coming in that you are moderating. Don't be shy. I see all the way back in the back. Can we bring you a microphone, or is there one? Michelle, is there one available? Stand by just a moment, Madam Ambassador. We've got a question in the back of the auditorium, and she will have a microphone in just a moment.
I'm Jessica Dawson from the Army Cyber Institute. I'm wondering, early on in the conflict, it seemed like there was a lot of information going on and the usage of Twitter in terms of memes. And I know a lot of people tend to dismiss memes as very stupid and immature, but it seems like memes have been a critical part of helping expand the message and reach new audiences and build support for Ukraine. Can you talk about that at all, or do you think it's just a very small part of the overall process?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. No, I think memes not only play, but continue to play very crucial part of that. First, it's an information easy to consume. Second, it's usually with a great humor. And I know war and humor is not the two things you want to put together, but you have to we have to understand that all of our friends and allies, colleagues outside of Ukraine, are not on the war footing. So, on the one hand, we have to show the truth, we have to show the atrocities, we have to show the horrible things that we see. But there is also a degree of how much a person living in Germany, France, or US, or any other country can take it. It's also very difficult to watch only that all the time. And what is better way to, show that we can win, laugh a little bit about the aggressors, especially when Mr. Putin or people around him are making their ridiculous claims, which are as atrocious as actually stupid and funny. So I think, memes is the way for us to get to a much wider audience. And also we have to remember that memes are not something that was generated by the government of Ukraine. It's all the Ukrainians, all the civil society, people in business who would put it out because this is what they are going through. This is their accounts, the artists in Ukraine, the creativity boom that we have seen during this horrible 13 months have also helped us to get the message across to different audiences. So no, I believe it's a very important element, and it's the element we cannot, of course, take the credit for, but I think it helped us a lot And we have seen also memes being very efficient, not only during the wartime, but during the Revolution of Dignity, during the time when civil society in Ukraine, when we were fighting against Yanukovych regime, when the policies have been tightening in Ukraine, it was the jokes about it that actually put the first cracks in it.
That's right. And Oksana, not only civil society, the Ukrainian military are very efficient and make very interesting videos with songs when soldiers are singing, using animals, using different way to actually not just tell the horrible story of war, but inspire. And it's very important to keep that inspiration, because Ukraine is fighting the war, but Ukraine is inspiring the world as well by standing together and fighting and being brave. Jill has a question.
Thank you very much. It is. I just want to make sure. Great. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much. Jill Doherty. We know each other from DC, Georgetown University, and the Wilson Center. I wanted to ask a question which is more immediate, and I know it's a difficult question because the aspects, the breadth of information that has been leaked, the Pentagon documents that have come out are very concerning. And I know that it will be very difficult for you to specifically talk about that. Can you understand? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, okay. And I just wanted to see if you could, at this stage, a very early stage, give us an understanding of how you think this type of leak, which does appear to be obviously on purpose, we think, could affect things, because not only the information per se, but the fact that it was leaked and what is in there in terms of the United States allegedly spying on allies, et cetera, could be very damaging. So just wondering if you can make at least a comment at this point about that.
Well, at this point, we cannot even say whether the leak actually occurred and whether we can call it a leak and whether it was leak or completely construed documents or whatever it was. So no, I will not be able to comment. The only thing I would say is that anything coming from Russians, we have to take with a great degree of disbelief and salt, and just understand that whatever they do is the goal of Russians now, as I said in my opening remarks, is since they were not able to conquer us in 3 days, they were not able to tell everyone that it's not them, like they did in 2014, that they were not able to lie that they did not attack us, there is no war, there is some kind of special operation liberating God knows who. Their goal now is actually to decrease the trust which has been increasing during the 13 months between us and Europe, us and the US, between US and Europe. And they will do anything in order to undermine this trust. And they will do anything in order to weaken the coalition of the willing, which for the first time have seen Russia for what it is, an autocratic, absolutely corrupt, absolutely unhumane country that does not adhere to any rules or international orders. So I would advise anyone to be very careful about, jumping on any information that is coming from Russia. And I think as soon as we hear more about, any possible investigations that will be there and analysis of this, and there is a lot of data analysis from independent sources already, we will clearly see for what it is.
We have a question.
We have a question online from Lee McIntyre. Lee, take it away.
No.
Hi. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. The U.S. government has not been very good at fighting disinformation, especially when it's laundered through domestic channels. Part of this, I think, is a fear of being accused of partisanship. This is, I think, some of the debate over free speech in the United States is based on disinformation, that it is impossible to fight disinformation and not harm free speech. And this is, of course, what foreign disinformers want us to think. Is there any advice that you might have for how the US government could fight better against disinformation?
This is the question for all of us, I would say. So I wouldn't say it's, that either of the governments are doing it much better or much worse, to be honest. It's that we have to remind to all of us that we have to find that very careful balance about, again, not violating the freedom of speech, not violating and not restricting the information which is true but uncomfortable, right? And the total disinformation. And I think the role of the civil society, journalists, analytical centers, think tanks, universities is crucial there, because you are the impartial ones who can actually differentiate between the two. Because it's very easy for government to be accused by, when they are fighting with disinformation, to be accused that they're actually stepping on the freedom of press. And I think, this is where we would really appreciate, all of us, either in the government of Ukraine or in the government of the US or any other country, if there will be more kind of like guidance and fact checks and clear positions from the expert society. And also, again, as I said, it's not only about Russian war in Ukraine. It's not only about a traditional media, but I think we all have to understand that with the massive use of the social networks and social media, with access to children to this massive amounts of information, frankly, before they ever develop even a critical thinking skills, analysis. And when we were in high school, all of us, the previous generation, people in the audience might think about us as dinosaurs a little bit, but we didn't have access to any of the digital information. We developed tools. How do you use library? How do you find useful information? How do you differentiate between the yellow press, which you can buy in the streets, or about the books or the dictionaries? The expert society have to work faster in order to develop something like that for the digital sphere, so that we can actually differentiate between a wonderful scientific project program done by Discovery, or some blogger who now can do equally high quality and appealing video content, which might be based on completely false disinformation or something like that. So I think the issue is much bigger than that. And that's where the universities and think tanks and experts should take a lead, and we all can benefit from it.
I think you've given us a fine moment to close out this session. You've been very generous with your time, Madam Ambassador. I think many of us read the glowing profile about you in the Washington Post last week, showing you as certainly a rock star in the area of information and public diplomacy there in Washington. How did you enjoy that piece?
I was flattered and thought it's about some other wonderful person, but it was nice to read it.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your time and for kicking off this conference with your very stimulating, thought-provoking remarks. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for the Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oksana. And just to add, not many of you know, but Oksana is the long-standing supporter of the press and freedom of the press in Ukraine, and she is, with her personal money, helping and to establish and sustain the library, the Museum of the Press in Ukraine. So, Oksana, thank you for that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a great, great conversation.
Thanks, colleagues. We'll now segue immediately into the next session. It'll take us about 2 minutes to get adjusted. I don't know if we have Matt Armstrong on the line now, ready to roll. Okay, let me ask Nick Cull to join us. Thank you. Matt Armstrong, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon to you.
Good morning to you.
Nick, you can see I'm ready for you here. See all these sticky notes I have stuck into this book, which is available outside. Welcome to the second session of our conference this morning, Connections on Global Media in Diplomacy and Foreign Policy. Take a second to introduce myself. I'm Jeff Trimble. For nearly 40 years, I've been involved in international journalism as a correspondent, an editor, and a media manager. I'll be moderating several sessions during the course of the conference. Thanks very much to the conference organizers for including me in what I know is going to be a very stimulating couple of days, and I think we've kicked it off really well with the ambassador. This session is the good, the bad, and the ugly, a historical look at the politics of U.S. information warfare. We'll set some historical context here for our subsequent discussions about how the chaotic media market, to quote the conference materials, informs and impedes the creation, execution, and communication of policy and the effective conduct of diplomacy. And I can't think of two people better qualified to help us understand the rich and checkered history of U.S. information warfare than Matt Armstrong and Nick Cull. Matt, who's joining us today from Spain, I believe, Matt, is an author and lecturer on public diplomacy and international media. He's worked on traditional and emerging security issues with civilian and military and government agencies, news organizations, think tanks, and academia on several continents. He's also made the sausage inside the U.S. government as a governor in the Broadcasting Board of Governors from 2013 to 2017, where I had the privilege of working to support Matt and the board as head of agency for U.S. international broadcasting. And you can follow Matt on mountainrunner.substack.com. And Nicholas Cull, sitting next to me, I can say literally wrote the book on public diplomacy, which I'm holding in my hand right now. Here it is. And of course, many other works as well. Nick is a historian of the role of mass communication in foreign policy and professor at the University of Southern California. Nick has provided advice and training in public diplomacy to foreign ministries and cultural agencies globally. I didn't bring the USIA history book to Austin. It was too heavy to carry, that one, but it's also available outside if you'd like to have a look at that. Matt will kick us off drawing on his research about the United States Information Agency and other historic elements of U.S. information efforts, as well as drawing on his own in-government experience that I have described briefly. Then Nick will respond, expand, question, otherwise react as a discussant, and I'll jump in with questions for here and there. So Matt, there's a narrative out there that once upon a time, back in the Cold War, the U.S. got it completely right on public diplomacy and fielded a formidable government apparatus in support of U.S. policies around the world. A well-planned, well-coordinated, well-organized, well-funded whole-of-government interagency effort that was a world beater. And what we need to now do, in fact, according to this line of thinking, is to recreate the United States Information Agency, the USIA, which was abolished in 1999, and in fact create it on steroids, as former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper called for in congressional testimony, and then all will be well. Your take, as I know from your writings and speaking with you, is somewhat different about that history, as is Nick's, I know from reading his work. So over to you to tell us something about the good, the bad, and the ugly history of U.S. information warfare. Matt, over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Jeff. Nick, it's good to see you. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. One comment I would like to add is that in my bio, you missed that I was sanctioned by Russia, which I accept proudly. That was, I guess it was only last year. But one other comment I want to say before I dive into my thing, and that is something that the ambassador had said, and that these activities by Russia are not new. I'd like to point out that in 1964, the chairman of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, a professor at Georgetown, Dr. Lev Dobrinsky, pointed that out in congressional testimony, that the political warfare of Russia at the time was not new. It was something that he could trace back to the 16th century. So I think there's a nice little tie in Ukraine, and this is not new. Technology has changed, but some of the basic means have not. So I'm going to try to go quickly over 4 basic points, and the fourth will be very quick. And the first is, I guess, something of a history lesson here, and that is USIA was never what it was intended to become. And what I mean by that is that the promises to create it, the recommendations to create it, were never fulfilled. The recommendations and it replaced an agency that was far greater, had far greater authorities, far larger, more programs. And when USIA, the U.S. Information Agency, was created, a smaller entity that did not have a seat at the table as was promised, with far less authorities, far less access to the foreign policy creation and departmental policies of both the State Department and other agencies and departments, that simply was not there. One thing I like to point out is that the predecessor to the U.S. Information Agency was the International Information Administration. That thing, which was, I think, what many people imagine U.S. Information Agency actually was 50% of the State Department's personnel and 40% of its budget. Now, Secretary of State Dean Acheson, liked this, and he was supporting this. His successor, John Foster Dulles, didn't like an operational role for the department and wanted it moved out. So you had these committees saying, these various bodies saying, let's go and create this thing, but it has to have these authorities, and those authorities never, ever materialized. It was an unkept promise that put this agency out on the side. So I'm left to wonder, in all these calls to recreate USIA, when is the heyday? So, for example, in 1959, Senator Munt, formerly Congressman Munt, people will know him from the Smith-Munt Act, he wrote a paper, published an article in the in the Public Relations Journal, calling for Department of International Public Relations for a government agency that is in charge of U.S. government's international information policies. Same year, Brookings Institute issued a report saying, Department of Foreign Affairs, we need this meta agency with 3 cabinet level officials, including a Department of Information and Cultural Affairs. 2 years later, there's a Kennedy task force on USI. Make it whole again, reintegrate the things that Senator Fulbright didn't allow to go to the U.S. Information Agency when it was established in 1953. And another committee, and there were actually 3 bodies at that time saying similar things, one of which was from USI itself, saying, yeah, USI needs to influence, not just inform. But they all said the agency needed an increased role in policy making and a seat at the table. And this continued. So I'm wondering, when is the heyday of these actors, of the proponents for a new U.S. information agency? If we fast forward to the 1980s, which is a time of the Cold War that was very unlike today and very unlike the 50s and 60s and late 40s that is very much like today. And if we go to the 1980s, now we have the Active Measures Working Group, which again, the creation of which suggests that U.S. Information Agency did not have the role that some people think it did. And when U.S. Information Agency took over the lead of Active Measures Working Group in '87, it did so with an office of 2 people, one of which I think some people in here, certainly Nick, is familiar with, and Jeff, you are Todd Leventhal, who's still around. Maybe the other guy is too. I don't know him. But this raises the question of, okay, what is this U.S. Information Agency that people are thinking of? The problem is that we don't know our history. We have been in this position before. We have tried to do this, but leadership matters. That's my 4th point, but let me go to a 3rd, and that is the Smith-Munt Act. the Smith-Mundt Act was fundamentally about the issues that the ambassador just spoke about, the freedom of information, the free flow of information. It was originally instituted or originally introduced in January 1945 by Congressman Karl Mundt to exchange high school and primary school teachers to create greater understanding. As Russian political warfare and disinformation activities picked up, support for the act broadened. And so we have this bill that was fundamentally about countering disinformation, correcting misinformation, and filling in the gaps in the lack of information. Sounds like something that's seemingly a fit for today, except we had a senator who didn't like a government having a voice in the defense of its policy or in creating sunlight. So what's interesting is that what we think of as this firewall, and so I'm preempting, I know some of the conversation is going to go here. What we think is this quote firewall was originally in 1947 introduced as a paperwork reduction policy, if you will. You were supposed to request materials from the State Department's international information programs. Why? Because Congress and the State Department said, we're going to get blanket requests and State Department's going to need more money for more translators to provide all of this. So you just need to ask for it. In 1953, there was an observation that this is a problem and we need to eliminate this domestic limit. And the information needs to be more publicly aware domestically. That was a recommendation from the Advisory Commission. In 1967, it did that again. In 1966, it did that again. And in 67, you have Senator Fulbright talking about Radio Free Europe and how he thinks that this is a really bad thing and equating it to Voice of America and equating it to broader USIA stuff, which ultimately is about Fulbright, who didn't believe communism in Russia was a threat to the United States, to silence the US government because he didn't believe in these information activities. And so that is a somewhat deep dive to get into the point that today we are handicapped because of the disinformation and misinformation about our own legislation that was intended to counter the disinformation and correct the misinformation that we are facing today, both domestically and abroad and in relation to our national security. So how does this matter? What's the imperative? The imperative is that our leadership is confused. The advice that they are receiving is confused. It's not an important thing. We've segregated the informational element from our policies for many decades. Really, I would argue since 1953, when the U.S. Information Agency was created. We've had the strong segregation. So in 1999, when USIA was abolished and we created the Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, there was not an appreciation of what that job should do and could do. So today, as of today, there has not been a confirmed undersecretary 45%, almost 46% of the time since the first confirmation in October 1999. In other terms, that 37% of the Bush administration, 22% of the Obama administration, 93% of the Trump administration, and 100% of the Biden administration. Another framework of thinking about this is that if there is a leader in position for only about 19 months, and that is up to the end of the Obama administration, since the Trump and Biden administration really skews things. How is an organization effective when there's only a leader in place for 19 months, with a median gap between persons 7.5 months? So now you have this gross dysfunction that suggests leadership doesn't appreciate the importance of this role. And it delves into an issue of, okay, government communications, again, a point that the ambassador was just speaking about. It reveals that there is not confidence in who can do what. There is not a delegation, there is not a backstopping, there is not a streamlining, there is no tolerance for mistakes. And we're restricted on this freedom of information. We don't believe in it by our practice, by our government practice. So it makes me really highlight comment that the ambassador made, that what would you do if you're not afraid? Well, that would be a great position to be in, because we're terribly afraid. And we think of Smith-Mundt. Smith-Mundt comes up all the time, even with the Defense Department. When the 2013 Modernization Act explicitly stated this does not apply to the Defense Department, we still see this flying all over the place. So we don't know what we're doing. We don't know why, and we don't have the leadership or the support to engage in this conversation, to really delve into the issues at hand and find a path forward to defeat censorship, both the implicit and the structural. So those are my brief comments.
Thank you very much. Nick, over to you. Some thoughts, reaction, comments?
Well, first of all, it's great to see Matt, and I'm really pleased to be here and looking forward to the discussion over the next few days. My reactions will be in the form of 7 lessons that I draw from the history of public diplomacy. But if you are hoping for a sort of a smackdown, lucha libre kind of confrontation between me and Matt, you're not going to get it, because we're on exactly, boringly enough, we're on exactly the same page and have exactly the same conclusions. And all that I would add is that where I see USIA succeeding, where I see the US succeeding in the past, it was through remarkable individuals who for brief moments were fully empowered by leadership. And I think the achievement of Voice of America, and you know, Mark's right here has written an amazing book about that, and was part of the story. That's a testament to what can be done when leaders and remarkable creative people get together to make a difference in the world. And to me, the missing dimension is leadership. And when I look at the history of USIA, the great moments are moments when a leader said, go and do it, and people were able to work together. So there are moments in the Eisenhower administration, in the Kennedy administration, and I think particularly in more recent times, the first Gulf War, when there was informed policy or opinion-informed policy, and public diplomacy had a seat at the policy table, where you can really see a difference in what the United States is able to do. So I have some sort of general lessons, and one big conceptual comment. Public diplomacy has to begin with listening. USIA did well when it was listening to the world. And I think that investment in listening, it has to be the foundation to everything that we do in this field. Public diplomacy has to be connected to policy, and it's a big mistake to assume that we can message without being open to change ourselves. And I'll come back to that in a moment. I think it's important to understand that public diplomacy is not a performance for domestic consumption. And by that, what I mean is that because of the way in which politics works in the world right now, I think all countries find that they're a temptation to conduct public diplomacy as a way of pleasing their domestic audiences. And, you know, it's hard enough to conduct foreign policy by engaging a foreign public without winning an election at home. I think if public diplomacy is going to be effective, it requires credibility. And so everything we think about how do we manage the elements of public diplomacy, including international broadcasting and including culture, should come back to a discussion of credibility. Now, credibility in cultural work overseas and credibility in international broadcasting come from 2 completely different places. A credible broadcaster is giving objectively accurate news information that checks out and meets professional standards. Credibility in cultural diplomacy is about accurately reflecting the artistic temperament of your country and what people are singing and eating and thinking in your country. And that requires a completely different set of relationships, and I would argue a firewalled and distinct bureaucracy. And to be honest, I don't think that the US government or any government is particularly helpful to either of those sets of credibilities, which is exactly why if you go to Britain or Germany or France, you see that the government keeps its hands off those kinds of activities. And it's so frustrating to see during the Trump years how once again a US government attempt to manage the international broadcasting got in the way of objectivity, and that American international broadcasters had to fight the wrong kind of oversight. And I wish that was just a one-party problem, but both parties have interfered over the years with this aspect, this credibility aspect of public diplomacy. My fifth lesson is that sometimes the most credible voice is not your own. And this has been a hard one for the United States to absorb, because it's used to being the indispensable voice in the world. I think it also, American diplomats want to be seen to be successful for their own professional success. But one of the lessons that came out of the counter-terrorist, radicalization public diplomacy of the last decade and a half was that public diplomacy sometimes works best if it is focused on empowerment and focused on collaboration, rather than thinking, what can I say to win this argument, which is the old way of thinking about public diplomacy. Today, we need to think, who can I empower to win this argument, or who can I empower who will be credible to my audience? Because the truth about the world today is that thanks to social media, we can connect to people exactly like ourselves. And if credibility psychologically is so often based on similarity, international communicators have a problem, because necessarily we are not like the people we're trying to communicate with. The public diplomacy of empowerment seems to me to be the way to go forward. And the Voice of America's language services are absolutely tools of empowerment, where amazing people from the countries we're trying to connect to and communicate with have a role speaking to those places, are empowered. Radio Free Europe worked on exactly that surrogate principle. My sixth lesson is, again, one that goes to maybe against some of the American assumptions about public diplomacy. If public diplomacy had a T-shirt, I think it should say, "Public diplomacy is not all. It's not all about you," and it's been a real problem in recent years, the last 30 years, that public diplomacy has been framed in terms of soft power. I think soft power turns the whole issue of global engagement into a kind of beauty contest / battle royale of the most attractive. That isn't how you want to run communications in international relationships. Relationships require, well, relating. And the idea that the job of public diplomacy is to assert the country and its unilateral interests is very, very, it's very counterproductive and very limiting. And I can see why public diplomacy is sold on Capitol Hill that way. And professionals, practitioners don't talk that way to one another, but are forced into this kind of what would you say, forced into a kind of, I guess, a ingenuous narrative just to get funding. The desire to win your relationships is actually a symptom of psychosis. So it's really bizarre that that's the way we have to present public diplomacy. The final thing I'd say is that public diplomacy is everyone's business. And part of the problem with USIA is the idea that you can set up a kind of agency, especially when the agency is crippled in fundamental ways. But the idea is that there's an agency whose job it is to take care of that public opinion thing. The public need to care about this. They need to be part of the solutions. And one of the issues that I know Vivian Walker, who we'll be hearing from later on in the conference, has put a lot of emphasis on, is that there's a domestic dimension to public diplomacy, which includes, I think, as a priority now, the involvement of diasporas. So my summing up is that, you know, if soft power isn't the frame going forward, if we're not thinking about reviving USIA in a crude way, what is the frame? What should we be thinking of? And the way I think about it is by talking about public diplomacy as an aspect of what I call reputational security. And that means accepting that public diplomacy is not a kind of optional extra of foreign policy, but rather it's part of the core business of the state. And the point of that insight is that public diplomacy isn't about doing or talking about some more things, about adding things to your communication, but it's also about subtracting things from the reality of life in your country. And you may say to me, but Nick, when has that ever been part of American foreign policy? And I have to say, at the most important moments of American outreach, public diplomacy included domestic policy changes, and that's been the case for other countries too. So the two cases I'll talk about right now, Eisenhower and Kennedy's response to Soviet propaganda was not merely to say that the United States is wonderful. It was not just to send a Buckminster Fuller dome full of amazing American objects to Moscow. It was also to look hard at American society and say, the Russians say we're racist, we have to be less racist. We have to deliver on a reality of political change, civil rights change in this country. And if you read the documents in the Eisenhower and Kennedy libraries around civil rights, you will see it had civil rights change had a Cold War imperative. Flash forward to Lyndon Johnson. Johnson didn't just invest in public diplomacy to tell the world about the United States and its, in Johnson's case, its war in Vietnam. He also realized that if the US was going to prevail in the world, he had to change the realities of American immigration policy and make it less discriminatory and more inclusive. So those are important moments in public diplomacy, but they're also moments in domestic policy. And so I think that looking at ourselves and saying sometimes in a moment of informational challenge, it's important to say, how do we become less the stereotype of our adversary? How do we come, if we're accused of corruption, we should be less corrupt. When we're accused of racism, we should be less racist. And when our society is viewed externally as so riven with violence that people don't want to take up exchange places at American colleges because they're too worried about being shot, that should be move those issues further up our agenda. If a state is not delivering on an aspect of its security, a contract has been broken. That's part of what we ask the state to do, is to keep our world secure. If reputation is part of security, if public diplomacy is part of our security, and the state is failing in the way that Matt was setting up by not even appointing somebody to run the thing 50% of the, or 46% of the time, we have a problem, and we should be demanding better leadership from both sides of the aisle. And my final thought is that security can be collective, and reputational security can be collective. And part of what is so important about the story of Ukraine is that we see all of our interests being defended by Ukraine. And I think that now it's a time to invest in every democracy doing a better job to communicate with the world, and every democracy finding a way to be its best self, to reduce the vulnerabilities to external disruptive and manipulative media. So probably that's probably enough to be going on with. But thanks, Jeff, for bringing me here.
Yeah, and Matt, thank you. Yeah. Andres, hang on one sec. I'm tempted to immediately come back on the issue of reputational security and ask whether or not in the contemporary political social environment in the United States we can even have an honest discussion about reputational security given trends in society here as opposed to what happened there. I think I won't ask you that right now, and that includes things going on right here in the great state of Texas and in Missouri where I live and other states around the United States. But let me go back to the root thing for just a second, and Andres, I'll get to you in just a second. I'm really glad to see questions coming up already. Let's make this interactive very quickly. Nick, you write that the U.S. is at its heart a skeptical participant in public diplomacy. You touched on that, and you say, and the development of the practice was contingent on the anomalous politics of the Cold War. You touched on this in your remarks. Could I draw you out on that a bit more?
Well, I have to be careful how I respond here because I know it's something that Matt has. Matt will pull me up if I mess any of the details.
And Matt, I'm coming to you next on the same question.
To me, the assumption of the United States is that the private sector is the right entity to communicate, and that the government voice in international affairs is something you need when there is a crisis. So sure, there's a heritage of the United States communicating in times of crises, but there's also a heritage of the United States backing away from communication. And I think there's a kind of a hokey pokey of American public diplomacy where they're putting their whole selves in and then pulling the whole self out just a few years later because Congress isn't comfortable with all of that communication being done by the nation state. So the moment at the end of World War II, when the U.S. government decides, well, maybe they should keep, or some people within the U.S. government are prepared to fight to keep communication tools set up during the war, that's really unusual because in most cases, the U.S. government backs away, and we saw that backing away process repeated at the end of the Cold War when USIA became a victim of its own success and was able to say, hey, they were always saying, you need us to win the Cold War. And then when the Cold War came to an end, they talked themselves out of a job. So I certainly see that dynamic.
Matt, let me draw you out on the same. Let me draw you out on the same issue, Matt, but set that up with a quote from something you wrote in 2015 in War on the Rocks. You wrote, there is a stunning lack of strategic vision in America today. The range of foreign policy activities beyond so-called traditional diplomacy extend across military power and include everything from financial aid to information to exchanges of all kinds. The instruments are, however, seemingly applied without synchronization or thoughts about end states. The different bureaucracies work together only on an ad hoc basis and rarely share collaborative requirements and communications, even with their respective oversight committees in Congress. Matt, over to you.
Yeah, so the issue is that point of coordination, right? Is the point of collaboration, integration, and this is the issue that I spoke about, talking about the U.S. Information Agency, also what Nick was just speaking about. And one thing I'd like to highlight is that Nick is right. At the end of World War II, actually before the end of World War II, the State Department in January 45 was like, hey, do we need these information activities? And they determined that, yes, modern international relations take place between people, not just governments. And so the decision was this stuff is necessary. But directly in line with what Nick said, is that the government was to have a supplemental and facilitatory role, not the lead role. And the idea was the private sector should be out there speaking, and the government would fill in the gaps. The government would just be, here's the entirety of the president's speech and that type of stuff. And so just as Nick was saying, this was the intent, was that there was this private-public partnership. The government would be helping the private commercial news media to get abroad. So this transforms over the years because, especially over these last few decades, the depth of the conversations around these subjects, they're just shallow. There's no depth. So if we look back into the late 40s, the 50s, and you look at just the length of the hearings and the depth of the conversations on the Hill, for example, they're quite expansive. And the public side of this conversation was quite expansive. And so today, from decades of segregating the informational element of policy, from the lack of leadership and the lack of a demand signal from the White House on down, and the White House, including the National Security Council, to comprehensively approach these issues, which is something that Eisenhower complained about as a presidential candidate, that there's a lack of coherency in our policy. This is an old issue. So I would say that it has to do with more than Congress reacting, but also how the executive goes to the Hill, but also the competition over budgets. And the fact that this stuff is cheap still gets lost in the conversation, because all this stuff is amazingly cheap. And one thing I comment on the victim of U.S. Information Agency being a victim of its success. Yeah, that's because the narrative over why we did this stuff was absolutely strapped to the Cold War, when this stuff created, because modern international relations happens between people, not just governments, but we lost that. So Jeff, to your point, I think because we lost that larger picture, that there is an informational element to everything we say and do at home and abroad, to paraphrase Eisenhower, again, harking back to Nick's earlier comments about civil rights. Everything we say and do has an effect abroad, just like all of our policies have effects. But we fail to coordinate that. Congress fails to exercise its oversight in this. When I was a governor on the Broadcasting Board of Governors, now the U.S. Agency for Global Media, I would meet with congressional oversight, and I would say about half the members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee were surprised that Voice of America was still operational. Mm-hmm. So there is an interesting lack of oversight taking place there. So where are these conversations? It's not positive. So I'm going to stop there, because I can just keep going negative and going into the hole.
We have 3 questions lined up already, and I'll get back in if I can. Let's start. And I'd like to ask colleagues, questioners, please introduce yourself and give an affiliation so that our speakers can know who you all are.
Hi, I'm Andres Ilves, and I'm back with RFERL, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. This is my 3rd time. When I first started, Konstantin Chernenko was the General Secretary of the CPSU. So, and in between, I spent 11 years at the BBC. And despite being Estonian, my specialty is Iran and Afghanistan. And my question is about the differing missions and your thoughts on the fact that if we take the very names of a lot of international broadcasters, Voice of America, British Broadcasting Corporation, and so on, not just their names, but their missions actually involve a projection of the country's values and somewhat of a focus, not entirely, but a focus on what's going on in that country. If you take RFERL in its very name, you have concepts of freedom and liberty, and who else is actually broadcasting to a place where the name is not of the country itself, but of its target audience, Radio Free Europe. And I find that the missions of international broadcasting entities are evolving to such an extent that in my perception, they're evolving more in the direction of the latter. That is to say, insofar as we're no longer broadcasting as much via radio, we're facilitating conversations that are happening in the target countries. So we have Facebook pages. I have nothing left to say as a speaker tomorrow because I'm saying it now. But basically, the missions are different. The missions are changing, and I'm just curious, in the very short time that we have left, if any of you could comment on how those differing missions, especially because the U.S. has had these two broadcasting entities at the same time with different missions, and how those serve public diplomacy, and also how those missions are evolving as we head more into a social media and engagement with our target audiences than we once did.
Matt, as you served as a governor on the Broadcasting Board of Governors, I think I'll give you first crack at that, but Nick's nodding his head as well, so I think we'll hear from him as well. Matt, would you like to respond to Andres's question?
Yeah, so Andres, thanks for your service there. First, I would say that the names, set aside the names for a bit, because those names, Voice of America got its name officially in 1946. Its name was not official in 45, whatever. And then, of course, the intelligence agency created Radio Free Europe, and then later Radio Liberty, and then later Radio Free Asia, which was closed shortly after, before being recreated after Tiananmen Square. But in the modern era, which is really what your question is about, I set aside the actual names, and the function of all of them is, in my opinion, and as I argued when I was on the board, they're all surrogates, because the basic operation of these entities is to provide news and information to audiences that are subject to censorship, either structural or implicit. So audiences that have a limited ability to access, or no ability, challenged ability to access truthful news and information. So where the missions differ, Radio Free, RFERL, just like RFA, is very highly focused on the local politics and the local environment. VOA is going to be focused more on the global issues, maybe also regional issues, and also here is the United States and some news that's relevant about the United States to that audience. And that's very important. You know this extremely well. I think many people, and I know people that were close to leadership in BBG, were not aware, and I know members of Congress and pundits aren't aware, but there is a very distinct difference in how these operations treat different language audiences, because those audiences have different needs. RFERL is very specific on that, and it will engage its Ukrainian audience in a very different way than it's going to engage its Belarus audience, because they have different needs and requirements, and even through different mediums. So I would say that for the most part, the missions don't really, there's minimal, if any, overlap. They fundamentally have a different relationship with their audience. They function differently, and they generally have a different basket of news and information and a way they will convey that news and information to the audience. Now, I will caveat that with that's dated, because I haven't been involved for a while, but conceptually, I would still say that is 100% what it should be and what it should remain to be. And so we have to look at it in a certain way. But I want to emphasize one other point. I have argued, and I had a debate with RFERL staff extensively when I was in Prague, that VOA is a surrogate as well. Not just RFERL. because it's operating because of a lack of local media and is providing that local news and information. I would also argue that if we do a traditional definition of public diplomacy, these broadcasters, these operations are not public diplomacy, because public diplomacy is about a relationship between you and me. These broadcast operations are about the audience, and it's about empowering that audience and what they need to know, which may or may not have anything to do with me. So that's a challenge, and I think that is a fundamental reality of the difference between how our broadcasters work. Also, the other thing I would like to say is that the fundamental purpose of our broadcasters is to go out of business. In other words, to be unnecessary, because your goal is to empower the local audiences as well as empower local media. You do that through your various tools and your methodologies and your training. You don't fundamentally want to be necessary. You want to empower a press freedom and a capacity for press freedom and an operational free press in those countries so that you're not necessary, which I think is another very distinct point that also helps diminish that these things, deny that these are propaganda operations. These are free press operations.
Nick, anything to add to that?
Just that I agree 100%. And to me, part of where the names are valuable is that it shows which countries are so serious about press freedom that they put their name on it. So it's you could even see Voice of America, Deutsche Welle, BBC as being the oldest kind of diplomacy, the gift, and saying that, you know, these nation states are prepared to make a gift of free media for the benefit of audiences in unfree places, but that emphasis has to be on what the audience wants and needs, and not on some kind of irrelevant material narrowly promoting the excellence of the country of origin, which was one of the functions that international broadcasting had in its earliest days.
We have with us today here the chief strategist for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, Kate Nieper. And so you'll be able to pose that question to Kate I think you're in 2 panel sessions on Wednesday. So we can follow up on that if it's of particular interest. And it does get very complicated and frankly very messy, I can say from personal experience of a couple of decades of struggling with this issue of missions and roles myself. But good question, good response. Go after Kate on Wednesday on this, okay? Sir, please introduce yourself.
I'm Mark Pomar, and I am a veteran of USIA, a veteran of VOA, and a veteran of RFERL back in the wonderful 1980s. So I feel I have to at least weigh in somewhat on the points being made. Lots of things to disagree with, but I don't think we have the time to go into a lot of details. I do want to agree with what Nick said, that a lot depended at USIA what was the message from the White House. And then, of course, VOA was part of USIA, and we were much bigger than USIA. So that also created its own complications, that we were the big entity of USIA. In many ways, we dominated USIA. Just to give you one small example of our involvement, I recall as the USSR division chief going to the Situation Room in the White House to give a full-length 2-hour presentation to the NSC on what we were broadcasting, how we were broadcasting, whom we were bringing in, the issues we were approaching. That was an empowerment that, you know, we felt we were very much at the center of activity. I mean, I recall sitting in my office and drafting letters from Director Wick to people in the Politburo on information policy that we sat in VOA. We were creating that letter. When it came back to us, we saw very few changes had been made. And so I think when you talk about USIA, and again, I'm talking about the 1980s, when we had a superb budget, we had more money than we really knew how and what to spend it on. I mean, I had more slots to fill than there were people I could find to hire. So I think a lot of that is, as Nick said, very much driven by the policy coming from the White House and the way it works its way down through the bureaucracy.
I think, Mark, thank you. When we come back to issues around U.S. international broadcasting on Wednesday, it will be important to make sure everyone in the conference understands the firewall and the extent to which you're involved in discussions and work with the rest of the U.S. government, and that the journalists are working entirely independently doing what journalists do. That's a difficult concept for many to grasp, so I just put it out there now as something I'd like to talk about more when we come back to it on Wednesday. Go ahead.
If I can just come back, I think that's an extremely important point. I also, when people talk about VOA and RFERL as news and information, I would say 70% of what we broadcast was culture, history, literature, ideas, just as true at VOA. I mean, we were on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we had tons of time to really get into a lot of cultural issues, both about the United States in the case of VOA, but also about the Soviet Union, different cultures of the Soviet Union. I mean, we were decolonizing the Soviet Union before the term became popular. I mean, we were dealing with very, very specific cultures within the Soviet Union. We had a very vibrant Ukrainian service, excellent Ukrainian service that was broadcasting, again, 24 hours a day. So these are the kinds of issues that I think very important when talking about USA and VOA is going back to what period are you talking about? You're talking about the 70s or you're talking about the 80s. They're very different organizations doing very different work.
I think that's one of the important things in your book, is that you make the point about how American international broadcasting became a virtual space in which issues of Russian history could be discussed, which just were not discussable in the Soviet Union at that time. But those issues are thought about and in media space created by the US government. And that's a tremendous part of the story that I think much neglected if we focus only on usually it's jazz and news about headlines about what was happening in the world. It's much more fundamental than that.
And that most people don't know is the extent to which Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty were religious broadcasters. We had hours and hours about religion, religious services, sermons. I mean, this is an area that virtually no one knows, and yet that was critical and important part of our broadcasting.
I'll restrain myself in the interest of time. This is a very, very rich subject that we'll talk about more come Wednesday. Yes, question, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Jessica Snyder, and I'm a cyber intelligence analyst with Booz Allen Hamilton, and UT alum. I was wondering, to take things back to the domestic collective idea of public diplomacy, how do we shift, because of the nature of the short election cycle in the US, how do we shift from public diplomacy efforts back to the people within party gridlock? And also, is the central government too strong for the people to have a significant difference at this point? And I know it's a big topic, but if you have any quick thoughts.
Who'd like to take that? Matt, do you want to start with that on that one?
Nick is closer.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jessica. I think that with this, this goes to a major problem. The United States really is divided. It really is a mess, and this should be a problem. And I think that what we need to do is think about what we agree on, because there's a lot of agreement. Bipartisanship is possible. There are people in the Senate on both sides of the aisle who see things in exactly the same way that we do we do here, and I think it's time to draw that out. And I'm very frustrated by the way in which issues of public diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, international broadcasting are played for partisan advantage in a very unhelpful way. And this is not just a U.S. problem, but happens in many democratic countries. It's hard to help a person who won't help themselves. It's hard to help a polity that won't help itself. But I think we're now in a situation where there are issues at stake that are civilizational, and it's time to wake up and leave some of our comfortable partisanship and jousting and back and forth behind, and focus on getting the job done. That's my feeling. Matt, do you?
So, yeah, I would frame it, I would say the same thing in a slightly different way. And sometimes the call is coming from inside the house, and you need to deal with that and figure out how to do that. Whether or not government is too big, I don't think that's the question. I think the issue is we need to be more aware of the communication we are creating. We need to anticipate the attacks on the efforts, just as we need to educate, empower, equip, and encourage folks to act in this space. And that also requires allowing the actors to make mistakes and get out there and say stuff.
And to come back on this, it's clear that the U.S. government doesn't expect to have pushback on public diplomacy reform and communication reform. That the Clinton administration was caught out by this rearrangement document called Security Decision 66 in the late 90s. Domestic media has this panic button marked Orwellian, and that they will thump it at the drop of a hat. It is amazing to see how the US government is caught out by this. Most recently, the fiasco around the Disinformation Governance Board, which was just rolled out in a completely amateur way with naivety as to what the likely reaction would be to something with that name and with those particular people involved. I mean, this is too serious a job to be treated as amateur hour, and not to expect, not to understand how these kinds of activities can be miscast for selling papers or whatever advantage people are going for. It's really nauseating and frustrating to see these mistakes being made over and over and over again.
Well, then perhaps by way of wrapping up, in our current chaotic information environment, which is at the heart of what we're talking about at this conference, Nick, you also mentioned how it's inseparable what reaches domestic audiences and foreign audiences, that a message to a foreign audience, you use the instance of George Bush and his reference to a crusade and how that's perceived very differently in Kansas from where it might be perceived elsewhere, and that overlapped. How do we work through the digital environment of trying to keep messages distinct, or do we just have to acknowledge and be cognizant of the fact that they are inseparable?
Well, I think you've got two problems. You've got the problem that a message crafted for Kansas is heard in Kandahar, but I see the bigger problem as being speaking to Kandahar because you want it to be heard in Kansas. And we have to look at both of those and make sure that message. It's now impossible to be different things at home and abroad. And I often think back to 1968 and those demonstrators in Chicago chanting, "The whole world is watching." Well, the whole world is watching now and listening and can see what's going on and makes its decisions based on what it sees going on in societies. And in many ways, the United States compares well, but there's also things in the United States that are very visible to international audiences that I think represent tremendous vulnerabilities. And however we move forward, there has to be a certain humility. And historically, the world loves humble America much more than the show-off guy. And I point out that Superman would be intolerable were it not for kryptonite. And sometimes by talking about your vulnerabilities, talking about your problems, it's a process you can share with international audiences. And, that America assumes it has to give solutions to the world. Just having an honest discussion in front of the world might be a step forward, and modeling how those kinds of discussions take place in a free country would be, I think, a step forward.
Matt, over to you for a minute or so of any final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Nick was saying. I think part of the problem is that we're not a messy and noisy communicator. We're too restrained in our communication. So when something happens, it is sort of like it's happening in a vacuum, and then we don't know how to react to it. So an example I've used for years as along this line of conversation is there was a time during our military involvement in Iraq where a sniper was using a Quran for target practice. The commanding officer had his translator write up the apology in Arabic in the local dialect and issued it, and then it was translated to English. And you probably are unaware of this situation because it never really materialized in the US. We were speaking to a local audience in the local language on a local issue. The point here is that we need to have that comfort to speak locally and to have that confidence that that is a requirement, and that if it is misunderstood domestically, that we can actively correct any misperception and have people understand that there are different audiences, they have a different frame, they have a different historical narrative, they interpret the message in a certain way, and that's how we're communicating. And I think important, and this goes back to another point that Nick made about the credibility, but we have to have policies that we can stand behind. I think too often what we try to forget is that for much of this century, our public diplomacy has been about changing the subject or putting lipstick on a pig. And we need to have a policy that can stand up. In fact, if we go back in the history and we go back to the time Smith-Munn, we go to the 40s and the 50s, the idea was we need an information policy to make known our actual policies. Not what the Russians are saying they are, but what they actually are. And this goes into that integration piece. Why are we doing it? What effect are we trying to achieve? And do we know that? So that would be my final comments. And I think that might go to Jessica's comment as well. And before I forget, I want to say hi to Kate.
Did everyone take good notes? Because I think that we've just had a lot of grist that will inform discussion questions going forward in these next couple of days. And Nick, I'm really glad that you're hanging around and will be in other panels. And Matt, I hope that we can facilitate if you'd be able to join us or rejoin at certain times, that we're aware you're there and can draw you back into conversations as inevitably questions come back and touch on this complicated past of public diplomacy and how we play it out in the contemporary environment. But for the moment, I'd like very much to thank you both, Matt Armstrong from Europe and Nick Cull here with me, for this really terrific panel. Thank you very much. Now if I can invite Brian Whitmore. This is a bit of a marathon run here first thing in the morning, but we're going to do a quick half hour here before we move on into other moderators and panel sessions. I'll ask you all these other questions later.
Meanwhile, can somebody get Jeff some coffee? I think he's been up here since sunrise.
Jeff, do you want sugar? I'm fine, thank you. Very much. And this is exciting stuff. It's a pleasure personally to re-engage in some of these issues that I've focused on for many years, to have an opportunity to sit with these smart folks and hear what they have to say about things. We're going to take a little detour now for a quick half hour in order to look specifically at Russia. And the reason we're doing that is that for decades, certainly, as you all know, beginning with the Cold War, as the Soviet Union, Russia has been America's #1 adversary, including in the information space. While there are rivals to Russia today in the anti-US information, disinformation space, certainly China's coming on very fast, and Iran is a player, and there are others. It still is the case that the extent of Russia's efforts to block U.S. information efforts through censorship, internet blocking, intimidation of journalists, etc., and its own information, disinformation offensive aimed at the United States and its partners, the troll farms, international broadcasting, cutout media organizations, diplomatic vitriol, etc., Russia still far exceeds the efforts of any other country. And let's also not forget that the term disinformation is widely attributed as having come from Russian, dezinformatia, as an important element of Russian intelligence called active measures, aktivные мероприятия, which is not about intelligence collection per se, but was about subversion and has been around for a very long time. For a time, a brief time, it looked as though the U.S.-Russia relationship might turn out differently. As the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union collapsed, there were very real hopes and perhaps even possibilities that the thaw in relations that began under Reagan and Gorbachev would in fact intensify through the 1990s. And there were elements of that, including the fairly good personal relationship between Boris Yeltsin and Bill Clinton, for instance. But by the end of the decade, we were in a very, very different place that only deepened as we got into the 2000s. So why didn't this relationship continue to improve? What went wrong there? What can we learn from what happened then that might inform us in the current situation, and perhaps looking at a Russia of the future will be the subject of this discussion. And there's no better person than to help us understand this than Brian Whitmore. Brian is an assistant professor of practice at the University of Texas, Arlington's McDowell Center for Global Studies, and he's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He's also the founder and author of a must-listen podcast, the Power Vertical blog and the Power Vertical podcast, which focuses on Russian affairs. You had Vindman on last week, and who's this week? You had
Mikhail Zigar on this week.
Misha Zigar on this week. And previously, and I know Brian from this, was a senior Russia analyst for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and also did his time as a Moscow correspondent. So, Brian, over to you to sort of set the context for us, and then a little quick Q&A over the course of the next half hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. It's good to see you again. Thanks to University of Texas Austin for allowing me to represent the University of Texas Arlington here. What I want to go through is just a series of broad points to kind of set the stage for the discussion, and then I can kind of dive into each of them in turn in the discussion. And this is all this is the framework for a book I'm working on right now. The working title is Russian Illusions: Lessons from the Post-Cold War for the New Cold War. And it's effectively what we got wrong in the 90s. So I'm going to just kind of go through my laundry list of what we got wrong in the 90s, and then we can kind of dive into each of those in turn. The first thing we got wrong is that we thought the problem was communism when the problem was really imperialism. So when communism fell and the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a sense of problems solved. And any lingering problems in the Russian Federation or other post-Soviet states were kind of the remnants of communism, where what we should have been looking at is the deep-seated political, cultural notion of imperialism. It's been said about the Russian state, it's hard to say if the empire created a state or the state created an empire, and this is how deeply ingrained imperialism is in Russia. It was not during the Putin time that Russia was arming both sides in the Georgian Civil War. It was not during the Putin time when Russia provoked separatist conflicts in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Transnistria. It was not during the Putin time when Russia was arming so-called patriotic groups in Crimea. This was all under the Democratic administration, or the quote-unquote Democratic administration of Boris Yeltsin during this period of wonderful friendship between Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin. So the first problem is we fail to see the essence of the real problem. The real essence was Russian imperialism. The problem wasn't communism. Communism was a manifestation of Russian imperialism. The second is that we fail to see the national security threat of kleptocracy. Russia was privatizing. That was seen as a good thing. We believed that as a market economy came into existence in Russia, that would automatically lead to a more benevolent Russia, where we failed to see that this the kleptocratic nature of the system was going to become a national security threat. And that while Yeltsin did not weaponize Russian kleptocracy, it set the stage for Putin to do so. We all remember the famous, I think it was an intelligence report that then Vice President Gore, in a section talking about the threat of Russian corruption, famously wrote BS, and he didn't write BS, he wrote the full word in the margins at that point, because it was seen that this would harm these the good relations that the U.S. and the Russian Federation had at the time. So we failed to see the national security threat of kleptocracy. And if it was again during the Yeltsin time that we had things like the Bank of New York money laundering scandal, which was a harbinger of things to come. It was when we had the Mebatex scandal tied to the reconstruction of the Kremlin. Again, this is all during the good old days of the Yeltsin administration. None of these things happened in the Putin years. The third thing is that we thought that globalization was going to be a force exclusively for good. We believed that only liberal values were going to spread on the backs of globalization. And as Russia became integrated into the global economy, the assumption was this was going to have a liberalizing influence on Russia. What we didn't see coming was that this would allow for a vector of malign influence. Globalization could also spread illiberal ideas as easily as it could spread liberal ideas. And as soon as revanchist elements in the Russian elite figured out how to use globalization, it could be weaponized against us, and it has been weaponized against us. Finally, and this might be one of my most important main pet peeves about this. We prioritized our relationship with Russia over those with other Soviet states. The most famous exemplar of this is the Budapest Memorandum, which Bill Clinton has recently said he regrets pressuring the Ukrainians into giving up their nuclear weapons in the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. I was in Kyiv in 94 when that was signed, and the anger was palpable. People were furious. People were disappointed in the United States for doing this, for prioritizing our relations with Russia. Now, I am for nuclear nonproliferation as much as the next guy, but think of the different place we would be in right now if Ukraine had nuclear weapons right now, I don't think Russia would have been so quick to invade, right? I also think that Ukraine probably would have been a much more responsible custodian of a nuclear arsenal than the Russian Federation at this point. I'm even led to ask questions like, why did Russia automatically inherit the Soviet seat on the UN Security Council? Why was that such an automatic thing? So we, again, and these are just a couple of examples of how we prioritize our relationship with Moscow over those of the other republics. So I'll stop there, Jeff, and I'm glad to dive into each and every one of these things, but these are 4 of the main things I think we got wrong. There are more, but in the interest of time, I'll stop there.
Had we gotten it more right and understood these issues more clearly, could even then have we necessarily affected a change? And let me give you my context for this. The broader question, as Gorbachev put reforms in place and there were hints of changes in the system and there were certain things happening that were in fact positive, halting attempts at elections and some kind of representative democracy, law enforcement working more closely with Western agencies, Louis Freeh visiting Moscow, setting up an FBI office out of the U.S. Embassy. Jill, I'm looking at you. You were in Moscow at this time, and I'm sure you'll want to jump in and come back at Brian on some of these things. With all respect to these points, was there enough in place to be encouraged to make change that we could in fact be in a better place? That's sort of the fundamental question coming back at you, pushing back on what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would say possibly no. Possibly no, but I think we'd be in a much better place than we are right now. We talked in the last couple of panels, there was talk about decolonization, and I think we tended to kind of conflate the Soviet Union and Russia, which reinforces the Russian imperial narrative. Now, there's a lot of reason for this. There's a lot of reason for this. A lot of it is in terms of the misunderstanding of Russian history on the part of many of us here. How many of times have we all heard, well, Ukraine's always been part of Russia? Ukraine hasn't always been part of Russia. I just gave a lecture at the University of Texas Arlington about this. Ukraine was part of either the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or the Grand Duchy of Lithuania for almost 600 years. It was only part of Russia for less than 200 years, right? But because we have all been taught this imperial version of Russian history, and that's the subject of an entire panel, how that happened, but basically white Russian historians populated Western European and American universities following the Bolshevik Revolution and brought this imperial version of history with them. So we didn't have the correct picture of this part of the world. And it's only been since the breakup of the Soviet Union that we have begun to see Ukrainian history as independent and distinct from Russian. And that's at the heart of the empire there. Russia without Ukraine can't be an empire, right? But but we still bought into this. And that led us to prioritize our relations with Russia, to kind of conflate the Soviet Union and Russia and see all these other countries, some of which, like, by the way, Ukraine would be the largest country in Europe if we're a member of the European Union. It's bigger than France, right? But to look at all these little kind of appendages of Russia and prioritize Russia. So no, you're right, Jeff. But if we had looked at this a little bit differently back in '91, we'd be in a much better place today. We might not be in a perfect place. We probably wouldn't be in a perfect place, but I think we'd be in a better place.
That applause is coming from Miroslava Gangadze. What a surprise. On the issue, we're with you on that, Miroslava, and specifically speaking about Ukraine. You know, back in the 80s and the 70s, when those of us who were getting just started studying Soviet Union, Soviet space at that time, there was this idea out there that there were, in fact, even in the Politburo, sort of good guys and bad guys. Mm-hmm. There were the liberals who drank scotch and listened to jazz in the evening, and then there were the hardliners. And it's certainly controversial, even in retrospect, that those kinds of divisions existed. In the 90s in Russia, were there, for want of a better word, good guys, even there in the mix, who, having been given more support, I'm kind of coming at my question in a different way, were they even there to be reinforced, or were we misled even along those lines, that there were those. And let me just expand on that a little bit more. If you take just the KGB itself, one narrative about the Committee for State Security is that there was a Western-oriented, progressive, which sounds like a strange word to use for the KGB, element that knew the West. They were in the first chief directorate, living in the West. They knew it was game over for the Soviet Union a long time before the Soviet Union fell apart. And they were looking at a different kind of Russia or Soviet Union, even if they weren't anticipating the collapse of the Soviet Union, that would somehow fit more into the global community of nations. And names are mentioned such as General Kalugin, for instance, Oleg Kalugin, and that they lost out in this crucial period of the early 90s to the other faction, which was the kleptocracy evolved into Putin's side of the KGB, and that side of the Siloviki, together with organized crime, really, and remnants of Communist Party power and elements of the military took over, that there was this fight that took place. What's your take on that?
No, that's a great question, Jeff. First of all, with regard to the elite, I would say it's not binary. It's a matter of degree. You did have people in the Russian elite in the 1990s who genuinely wanted a European democratic Russia that was going to respect the sovereignty of its neighbors. Boris Nemtsov, our common friend, comes to mind. But I think those people were the minority. I think we had gradations of this. We had people who were very good at pretending that they were pro-Western, using laptops and having red hair and speaking perfect English, not to pick on Anatoly Chubais by name, were examples of this. I remember somebody, a foreign correspondent whose name I will not mention right now, who was talking about how Sergei Ivanov was actually a very pro-Western guy because he's very charming and he speaks good English. And I said, that's what they teach them in KGB school, for God's sakes. Of course, he's supposed to pretend he's pro-Western, right? That's what they do. As far as the KGB, Jeff, you're right. The KGB were the first ones in the 80s to see that the Soviet Union was in deep doo-doo, right? But what did they do? The KGB as an organization launched something called Operation Lukh, or Operation Sunbeam. And this was an effort to A, recruit agents in the West, and B, move money out of the Soviet Union into the West, into shell companies set up by these agents in the West that would be run by trusted agents. Oh, by the way, those shell companies are still operating throughout Europe. So I don't think it was a sense that there were the people in the KGB who were the quote unquote good guys, the Kalugins. Kalugin emigrated. He lives in London. Right, so I don't think there really was, inside the KGB, there was ever a chance. Now, I'm willing to be proven wrong on that. I would love to be proven wrong on that, but that's not what I see. I see the KGB saw where this was going, and they set themselves up for the next stage. Again, because it wasn't about communism. It's about imperialism. And that's deeply ingrained and embedded in the KGB subculture.
I'd like to invite people in the audience. We have a lot of Russia specialists here and people with background in Russia. Jill, I mentioned you already. Mark, others, if you'd want to chime in and react to and comment. Danila Gaparovich has joined us here from Voice of America, for instance. Mark, let's start with you. Be quick. We're doing this for a podcast, so we want to be crisp.
Well, I'd like to say that, Brian, what you just said was being discussed in the canteen in Munich in 1982, precisely along those lines. And I got quite a lecture from a number of grizzled editors and former refuseniks on exactly that point. And you're absolutely right. There was a movement, well, very much a Reagan administration, that we are against communism, but we need to resurrect nationalism. Nationalism somehow in religion are going to be very positive. So yes, we were caught in that. But my quick comment is you're absolutely right, and it's a very, very important point that you're making.
Andres? Wait for your mic there. Wait for your mic.
The Balts were saying this the whole time, and nobody listened to them.
The Balts are always right, and we should listen to the Balts all the time.
Danila, did you have a thought on this? Please introduce yourself since you've just joined us when you get the microphone.
Danila Galperovich, VOA Russian Service, Voice of America. But, I mean, what would be your reaction to more sophisticated cases like Mr. Gusinsky, who was the creator of first Russian independent TV, at the same time employing Philippe Denisovich Babkov the general from 5th KGB department. I mean, it was not that clear, how to say, what's the place of these KGB generals in this new Russia, because oligarchs mainly employed them for sometimes very market purposes. So what's your take on that?
Well, I think it's emblematic of the world that the so-called New Russia was in the 1990s. I mean, remember, the oligarchs were kind of created as a class by the KGB in the latter stage of the Soviet Union in order to basically create this loyal class of oligarchs that they could control. And I'm not speaking of Gusinsky. I don't know the history of Gusinsky, but I know how this was with other oligarchs at that time. Then the Soviet Union collapses, and the oligarchs suddenly had the upper hand, and you had people like Gusinsky hiring KGB officers to be their security and their intelligence. And then when Putin came back to power, this flipped again. It just is emblematic of the kind of very morally ambiguous situation we had in the post-Soviet Union. In a lot of ways, these oligarchs needed these former KGB people to survive. I think there are very few in the KGB that truly wanted a liberal democratic Russia. I think that they all dreamed of a return to the security state. And I think they were just biding their time at that time.
Miroslava.
Thank you. Brian, I would say my name under every word you just said during the entire panel. My question is, we talk about the past and what kind of mistakes we or Western community made. How about the current and the future? What kind of mistakes are we making right now, and how can we? What would be the best approach to deal with Russia and surrounding countries now? Specifically, I just wanted to emphasize the issue of Russian language and U.S. public diplomacy, VOA, Radio Liberty are still putting a lot of money and effort on developing Russian language programming and toward the region as well. So how do you see that? And what would be the best approach today to this issue? Thanks.
Thank you, Miroslav. As is often the case, you anticipate exactly where I'd like to go. We've sat on panels so often, we can often finish each other's sentences. I'm worried about where we go from here. I'm worried about the day after we win in Ukraine and what happens then. Because I fear there are a lot of people in Washington, where I live, in many European capitals, who would just love to get back to business as usual with Russia, right? When in reality, I don't think there's going back. I don't think we're going back to the pre-February 24th, 2022 world. So I think on this sense, I think we have to be really, really careful about this. And again, not to prioritize Russia in this situation. I think what we should be prioritizing is Ukraine in this situation, getting Ukraine firmly embedded in Western institutions. That means NATO. I'll say it out loud. That means the European Union, which is already, that process is already underway. But it's not just Ukraine. I think if Russia's defeated in Ukraine, which I think they will be, then this is going to create what I call a 1989 moment. And we are not ready for this, right? Just like in 1989, when Russia was unable to, or the Soviet Union lost its ability to project power abroad, and that led to freedom for the Czechs and the Slovaks and the Hungarians and the Poles and the Balts and everybody else. I think we're going to be in this exact same situation when Ukraine defeats Russia. We're going to see a situation where Russia's ability to project power in Georgia is going to be diminished. So we have the possibility of Georgia returning to the pro-Western path that it's kind of been knocked off ever since Georgian Dream came to power. We're going to see Moldova accelerate its path towards the West under the leadership of President Maya Sandu. I even believe we could possibly see a free Belarus in the event of a Ukrainian victory, which I think is coming, and we had better get ready for that. Because we all remember these debates in the 90s about NATO enlargement, and I do not use the word expansion, which makes it look like NATO is this empire that's gobbling up countries. The debates about NATO enlargement in the early 1990s, well, we're going to have those on steroids once we see what I think is coming if, and I believe it will happen, Ukraine wins this war. And we're going to be, again, it's not going to be just Ukraine knocking on the door. It's going to be Moldova knocking on the door. And it's going to be Georgia knocking on the door again. And it's going to maybe, dare I say it, be Belarus knocking on the door again. And there's going to be a very, very, very brief window of opportunity, and we need to take it. Briefly on your language question, I think this is a tricky issue. I was at RFE when these debates were going on about broadcasting in the Russian language in non-Russian countries, in Ukraine or in Georgia or elsewhere. And this is a tricky question because the pragmatic side says if you want to reach the most people, you have to broadcast in Russian, but you want to engage in decolonization and promote the other language. There is not an easy answer to that. I've been in the room when these things were debated, and it's difficult. It's very difficult. I don't have a clean answer to that.
We're short of time, so I'm afraid I can take just one more question. And Jill, you had your hand up first. So, and please bring your question to Brian after the session, okay? And we can come back to it, I hope. Please.
Okay, thank you. Jill Doherty again from Georgetown and the Wilson Center. Brian, just for variety's sake, maybe I'll take a slightly different approach. But when you started talking about nuclear weapons after the end of the Soviet Union, it reminded me of the messiness of that period. And right now we're in a very confusing, chaotic period where it's very, very difficult to tell what's down. I agree with you, after, God willing, that the war ends. But just looking at that period of nuclear weapons, you had, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus and Russia had nuclear weapons. And so, and I covered that period, and it felt like maybe they did the best they could, keeping nuclear weapons because of the fear of spread of nuclear weapons. I don't want to get into a debate about that, but just as an example of the confusing part of it. So my question is, when the war in Ukraine finally is over, we hope, my focus always is more on Russia because that's my field. How do we prepare to use the messaging from that to convince Russians themselves that their imperial urges have been a mistake? Because they have never come to terms with that. They've never owned up to that part of their history. So is there a way that we can, I would say almost help them, to average Russians, to understand what they are doing and what they have done?
Well, I think, thanks for that question, Jill. The Russians are going to have to, this is not something we can do for the Russians. They have to do this themselves. We can kind of set the environment. And like a big question, one of the big questions I'm engaging in Washington right now with members of the diplomatic community is, what is the price of admission back to polite society for Russia when this is over? And for me, it is a complete renunciation of these imperial designs. Ukraine is off limits, but not just Ukraine. All of the former Soviet territory is off limits. It's not yours, right? But this is something only the Russians can do. What we can do is structure our policies to incentivize that. But it's not something we can do for the Russians.
And Nuremberg trials?
I think there has to be accountability for the war crimes that are being committed in Ukraine. Absolutely. I think that we would be doing humanity a disservice if we do not prosecute what's going on. I mean, what's going on in Ukraine is horrific. It's genocide. And this has to be prosecuted. I don't want to hear any fears of a kind of a Weimar situation, that this could be dangerous. I think it's the opposite is dangerous. It's dangerous not to hold the Putin regime accountable for what it's doing in Ukraine.
We'll have to leave it at that, Brian. This background is going to be very helpful as we continue our discussions about the international media environment and what countries are doing, including the Russians themselves. So, Brian Whitmore, thank you very much, and that's the end of this session. Thank you.
Somebody please get Jeff a cup of coffee.
Quick round of applause for Jeff Trimble, volunteering a few hours this morning. You did a great job. And make sure to check out Brian's podcast. No free publicity here. This is a Slavic Connection group, but Brian hosts a wonderful podcast as well. Next, we'll have a panelist of Moody College professors discussing topics such as streaming platforms, TikToks, and Netflix. So big for the Gen Z crowd, I hope. So come on down. We have Shanti Kumar, Shiv Ganesh, Wenhong Chen, and Joe Strabhar.
I'll just flip the order, so Joe goes first, I'll go last. Joe and Menong can go first and second, maybe, so that, we get the online people.
So, but you should probably open it up and then just acknowledge them. Well, yes.
I am the moderator.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Hi, Jeff. I'm Shanti Kumar. Very nice to meet you. I enjoyed the panels of the senior marathon. Very impressive. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll get a quick cup of coffee. Sure, of course.
Do you need help?
I'm sorry? Joe, because Joe. That's fine. So let me know when we're ready to start. And are we ready to start?
Just
Count to 15. You'll hear yourself in the
Okay.
You can sit down or stand, but you should probably sit down while you're waiting to talk.
Right.
You did a good job. And you can have Caesar bottles. Yes, it is already on. It's on. It's on right now. It's turned down.
I guess we have to use a handheld. They will be online. Oh, sorry. Hello, welcome all. Welcome back all. We're going to get started with our next panel. My name is Shanti Kumar. I teach in the Department of Radio, TV, Film in the Moody College of Communication. And the panel today is a set of presentations by various faculty members in the Moody College of Communication who work in different areas of global media. And we thought it would be an interesting conversation to have here to present to you and share with you our perspectives on global media. And my colleagues here, we have Professor Shiv Ganesh here, and two of our colleagues are online, Professor Joe Strabhar and Professor Wenhong Chen. I see Joe and Wenhong online. Joe, I think we're going to start with you, and followed by Wenhong, and then Shiv, and then I'll go last. Would that work?
Sure.
Great. Thank you. So, Joe, I know you have to leave after this, so if you could stay as long as you could, and then I know you have another event in Brazil right now, so thank you for participating long distance.
All right, thank you. So can I share my screen already? Hang on.
Joe, are you going to share your screen, or are we sharing it from here?
I'm sharing it. I guess I have things open. Hang on. Let's see. Well, let me get started while I'm finding the right item. So what I'm going to talk today about is kind of a contrast of two streaming models, let's call them, that are primarily, or that are kind of dominant in the world. I mean, I think if we look at streaming now and streaming 10 years from now, we're probably going to see Netflix, Disney, and there we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so I think a lot of people are interested now in Netflix as kind of a new dominant power, that it, in fact, may be a way that U.S. soft power gets expanded in the world. But I think if we look in an interesting way, there's two primary models. You know, both Netflix on its side and good old-fashioned Disney on the other. Disney, I think I'm going to argue, has a primarily classic Hollywood model, which will in fact push out a lot of US-based culture, in fact, very heavily push out US-based culture. And, you know, it kind of Disney depends on its existing catalog, and it depends on the largely American tent poles, Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar that it creates. And if you look at, you know, something like Parrot Analytics data about what are the most widely viewed or widely demanded, I guess is the way they frame it, programs outside the US, Disney, the most demanded things by Disney and the things that dominate their catalog are very American. And it's true in the Anglophone world, Latin America, many other parts of the world. It's interesting, Disney has discovered, though, that they have to program Korean stuff to Korea, more Turkish stuff to Turkey, and particularly in Japan, only two US shows are in the top 30. So they have to, even Disney, which prefers to program what it does best out of the United States, ends up having to respond to demand in many countries for more local programming. So even Disney may end up having not so much a purely American projection of soft power into the world, but a more multipolar one. I think that strategy gets even more, or that impact gets more noticeable with Netflix, because Netflix has a more multi-layered strategy. They've been announcing for at least 10 years that their goal is to produce a lot of programming in various parts of the world and get the whole world, including the US, to watch it. So their premier success would be Squid Game. And they target audiences directly by genre preferences across language and culture. They gather a lot of big data. They have very detailed categories of genre to fit that big data with, and then using algorithms, target you as an individual across whatever previous lines of TV flow we've ever tracked before. So this individual algorithmic targeting is quite of a new thing. I'll give you a personal example. So I know Spanish, watch TV in Spanish, like science fiction, particularly like time travel. So it was no surprise when Netflix promoted El Ministerio del Tiempo, a time travel series in Spain. And sure enough, I liked it a lot. So I think, and my experience, I think, will be replicated by a lot of people in a lot of places. Netflix will figure out exactly what I like to watch and then target me with it. And it'll have stuff from a lot of countries. So there's pretty extensive US production in most of the national catalogs, most of the national top 30s, but a lot, top 30 programs, but a lot of foreign production and more local production. So Netflix has also said very clearly its strategy that it's going to try to produce stuff in France that France will like, but that will also export well to the rest of the world. And so you see, but both with Netflix and Disney, certain genres like anime from Japan are going to be fairly prevalent everywhere. And so Disney and Netflix will, to some degree, boost Japanese soft power. Korea is very aware of the fact that Netflix can be a mechanism by which they project greater Korean soft power into the world. And they've cooperated heavily with Netflix. Netflix has discovered that Korea is a great producer of content that flows well, in part because the Korean wave was already a thing developing alongside Netflix for 15 or 20 years now. And so, in fact, there'll even be pretty extensive counterflow, what some people call it, back to the United States. So I think it's, because this is something that the rest of the world has complained about for a long time, that the US doesn't watch other people's programming. With Netflix, increasingly they are. So to conclude, I guess we want to keep this thing fairly brief. These two models of soft power are not entirely tight. It's more of a continuum. Disney isn't pure Hollywood or classic US cultural dominance, but that is the main thrust of their programming. So there is, frankly, a new layer based on a new technology of a pretty strong US soft power. Netflix, I would argue, is a much more multi-layered globalization and a much more multipolar soft power, heavily for the United States, but also pretty heavily for Korea, Turkey, France, the Scandinavian countries, Japan. They're going to project soft power for a lot of people. And so I think it's interesting for us to think about how that will change the scenario of how we think about soft power. All right, so let me stop sharing my screen right there, and thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we have our next presenter, Professor Wenhong Chen. Wenhong, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Let me share my screen first. So can you see my screen?
Yes, Wenhong, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. It's such a great pleasure to share some of my latest work on Zoom and TikTok. What Zoom might have learned from, what TikTok might have learned from Zoom, geopolitics, technopolitics, and platforms. So this research is part of my book project, Fat Dragon, Paper Tiger, US-China Comparative AI Policy and Practices, based on ethnographic observations, in-depth interviews, as well as government corporate documents, media coverage, and the digital trace data. So today, I will start with my theoretical framework and how that can be applied to Zoom's organizational crisis response. And second, I will draw some lessons from the Zoom response to TikTok's current challenge, and how TikTok's Project Texas may help TikTok from the fate of being banned in the US. And both cases would encourage us to contemplate whether we are at a new beginning or the end of an era of globalization as we know it. So a big part of my work has focused on localized networks that are networks with both global and local connections, and the impact, formation, and attention in such networks. Localized networks are networks that have this duality of spatial dispersion and social integration. It often allows entrepreneurs to nurture cognitive flexibility for discovering entrepreneurial opportunities, as well as combining geographically dispersed resources for acting upon such entrepreneurial opportunities. However, because of the duality of spatial dispersion and social integration, the localized networks are often of high transaction cost, low cohesion. They are often fragile constructs that require regular cultivations and renewal. So as I'm presenting on Zoom, so question for you, when did you start to use Zoom? Have you been Zoom bound? So exactly 3 years ago, how to use Zoom picked in Google search. And a week later, Zoom bombing become also a buzzword in the US. While we were in lockdown, and Zoom provided this essential service for people to get connected. However, by the end of March 2020, Zoom was under siege of harsh criticisms from outside on its various privacy and security practices. And even worse, besides the concerns about Zoom's privacy and security issues, there has been a bipartisan questioning about Zoom's China connection. For instance, March 2020, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi told MSNBC, Zoom is a Chinese entity. And a month later, Education Department asked for documentations related to any these universities, systems, contract donations and gift from a list of 22 Chinese corporations and universities, and somehow Zoom's founder Eric Yuan's name was also among the list. And I'm not going to have the time to go all into the details about the questioning of Zoom's China ties and the security concerns raised because of such connection. And Zoom responds very fast. It zoomed in through mobilizing networks of executives, advertisers, consultants, and clients for expertise, endorsement, and collaboration. And here is a network graph showing the stakeholders involved in Zoom's 90 days campaign on improving its privacy and security issues. So Zoom also zoomed in by inviting highly respected, heavyweight industry veterans to endorse its practice. In particularly, Larry Ellison, Oracle's founder and CTO, in a very rare testimonial video posted by Oracle on YouTube, shares that Zoom has become an essential service for Oracle, for companies in the United States, for companies around the world. It has allowed the economy to continue to function. Moreover, Zoom also hired retired Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, former Trump National Security Advisor, to become its board member. And General McMaster makes it very clear his goal is to help Zoom become the world's most secure video communication platform. And moreover, Zoom also brought in Josh Kammer, who was a former seafood official to become Zoom's policy director. And on the one hand, is zooming in DC connections and presence, as well as industry endorsement. On the other hand, Zoom also managed to zoom out by trimming its ties in China. Users outside of China would not have their meeting data routed through servers in China, and users could opt in or opt out specific data center location, and this practice are called as geofencing around China. And Zoom also stopped online subscription in China, and since May 2020, Zoom only operates its service in China through third-party partners. So some insight from Zoom's organizational crisis response, geopolitics, and technopolitics lead to a narrowing transnational field. Boundaries has been shifted and redrawn, which forced Zoom to have this reconfiguration of its globalized network to defend and restore its image threatened by national security accusations. And this case also shows the vulnerability, limitation, as well as resilience of globalized networks. And now move on to TikTok. What TikTok may have learned from the Zoom case? First of all, the big tech playbook used by Facebook, Meta, and its peers, deceive, delay, deny, deflect, would not work for a company that had significant Chinese connections. And now in the US, lawmakers are already in the round 2 of banning TikTok. And their concerns are mainly focused on whether Chinese government may push ByteDance, TikTok's parent company based in Beijing, for access to data about US users. TikTok had maintained that it has never shared US user data with Chinese government and that the company would not share such information if asked. And the second concern from US lawmakers was whether the Chinese government may push ByteDance to influence the kind of content would be shown to US users. And besides these national security concerns and privacy concerns, is this, of course, technological competition between US and China. So obviously, the traditional big tech playbook would not serve TikTok very well here. So TikTok proposed Project Texas. According to Zhou Zhou, the CEO of TikTok, in the congressional hearing and many media interviews, TikTok is spending $1.5 billion to work with Oracle to build a firewall that seal off protected US user data from unauthorized foreign access, to creating a scenario that American data stored on American soil by an American company overseen by American personnel. And many analysts point out that this is a significant concession and offering great oversight to US government. However, this may be not enough in the eyes of US lawmakers. And so compared to the Zoom case, here you can see a chart we created based on open secret data on lobbying spending in DC. And you may ask, oh, why ByteDance haven't spent as much as Facebook or Meta on lobbying? It turned out, although with 150 million users in the US, TikTok is actually at a very lonely place in DC. First of all, because TikTok is relatively young, lacking this decades-long relationship with DC lawmakers, think tanks, and other advocacy groups. And second, TikTok has not been very welcome in many of the trade associations and groups. Also, TikTok lack peer support. Many of its competitors are actually have some schadenfreude, let's say, at this time. And more seriously, and for the first time, there has been more organized effort, not just from lawmakers, but emerging alliance between Silicon Valley and Capitol Hill in this new organization called Hill and Valley Forum, which bring Silicon Valley VCs, entrepreneurs, as well as lawmakers called to a bipartisan, bi-coastal partnership. And the priority was for American technological leadership in this US-China tech competition, and a ban on TikTok has become a priority of this group. And such collaborations between the tech sector and the policy community hasn't happened in the recent past. So TikTok is really in a very hard place. So I'm not going to go through to the specific networks of Hill and Valley Forum, but they have been really like kingmakers like Peter Thiel and other top VCs in Silicon Valley, as well as lawmakers in DC. So we don't know where the future will be, whether Project Texas would help to save TikTok. I will just stop here because I think this case is really beyond one particular app. Its privacy and data practice or national security concerns is really an indicator that the transnational globalized networks that has sustained tech entrepreneurship in the past 2 decades may have reaching to an end, and we are entering a new era of geopolitics and technopolitics. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Wen-Hong. Our next presenter is Professor Shiv Ganesh.
Do you want to take this or the other one? Are you going to do the from here? I can pull this closer. I actually don't. Oh, you got that?
I think
Okay.
it'll work. Let's see. This needs a password. Okay, so am I good? I might have to keep going back and forth. Hi, folks. My name's Shiv Ganesh. I'm a professor of communication studies at the Moody College of Communication. I study collective action, which is the communicative process whereby groups of people make decisions about the public good. And I study collective action in the context of processes of globalization and digital inflection, which sort of explains my presence on this panel, really. So thanks to Shanti for inviting me. I am going to... The title of my talk is Global Ubiquity, Vulnerability, and Enemy, 4 Archetypes of Digitally Mediated Global Organizing, which several of you will recognize as the kind of title that you come up with when you're not quite sure exactly what you're going to say. Hopefully that's changed. And in the next 10 minutes or so, hopefully you'll understand what that means. At the turn of the millennium, those of us who studied collective action took globalization for granted, in that we saw globalization as ubiquitous, entangled in media flows, part of the architecture of our world, as unremarkable as plumbing. In the last 10 years, of course, major events have forced us to once again confront and question globalization, focusing on the wicked crises that have contributed to the sense of helplessness, alienation that individuals and communities experience, what Emil Durkheim 100 years ago or more called anomie, even as global problems such as the COVID pandemic, climate change, the refugee crisis, populism, disinformation, intolerance, I could go on, as those become ever more visible. That in turn has meant that the incapacities of individuals, groups, organizations, civil societies, and ultimately nation states to address these global problems through collective action, those incapacities have become starkly apparent, even as groups have resorted to these global digital platforms to try and work on these issues, as Wenhong has already outlined. The organizing environment produced by these global platform-based media is fluid, volatile, shapeless, ephemeral, short-lived, and fast-paced. The underlying assumption here is that the digital world brings with it chaotic forms of organizing, chaotic kinds of collective action, and this assumption is captured in any number of popular discourses ranging from corporate discussions about disruptive innovation, journalistic commentary on populist politics, or even community organizers' laments about increasingly isolated and disconnected individuals. As such, global organization has global disorganization in its DNA. What are some features of this organizing environment? You will have heard the term VUCA, which an acronym which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And that captures some fundamental spatio-temporal dynamics of this organizing environment. But in addition, I would add that the organizing environment, the digital organizing environment, is also what one might call intemperate, in the sense that minor problems and issues related to organizing and collective action might suddenly and quickly become misleadingly and unpredictably inflated, immoderate, and urgent. Second, the organizing environment can become amnesiac in the sense that maybe because of the immoderate potential and power of digital archiving and the possibility for instant recall, the transient quality of communication is in the foreground, and that results in digital memory itself becoming fallible, forgetful, and disembedded. And third, the organizing environment is what one might call proximate, which is precisely because both space and time are so highly compressed, that which is distant now seems close. Over the last 10 years, my colleague Cynthia Stoll and I have been looking at the spectrum of digital organizing produced by the global digital environment. Much of it has been driven by a large-scale study of a platform for collective action organizing, a platform that was actually inspired by the Occupy movement from 11 years ago, and at its height was used by more than 60,000 activist groups worldwide. And our study of this platform found considerable evidence of multiple types of groups, which actually at first blush was sort of surprising to us because the platform was set up to facilitate what we call archetype 4, which really is self-organizing groups. So the archetypes that we've identified vary considerably in how formal organizations are located in the model. So you have organizationally driven archetypes where platform members are from one organization, organizationally enabled archetypes which are inter-organizational, where people who come together on the platform are usually official representatives of different groups. You have organizationally light, which are much more diverse coalitions. And finally, you have self-organizing groups where really the platform is the organization. There's nothing else other than that particular discussion group. So we've examined multiple attributes of these various groups over the years, but here I just want to try and think through with you the idea that while much research attention has been given to the vulnerability, frailty, and chaos and disorganization of organizationally embryonic archetypes, we found evidence for that kind of chaos, that kind of vulnerability, if you will, across all 4 archetypes, not just the 4th one. And so what we are speculating now, and this is sort of where I just sort of leave data and just go into speculation, is that there are at least 4 anomic, chaotic processes in digital collective action across these archetypes, where digital media reproduce and amplify global crises. And the first of these processes is what we call magnification. And magnification as an anomic process it attenuates that fundamental dynamic of globalization that I talked about a little while ago, which is the compression of time and space. That is, the increased availability and accessibility of all types and forms of messages and events, regardless of when or where they're happening, have resulted in an even stronger hyper-compression, if you will, and an intensification of a scale we've not seen. Broadly, the term magnification signals the amplification of global crises, from pandemics to climate catastrophes, from humanitarian crisis and disinformation. So this process of global anomie writ large, magnification, is something that we can also see going on across these organizing archetypes. So we found elements of magnification across all the archetypes and most notably in the form of all groups responding and reacting immediately to issues that were topical that often happened elsewhere. And I think just of last year of what happened, I was in Sweden when the Dobbs decision was handed down, and the first thing that I noticed is that protest groups in Sweden were forming as quickly, if not before, protest groups in the United States. Now, that's magnification for you. And that's something that we saw in our data as well. And a great example, of course, and an archetypal example, I'm overusing that word, was the Occupy movement itself, where the International Day of Occupation spread like wildfire, and a range of different groups, from political parties to trade unions across the world, got involved in it, not just the more anarchic groups of supporters that we saw on Wall Street and a couple of other places. A second dynamic that we associate with anomie is what we call distortion. And over here, there's sort of this slightly florid quote from op-ed by Shoshana Zuboff back in 2020, where she says, "Only repeated crises have taught us that social media platforms are not bulletin board, but hyper-velocity bloodstreams into which anyone may introduce a dangerous virus without a vaccine." Distortion in that sense is in the DNA of global organizing. And of course, the twin axes of disinformation and misinformation are not externalities in the system, but they are intrinsic features of a world that is driven by this sort of anomie. And distortion in our data, interestingly, was sort of evident in how people were interacting with each other in these various groups, in this range of groups. In self-organizing groups, you would expect there to be no clear protocol for communication. But we found that even in Archetype 1, where everyone was from the same organization, people tended not to follow organization scripts, politeness norms, protocols, or rituals. And so discussions could very easily become hijacked in any of these groups. And this is evidence, and the designers of these groups started to worry about what was happening with the platform. And so there are a number of examples that we studied, which I won't go into because I don't have a lot of time. But more recently, the designers have been really worried about the extent to which anti-vaccine discourses permeated a range of groups, even groups that are set up by governments. The third anomic process is what we call monetization. And this describes a process whereby organizing and communicating are extracted into formats that make them amenable to observation, scrutiny, extraction, and manipulation. Mark Andreevich in my field made this now really prescient observation back in the early, about more than 20 years ago, that he called it a digital enclosure to describe an environment where every act of communication generates data about itself, which is happening in this very room right now as I speak. So this kind of monetization, writ large, as an anomic process, undermines institutional trust because of the possibilities and increased evidence, as we've seen in the news over the last 2 days, of large-scale surveillance, and it also erodes often necessary strategic secrecy for collective action to work well. Our own work, interestingly enough, shows that the people who are most aware of security and privacy concerns were also the heaviest users. So awareness about privacy and data extraction are not predictors of usage. People continue to participate in that system regardless. I'll close with a couple of comments about the last process that we noticed, which we called refraction. Now, those of you who may have studied globalization in a sociology class will know that globalization historically has involved increasing globalization, or rather increasing global consciousness through self-reflexivity, through self-understanding, self-positioning, collective repositioning, based on the increasing awareness of difference. But global anomie increasingly refracts that consciousness. So compared to the looking glass self of the past, contemporary identities are refracted in a much more fractured mirror. Global consciousness is contested at local, regional, and international levels, and no longer can we expect that consciousness to engender cosmopolitanism, but rather the kind of fractionated and fragmented identities corrodes and complicates and disorganizes global dynamics. So in our own studies, we are seeing this kind of refraction happening across all the archetypes that I described. So in an organizationally driven archetype, which to me is sort of the most interesting case, what an organization or group or political party is and what it stands for is increasingly up for negotiation by members who tend to be much more assertive, occupy far more diverse ideological footprints than leadership, and that in turn has caused large-scale disruption on all kinds of other fronts, and this can be seen in both the Democrat and the Republican Party in the United States today. Refraction is also evident in self-organizing groups. The last archetype that I presented, groups that are set up on an ad hoc basis to work on one cause often end up being derailed for other causes just because there's no centralized leadership. I think of the Yellow Vest protests in France, which we actually studied and that used our platform to organize. That were about one set of labor issues, but also became a ground whereby a lot of anti-Semitism was able to be rehearsed, and that was because there was no formal leadership, and there were many different kinds of people involved in those protests. I'll conclude on that note. I think I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Shiv. So the title of my presentation is Local is the New Global, How Streaming Platforms Are Transforming 21st Century Media Cultures. It's probably a little grandiose. They're not transforming, but they are contributing to a transformation that is taking place, and I want to focus on that. And I apologize for standing behind the podium in a professorial way, but for the sake of time and the technology here, I'll just do this here. So one of the things that is really interesting about these transformations is that there's a kind of new mantra of globalization that you see in a lot of different places, and that is local is the new global. So you see that in streaming platforms where you see different local shows being shown globally, and Joe had talked a little bit about that with Netflix. You see that in retail, where increasingly retailers are looking at very local kinds of ways of doing business on a global scale. You see that, and these are all headlines that you see here from newspapers and magazines. You see that in fashion, you see that in public policy discussions, and many of the reasons I think Shiv laid out really well, which is the kind of discussions about deglobalization or the changes that are taking place that are unpredictable, the rise of popular culture that is kind of taking over some of the more state and corporate kinds of debates that have shaped globalization for a long time. So this new mantra of local is global is something that you see in many, many different fields. I think deglobalization is probably a misnomer. I think it's much more that the different kinds of locals emerging simultaneously, and the challenges of connecting these very diverged localities is probably the new form of globalization that you see in a lot of these debates. And you see this particularly well in the streaming media industries around the world. And so the two charts here give you a really good indication of that. The first one on my right is the chart about the growth of streaming markets around the world. You can see the blue is the United States, which is steadily increasing, and it is the largest, but it also is kind of tapering off, whereas the green is Asia Pacific, and you can see that it is exploding exponentially. And in fact, more than 60% of the current audiences of streaming platforms are thought to be in Asia Pacific, with a potential for growth that goes way beyond that, whereas these other markets you see tend to have kind of flatlined over the last few years. The other chart there shows you the streaming media in Asia Pacific, and again, you see China by far the largest, but as you can see from the 2021 numbers to the 2027 projections, China kind of tapers off, whereas the green is India, which almost doubles, and the orange is others, which would be Southeast Asia, which more than doubles in the projections, which means that there is great potential in some of these markets which are not considered the major global markets of streaming media currently, or even in the kind of traditional understanding of the major centers of globalization. So one of the interesting things about the ways in which global media companies and even media companies in these marginalized and smaller markets are dealing with this is by trying to create these very local kinds of narratives that are simultaneously very locally specific, catering to these markets, but also simultaneously very global. And so one of the things that you see in a lot of the discussions by media industries around the world is this idea that the new local that we think of as the new global is both super global and very hyper local. And Netflix, that Joe talked about, has a very interesting strategy about this. This is the co-CEO of Netflix saying that stories can be pan-regional, but the way they travel is not globally the way it used to be traditionally, but that they first have to satisfy viewers in a very local context and then move from there in a global way. The other one is a really interesting campaign that Netflix launched called One Story Away, and it was like little taglines about how stories cater to specific local markets, and that each of those stories is just one story away from connecting with similar stories from around the world. It's a really interesting campaign that was launched in 2020, and then one of the brand managers, vice presidents, who's the former vice president now, talks about that these words, the One Story Away global campaign, really captures at the heart of what the Netflix strategy is, which is that there are different tastes and modes, but that whichever kind of location you're in, you can start specifically with your story and find ways to connect to other local stories. And so this is the new kind of mantra you see Netflix embracing really very actively, trying to create local stories first, and then the multiple local stories connecting to create a much larger Netflix brand image. But of course, Netflix is not really the only one doing this, and lots of different networks are trying to do this. And one of the key strategies in this is what they call languaging, which is essentially using subtitles, which is the more kind of traditional way, or closed captioning, dubbing by native speakers, adding cultural nuances, which is getting higher in the value chain now, using AI algorithms so that a lot of it is automated as well, or attempting to automate that. Also compliance editing to meet various local regulations so that the one local story that works in one location can be edited marginally or whatever necessary into other locations. And machine learning, AI, all of these come into play as different local stories become part of this new strategy of creating a multi-local global. And as you go up the value chain, these become more expensive options. So global streaming companies really struggle with this though, because local cultural context is very challenging. Translation is not an easy task. But what is really interesting is a lot of the local and regional media companies in these markets that they're trying to enter, the Asia Pacific, the other markets, India, which is Netflix's largest growing market. In those markets, there are already regional language media players who have been doing this for a long time in print, television, film. And so they actually are much more adept at languaging strategies than these global corporations. And so what I'm interested in looking at, for the sake of time, I'll stop now, is looking at these challenges that major global corporations face in their attempt at becoming more local, and at the same time, the ways in which the local media corporations are able to tap into their longstanding cultural reservoir of being able to do multi-local languaging. And my own research focuses mostly on India, but I'd say that this is something that's happening on a large local scale in the Middle East, in Latin America, and elsewhere. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Michelle, I know we're over time. Do we have time for questions or comments, or no? Okay.
Thank you to the Moody College folks. Give them another round of applause.
Thank you.
I know we're running a little behind, but I think we'll be able to get a good presentation in before lunch. We'll be moving into a panel on disinformation. We have Jessica Dawson, Shidong Liu, Lee McIntyre, and Asha Rangappa, and this will be moderated by our own Kirill Avramov. Dr. Avramov is a professor of the Department of Slavic Studies. He's a non-resident fellow at the Intelligence Studies Project here at UT. He also has the great dishonor of being a reader on my master's thesis. So thank you very much, Dr. Avramov. Please take it away.
Asha Rangappa as well. Maybe behind on the screen, I hope. Hello? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much. It is an immense pleasure to host this particular panel, because this is a panel that is quite ambitious, and I'm humbled by the expertise that is assembled here. These are public figures, academics and scholars that I do follow myself, to educate myself on some of the most important trends. And this panel is called The Wonderful World of Disinformation, which is a very broad topic. And we do have distinguished speakers. On my right side is Dr. Jessica Dawson, an Academy professor at the United States Military Academy at West Point. She holds a PhD in sociology from Duke University, and her research interests include extremism, morality, narratives, and social change that comes from the digital disruption of social processes. Also, she is the lead research scientist of information warfare at the Army Cyber Institute. Let's give her a hand. On my left side, I do have Dr. Xiaozhong Liu, who's an associate professor of computer science at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and his research interests include natural language processing, text and graph mining, informational retrieval, metadata, and computational social science. While he was active in academia, his research also extends to industry, and he was a senior consultant and NLP research director at Alibaba Demo Academy and led numerous prestigious projects. Please give him a warm welcome. Okay, I'm trying to see where our other colleagues are, and I see that they're above. On the screen above me, you see Lee McIntyre, who is a research fellow at the Center of Philosophy and History of Science at Boston University, formerly executive director of the Institute for Quantitative Social Science at Harvard University. He served as a policy advisor to the executive dean and the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at Harvard. He is author of multiple books from MIT Press and makes very frequent media appearances. Hello, Lee. Thank you for being with us today.
Thanks very much.
But last but not least, we do have Asha Rangappa, who's a senior lecturer at Yale University and a former associate dean at Yale Law. Previously, Asha served as a special agent in the New York division of FBI, specializing in counterintelligence investigations. She has been a contributor on many television and radio outlets and now is a legal and national security analyst. So again, I'm humbled by the presence of those specialists on our panel. And as I said in my a little bit chaotic introduction, is that we are looking at a very broad topic, and we would like actually to cover no less than 4 broad themes today within this topic. And those will concern the so-called post-truth reality, the second one being the arbiter of truth challenges. Another facet of disinformation, the wonderful world of disinformation, is denialism. And last but not least, we would like to address a little bit about the large language models and the effects on disinformation today. So we'll try to cover from policy all the way to technical challenges. And without further ado, I would like to start, because I'm pretty sure that there will be a lot of questions from the audience as well, with an introductory question to all of the participants on this panel, and I'll start with asking probably Jessica on my right. Jessica, as we find ourselves in the so-called post-truth reality, what can we infer from the institutional reactions to disinformation spread, control, and mitigation of adverse effects in effectively polarized democratic societies such as the American ones?
So that's a really great question, and we are all what is standing between you all and lunch, so we'll all hopefully be very interesting and engaging. I think this question of institutional response is really interesting because the folks that are typically inside of institutions tend to be older, so they're not necessarily digital natives in where a lot of this disinformation is starting. When we look at the pandemic response as an example, the CDC said, "Well, talk to your doctor about your concerns about the vaccine." Well, that misses the fact that something like 70% of Americans don't have a primary care physician. They show up at the doctor's office and they see who's ever there, which doesn't exactly engender trust. So as we think about institutional responses, we have to get institutions to recognize the world as it is, not how they think it should be or how they hope it is. There's massive structures of social inequality that are really feeding into this disinformation space, and that's because a lot of the institutions aren't really in a lot of these spaces where we're seeing a lot of the impacts of this inequality.
Thank you very much. So they basically are missing, as big missing actor. I would like to ask the same question, if you can, address it, and as well, comment a little bit not only on the American case, but also globally. Are we looking at a very specific phenomenon that has been just outlined?
Sure, I would love to. Thank you. This is a really interesting question because, misinformation, disinformation do not only, it's a pattern of the United States, it's everywhere. If you compare somehow like Russia, China, American, and Europe, and you will find that disinformation, misinformation generation, and the diffusion can be in different models. But they share something maybe in common, which is misinformation is increasingly easier and popular being distributed on different kind of network. And especially when we have like AI and the social bubbles, AI, I think this foundation AI is make your bubble more comfortable to stay with. So that's the reason, no matter in American, like your case, it's like COVID-19. So if you're on the left or on the right, and you will find no matter which ideology you have, but you will find it's like the bubble reinforce your belief in the information exists in the bubble. So, and AI will make this diffusion more smooth and more efficient. So, which is a global challenge now that belongs to the United States. But somehow we want to pay attention, especially later tomorrow, going to compare misinformation diffusion generation between China and the US, and you will find that my basic idea is there is a way, no matter technology way or social way, there is a way to somehow control and remove the misinformation, but the cost can be really, really high. And our question is, do you really want to afford the cost of removing misinformation? Basically, my opinion is maybe not. Because when you totally remove and control misinformation, it means information censorship and free speech going to be challenged. It's very like Chinese case. And probably this is not something you want to happen in this country.
Thank you for addressing this. I would like to turn to and ask Asha on her introductory remarks precisely about that. And of course, afterwards, Lee, before we start looking at the nuances of those structural inequalities and some really, I think, provocative thoughts offered here by our panelists. Asha? Hello?
I can't believe I've been doing Zoom for like 3 years and still forget to unmute myself.
Oh, yes.
I think that there are 3 big challenges when it comes to institutional responses, and I'm assuming by institutional you mean government responses.
Yes.
The first is obviously our First Amendment. We have kind of, I think, a naive idea about information, and it's built into our jurisprudence, this idea of the marketplace of ideas. And we believe, our laws have evolved, our jurisprudence has evolved to, on the premise that the answer to bad ideas is just more ideas and better ideas. And somehow this is all going to compete in this marketplace, and the best ones will win out. And it doesn't take into account the new reality of the digital landscape, in which it's not a even playing field. Imagine a securities market where people have unfair advantage. This is our information space right now, but that's one challenge, is the First Amendment. The second is that our institutions have not been very good at observing the First Amendment. So I often say, the First Amendment and the FBI are 2 great tastes that don't go great together. And we've seen that in history. And as a result, we have a lot of buffers around speech and the government being able to intervene, both in terms of our use of propaganda, the exposure of our own population to information operations, and this really creates a problem in a globalized society. The third, I would say, is that this is an interdisciplinary problem, and our institutions are very siloed in their purpose and mission. And this is a problem that really spans a number of different areas. Is it the Department of Defense? Is it the Department of State? Is it the FBI and CIA? And meanwhile, our adversaries are really engaging in hybrid warfare, where they don't observe the same kinds of silos that we do. They don't observe the distinction between domestic and foreign, and war and peace, and private entities and public targets. And we just haven't gotten our mind around all of these different challenges when it comes to countering disinformation.
Thank you very much. Well, that is pretty sobering, and I hope it will also raise a lot of questions. And certainly, I'm looking for a very polemic second day as well. Lee, could you please offer your take on the institutional reactions and their adequacy?
Yeah, thank you for having me. There are a couple of things going on here. First, I think in order to have an adequate response, you have to admit that we're actually in a disinformation war. I see a lot of people in government, I see a lot of people in journalism who refuse to draw the distinction between misinformation and disinformation. And you really have to face the fact that if what we're fighting is disinformation, that means it's intentional. That means that there's somebody behind it doing this on purpose, with a purpose. And, do we want to stop them? And if we want to stop them, we've got to understand that we're fighting with one hand behind our back. I mean, one of the attractions for, if you imagine disinformation coming from a foreign government, is that they want to launder it as quickly as possible through a domestic filter. Because then what happens, if they can get it through with social media or partisan media through a domestic filter, then our government has a little bit of trouble, don't they? Because then the minute that they try to fight it, then they're accused of partisanship. So, it hamstrings the media. They don't want to be biased. It hamstrings the government. They don't want to seem, like partisan. And so this is really a problem. I mean, as we speak here today, April 10th, Nina Jankowicz, who is the head of the DHS's Disinformation Governance Board, has been called before the subcommittee in the judiciary in the House to address the issue of weaponization of information and censorship of conservative voices. This is what is the problem, I think, in the government response to fighting disinformation. We have not figured out how to stop falling for the idea that in order to fight disinformation, we don't have to fight with one hand behind our back, because and I understand the importance of the First Amendment, but a lot of the talk about how, well, you cannot possibly preserve free speech and fight disinformation is itself disinformation. That is itself part of a strategic propaganda campaign where our adversaries are trying to exploit weaknesses. And one of them is that we don't want to seem partisan.
Thank you very much for those introductory answers. And of course, because we are here at LBJ School of Public Affairs, there will be questions, concerning policies. Two of them that are coming again, I would like to ask a round of comments. It's something that we hear often from our students here, Dr. Dawson. What are the best strategies, and are there any best strategies and recipes for institutional engagement?
Yeah, I think we're still writing that playbook. I don't think we really have a good sense across different institutions of what the best strategies are. Sometimes the best option is ignore it because you don't want to create the Streisand effect. Sometimes the best strategy is you need to engage now, because if you let the silence stand, then someone else will fill the narrative for you. So I think we're still really trying to figure out what is something that's worth responding to, what is something that we should ignore, when do we start paying attention to things that happen on the fringe, when they start to move to the mainstream. How do you pay attention to what are the fringe narratives? How do we even define fringe, right? When I say fringe, I'm talking about from a network position, right? That's not in the centralized network position. And we tend to dismiss things that are hanging out on the fringe. Well, again, going back to the beginning of the pandemic, there has been a growing anti-vaccine movement in America, since the early 2000s with the Wakefield refuted study. Had we been paying attention to that inside of institutions, we would have recognized that this pandemic now is a perfect opportunity for this to grow and gain traction.
I agree.
And we just simply either didn't acknowledge or said, oh, that's just a bunch of crazy people, et cetera. And we didn't really engage with what the position was and how much confusion and chaos was going to come into this space because of the sort of modern historical unprecedents of this pandemic with the information environment.
Thank you. Very quickly, does empathy play a part in this process?
I mean, I think we have to understand where people are, right? And we have to, to do that, we have to understand, where are the new parents that are trying to figure out the best information for this, this child that they have, right? Looking at new parents. And, you go on Facebook, and I believe Frances Haugen talked about this, that, when you go on Facebook and you're looking for information, right, the government pages, the official pages, the vetted pages from, medical experts aren't the first thing that find you if you're, a new parent, right? The algorithm is pushing vaccine questions, vaccine hesitancy, all of these some folks that have legitimate concerns. There are people out there whose children have been harmed, right? Who did, deal with, a vaccine reaction, right? That's not the vast majority of it. But to say that it doesn't happen, doesn't play on it when it's your kid, right? So the problem at scale is not the same when it's your, issue.
thank you for this comment. And there was a reason why I went back, and asked you, about. I believe you have a wonderful people coming out about structural inequalities, which and access. And I also myself always in my head I'm struggling, between this balance of empathy versus legitimization. However, I think we might come to, hopefully, to some sort of an agreement on our panel that ignoring probably is not the best strategy as far as we are, moving ahead. Now, Asha, can I ask you, is there a best strategy for engagement? Is there such a thing? Institutional.
Oh, wow. I don't know how to answer. That's a really big question. I would say that we are moving towards there are examples that suggest that we have some good approaches. So for example, and that, by the way, that leverage our strengths. We have to remember that disinformation by outside actors is an asymmetrical threat, right? There is a way that that these actors, China, Russia, are using things that we have traditionally considered our strengths, like our open society, as vulnerabilities to be exploited. And so the question is, how can we rechannel the things that are our strengths back the other way? One example that I thought was very good was the pre-bunking of narratives before the invasion of Ukraine. This was a way in which we leveraged our ability to gather intelligence, to share it with our allies, to leverage our soft power with Secretary of State Blinken going in front of the UN and putting out these narratives in advance so that they don't get traction, right? You essentially vaccinate the recipients by inoculating them against things that they are going to hear, and then they're more critical when they come. Another example that I think is good, though this has, to Lee's point, become politicized, but I think it was a good effort, was the attempted coordination in advance of the 2020 election between the FBI and social media platforms to be prepared for hack and dump operations, influence operations that might happen. This has gone down the whole road of the Twitter files. But this was, I think, getting an understanding of not looking at content, and I think we can, this might be for another question. We get really caught up in truth and veracity versus falsity. And to me, the more important thing is the source. Who is the actor? There can be true information that's put out, but if it's put out by an actor who's obscured, then that becomes a problem. And I think this is what that coordination was trying to get at. And, I don't know if we can call it a success or not, but I do think that there was at least evidence that we had learned from 2016 from Russia's hack and dump there, and we're trying to prevent that from happening again. And we actually had social media companies on board with that.
Thank you very much, Asha, and I do really appreciate the fact that you were giving positive examples, because often we are accused of being prophets of doom, right? Our research is always concerning, problems that, we can surely qualify as wicked problems. But I also agree with Asha that, and with the rest of the panelists, that we do have actually some good practices that we can share should we choose to do so. Dr. Liu, when should institutions disengage as opposed to engage? Now, we were talking about engagement, and I promised, to all the panelists and hopefully our students and guests here, that we're going to have the hard questions, in this panel. We're not going to spare, and thank you for being part of it.
I mean, this is an interesting question, because I think right now, when we say engage or disengage, is like people, especially young people, young generation, consume information in a very different ways. So for instance, today, right here, I find a number of speakers and the panelists, and they give a really good, very insightful opinion about different topics. But when you ask young people, if you randomly pick someone, even from UT Austin campus, you bring bring him or her to the room and say, do you want to spend an hour listen and provide some feedback? And probably he or she's feedback is, I don't care. I'm more interested in 20-second videos from TikTok. When I'm talking to my student, maybe because I'm teaching information science and computer science, when I ask my student, do you know something like Trump is the bad guy or let's go Brandon? And they know, oh, we all know that, yes. Trump is a bad guy, and let's go Brandon. We all know that. This is very interesting. This is funny. But while I'm asking him or her, like, do you know the reason behind that? Why Trump is doing something bad, or why Biden is doing something bad? Give me a comprehensive story. And the student probably say, I don't know. I don't care. Why I should know? I mean, 20 seconds videos can be more impressive. I know there's BBC colleague and a Voice of American colleague here, and you have a very good documentary, but young generations, they don't have interest, they don't have a patience to do that. So right now, I think when we talk about engage or disengage, so we should, investigate probably young generations, their attitude and their behavior when they consume information in the AI empowered time period. I'm especially interested, also tomorrow I'm going to want to talk about that. So when I'm studying, when I'm investigating like young people from China, and when they come to the United States, they'll have a chance to access more comprehensive and true information. So for instance, a number of young people from China, so when they study in the United States after 2 or 3 years, they still believe that US lab generate the COVID-19 virus. And also they believe that we should essentially support Russia, because if Russia losing the war, America will invade China next. So there's a number of facts that is missing. So but I'm more interested in why they keep this ideology, even though they have access for some more comprehensive information, but they purposely reject this accessibility to the true information. So I'm more interested in this behavior. So what's going on? So is there some social effort or tech efforts we should do to prevent this happening? So not just in American, but also in the global way. So this can be a very interesting but very challenging issue.
Well, thank you very much, because you've pointed out something which I believe is very important, like about stepping on data, and that automatically will bring me back to Lee, to ask him probably the last of the series of the questions from this particular topic, which is really hard and broad. Lee, do we have evidence-based intervention and policies, as we already started talking about, and are they adequate for the challenge?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I want to celebrate the answer that Asha gave about pre-bunking, because there is a lot of evidence that this works. Right now, I'm part of a group called the CIRSE, the Cognitive Immunology Research Collaborative. It's based on this concept by philosopher Andy Norman. His book's called Mental Immunity, and we're trying to come up with an off-the-shelf program that institutions or individuals can use to inoculate themselves from bad information. So, if you think of disinformation, the pipeline, it starts with the creators, it goes to the amplifiers, and then to the believers. And it's often thought, well, there's nothing you can do about the creation of disinformation. Well, maybe that's true. Maybe you can't get Putin to stop being Putin. But if you could stop amplification, in its cradle, if before it has a chance to get out there, that's what really happened. Well, the example that Asha was talking about, Putin was about to, launch some sort of a disinformation campaign about some fake atrocity that Ukraine was allegedly committing, and Biden just exposed it, in advance. They declassified some documents, exposed it, and so it never got any traction. Now, he found another reason to invade, but that's how you fight disinformation, I think, is best is through amplification, stopping the amplification. But there is another way to fight it, and this I don't think should be overlooked. Before I got quite so interested in disinformation, let me put it this way. What brought me to the issue of disinformation was the issue of denial. Why people have denialism about vaccines or the shape of the earth or evolution or anything like that. And what I discovered was that a lot of it's based on disinformation. These sorts of beliefs about vaccines or the Jewish space laser and all this other stuff, they don't come out of nowhere. Those are propaganda. Those are things that someone wants us to believe. And here's the hard part. Once somebody believes that, it's very tough to get them not to, because facts are not going to change their mind. Denialism is not really about evidence, it's about trust. And so there is some very good empirical evidence which shows that you can debunk. So that's the pair, right? There's pre-bunking. Debunking also works, but you don't just debunk with facts. You debunk by talking about why people believe the things that they believe. What was the path that led them there? And it takes a lot of empathy and a lot of calm and a lot of patience. I went to a flat earth convention where I tried this, and I didn't get anybody to tear off the lanyard and say what a fool I've been. But I got them to listen. And the way I got them to listen was that I listened to them. So, demonstrating empathy, trust, that also, there's some empirical evidence behind that. So yes, there are studies. The best study on this is one by Cornelia Bache and Philip Schmid in Nature Human Behavior, June 2019, for the work on pre-bunking. You can find that in Andy's book, Mental Immunity. And in Sandra Vanderlin's brilliant new book, Foolproof, as well.
Thank you very much. Well, in general, I know that at least the zeitgeist amongst the skeptical research community like ourselves is that we should be striving for evidence-based policies as opposed to what ought to be, which was or how we think about certain things which might not reflect reality. But that brings me to the second broad topic, which I would like to start with Dr. Dawson and Asha. Who should be responsible for adjudicating the information veracity? The arbiter of truth, this perennial hot potato question.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, if we look at how we've structured knowledge, right, with the advent of the printing press in the West, right, we had to restructure knowledge. Knowledge became out of control of the church now, and it became more democratized, right? And we had to develop institutional responses to that. When we looked at the yellow journalism, right, there were institutional responses to, what makes media, what is news, what are the journalistic ethics, et cetera. So as we think about, the arbiters of truth, quote unquote, we again need to look at where are the divisions and where are the breaks. The line in this country is not between red states and blue states, right? It's between blue cities, college towns, and everywhere else. That's a problem, right? Where are the network ties? Where are the ties to people that can, quote unquote, go back home and talk to, the people in their communities and still be heard because they don't speak the same language anymore? So when we look at the way that the educated elite have been pulling away from the rest of society in segregation in neighborhoods and colleges and the economy, that creates a problem of trust because I don't know you to talk to you about this anymore. I don't have the ability to reach out and have that conversation. So we have to really expand our ties, our relational ties back into a lot of these communities. And we're not going to get everyone, but this is a technical problem that is, exacerbating existing social problems. We're not going to tech our way out of this. We have to really look at the underlying issues and why people don't believe certain things. Mm-hmm. We look at, globalization and how it's been, quote unquote, good for the American economy. Well, good for who? Right? Because I can show you towns in my state of Maine, where I'm from, that have been devastated because the mills are not just shut down. They have been stripped for parts and are gone. And these were sources of jobs and community and pride and belonging that are gone now. So you can say
probably replaced by anger, right?
Well, what's replaced by what? Someone's going to go in and either replace that with hope or anger or despair, and who? Right? Yeah. And what is happening there. So we have to really look, like, these are hard problems. And to say that, I'm a college professor, you should trust me. Well, if you don't speak college, you're not going to trust me, right? So.
Thank you for pointing this one out. I think is really, really important. Sometimes I guess we should not be carried away in academia, like in the ivory tower, to have this common language with the wider segments of society. This is, in my mind, this is actually the mission of a public intellectual, right? To find those bridges instead of necessarily, have those ruptures. Asha, who should be responsible, for the arbiter of truth challenges?
Yeah, I think this is a great question because what we've seen happen with the advent of social media is really, I wouldn't call it arbiters of truth, but the gatekeepers have been removed, particularly with journalism. We used to have gatekeepers that had certain journalistic practices. So there were some ideas that could never make their way into this sphere of debate or controversy. They could also create a sphere of consensus, which were things that we all agreed on. Now, in some ways, this was anti-democratic because there were certain things that never made their way in. Social media has allowed us to shine a spotlight on all kinds of inequalities, on police brutality. It allowed Arab Spring, all of these things, but it's also flattened authority to the point where everything can become up for debate. I think right now, the arbiters of truth have become the courts. What have we seen? We've seen defamation lawsuits against Alex Jones. We're seeing the Dominion lawsuit. And that's because they are gatekeepers. You cannot go into a court and lie. There are costs to that. We saw this with the election cases with the big lie. 60 of them were thrown out. But we can't rely on the courts to arbitrate everything. And I think to bring this back to Lee and Amanda's point, there is a concept in sociology about social trust. And that when social trust breaks down, what you end up with is cool trust. Meaning, if you can't count on norms of reciprocity for people to behave in honest and ethical ways, then you have to create formal rules and enforcement mechanisms in order to make everybody obey their rights and duties to each other. That's where we are now. That's why we're seeing all these defamation lawsuits, et cetera. How do we get back to this place of social trust? Empathy was mentioned before. I think we need to create this from the ground up. And Lee's point about, we can't stop disinformation, I tend to think of this as an analog to how we think of cybersecurity, right? In cybersecurity, you say you deter the bad actors, you defend against the bad actors. So you deter them by creating costs and consequences. You defend by creating patches or good systems, but then you also have to be resilient. In other words, you have to assume you're going to get hacked and that you have the capacity to bounce back. And we need to think of disinformation as a cognitive hack. Okay, these are hacks into our brain, and we need to deter the actors who are doing this. We need to create defenses, and then we also need to create resilience in terms of that mental immunity that Lee mentioned, and also social trust, where our fabric is not so easily divided by these narratives that become easy to believe.
Thank you very much, Asha, for this. But that will, necessarily bring me to, the next provocative question, being the devil's advocate, and I'll be asking Lee and Jessica, what are the limits, of this arbitration of truth? And in fact, should we even have, having in mind, the role that platforms in content moderation and how politicized that is, and in general, the clash with free speech, because yes, currently I agree that the courts are actually the filter and arbiters of truth, and you're absolutely correct. However, that goes back to, the start of our conversation about this effective polarization. I'm not being heard, and now I feel that I'm being censored. Lee?
Yeah, the philosopher in me is going to come out here. Because it seems to me that one of the goals of disinformation is not just to get you to believe whatever particular falsehood they're trying to feed you. It's to try to polarize you against people who don't believe that falsehood, to see that person as an enemy. You distrust them. You might even hate them, right? And that's a terrible thing, because then you don't turn to the scientists for factual information, about science. You don't turn to the vaccinologists, et cetera. So where do you turn? Who is the arbiter of truth? Rather, the arbiter for what you should believe, it's the people you trust, the people in your community, maybe the people in your partisan community. And then we're in real trouble, because then here's the philosophical question: what is truth, right? And how do you know it, and how can you prove it? What's the the evidence? Maybe the goal of disinformation, I think maybe we should think of it this way. Maybe the goal of disinformation is not to get you to believe a falsehood. Maybe it's to get you to question whether there is such a thing as truth. Because if they can get you to question whether there's such a thing as truth, then there's no such thing as accountability. Then there's no such thing as blame. I mean, isn't that what Putin does? Isn't that what, I dare say, Donald Trump does when they use whataboutism all the time? Well, what about this? What about that? What they're really saying is nobody knows what's true. you can't know what's true. And if you can't know what's true, you can't blame me for telling a falsehood. That's the really insidious thing I think about disinformation. It's not just straight up, this is false, but we want you to think it's true. It's those other people hate you and you should hate them, because then we've got a much bigger problem than just what we believe.
Thank you. Would you like to address this one, or should we go forward?
What was the question again?
Oh, the question was, should we even have arbitration of truth? I mean, having in mind how much, this concept is loaded politically and, is divisive.
So I'm going to take a step beyond the content and move down to the data. The problem that we're seeing right now is not that, we've got Nazis on the internet violating Goodwin's law, first claim of it today, but like Nazis have been on the internet literally since it started, right? One of the first forums was LibertyNet, right? And it was a neo-Nazi forum. That is not the issue. The issue now is the algorithms that are collecting data on all of us and then pushing content, as Dr. Liu pointed out, to enhance our filter bubbles. They know how to push the content to you that's going to confirm your biases. It's going to make you angry. It's going to make you click, like, and share. And that keeps you on platforms so that the advertisers on the platform can make more, or so that the platforms can make more money from advertisers. So we've always had these problems, right? We've always had, there's been about, a third of the population, believes in at least one conspiracy theory. The problem now is that the platforms have enabled the activation of this group, and now they're engaged in, I can't remember where I saw this quote, but someone basically said, the folks that are on the couch that do politics as a hobby, we don't actually want them involved in politics, right? And I don't remember where that's from, but like that's sort of the issue now, is we have folks that are not necessarily engaged because this is, they want to do good work for the good of the community. They want money, power, or influence. And so the platforms are really a key part of the problem here, right? Leave the Nazi content up. People want to go find it, and we don't incur the major costs of taking things down, because I think Dr. Liu is right that there's a major cost when we start really taking down stuff, because they're like, with the exception of like the lizard people, most of these conspiracy theories that are out there has like a grain of truth in it. So how do we get to addressing the concerns in the grain of truth without legitimizing and amplifying the broader BS that's around it, that's to sell, testosterone pills or something?
Yeah. At the end, monetize and so on. Dr. Liu, moderation to what extent? Arbitration to what extent?
We may want to pay a little bit attention. So I want to recall your memory a bit back to 2020. So after president election, when Twitter blocked a number of information. So when Twitter do that in somehow aggressive way, and the popularity of some other social media like Parler and Truth Social popularity goes up. So I would like to provide you this technical challenge and social challenge that when we talk about accountability, so when a specific platform control a kind of information, so the other platform will take advantage of that. So this will be increasingly challenging. So if, like, let's say Truth Social become increasingly popular in the United States, and then something, I mean, it will challenge. It will definitely challenge the battle. I mean, the control of misinformation. So this will not. I mean, so if Twitter do something aggressive, it will not just help to remove disinformation. Instead, it may do that in a different way, contribute in very different way. So also, I want to pay attention when we talk about accountability. So also. Some other countries, so once again, have to use the example from China. So like China, they provide a very successful strategy. I have to say that is they use a real name system to control, they call that misinformation. So for instance, if I want to release any information, even I click like or share, so I have to first register with my real name and real ID. So which means very, very super strong accountability. So if I do something that maybe, government don't like, so people may have trouble. So tomorrow I'm going to share some case that if someone release some information and the government believe this is misinformation, so he or she will not just lose this account, but all the accounts on the social media. Okay, so which is a very effective way to control misinformation. But I would like to raise the question. So this cause is huge. It fundamentally challenges your free speech. right? Because of information censorship. So should that happen in this country? So we need to pay attention to that. So we need to always pay attention to the cause. So when we moderate this kind of info, no one really like misinformation, but when we do that, we need to do that in a very, very cautious way. And we need to, before we do anything, make anything aggressively, we need to think about is the bad consequences may trigger from such thing.
If I could build on that real quick, I think you bring up a really, really, really critical, important point. Hannah Arendt talked about this in The Origins of Totalitarianism, where she talked about atomized individuals. And essentially, when you are, when the consequences are for you, the individual, right, it makes it that much harder to come together and engage in collective action. And what the networks are doing now, right, is we are now all identified, we're traceable, everything that we're doing. One of the previous presenters talked about, like, this is all now visible and now manipulatable and trackable. We're in the process of creating this hyper-atomized, society in a lot of ways. And what are the consequences, as we think about that, for collective action to do this messy thing called democracy?
Thank you for this, both. And I think those are really important topics which we all should be thinking about very carefully. I know that opinions, when it comes to disinformation, all of us as scientists, as public figures, but also as daily citizens, we have strong opinions because it matters. However, rash sort of decisions might not necessarily, bring us to, universities can probably provide, the technical means, suggestions of how to get rid of all this information. We'll be very curious, but the cost might be unbearable socially. Our next sort of broad topic that we would like to touch upon, is something connected with Lee's work, for a very long time. And I would like to ask him, and then of course all of our participants to comment if they want. What are the most significant impacts of denialism in the so-called disinformation disorder? Lee, would you share with us, because I thought that some of the things that I read are fascinating from your scientific observations on denialism.
Yeah, mention one, and I'll expand on it. Which was your favorite?
Well, how about flat Earth?
So you picked the hardest one. I would have avoided that one, and for the following reason. If you tell me any, so the thing to understand about denialism is that science deniers tend not to deny all science. They tend to be selective. I call them cafeteria deniers, right? They go through the cafeteria line and I'll take a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And so you have denialism about vaccines, about climate, about evolution. And for all of those, I can tell you who has an interest in building an army of deniers. And those are the people who are making the disinformation, right? We know the story about, everybody knows the story about how, there are allegedly microchips in the COVID vaccines. But how many people know that that was the result of a disinformation campaign from a Russian troll farm? This was in the Wall Street Journal. It was a one-day story that never got picked up on cable TV. But so you might have asked, who could possibly? Why would that be in their interest? It's because they had a competing vaccine called the Sputnik. It's because there was great economic incentive to have the Sputnik vaccine be the one that was the first to market in Asia and in Africa. So for any science denial that you can name, there are. I can pretty much name you who's got an interest at stake, whether it's economic or political or ideological. The one that I have never figured out is flat Earth. Nobody is making a buck on this that I can see. I mean, they do have a swag fair, but a couple of T-shirts and a hat, that's maybe going to get them to the next convention. And what is the disinformation campaign behind it, if there is one? Whose interest does that serve ideologically or in terms of their power? There is a strong evangelical element demographically behind the flat earthers that I met. Yet when you asked them why they believed it, they would not talk about their faith. Faith was not why they believed it. They said it was based on evidence. Now, as a philosopher, that opened up a whole new channel for me to then talk about, why, let's talk about what your evidence is and why you believe it. I mean, I'm a philosopher of science, so I was comfortable with that. But the idea that there was some nefarious force that was creating propaganda to get them to believe it. I never figured that one out. There is a terrific book coming out soon by someone from Texas named Ashley Landrum. She was I think at the same Flat Earth convention I was, though we didn't know one another because we were both incognito. And she's written a whole book on this that, to my knowledge, is not out yet. I think she's at Texas Tech. She might be University of Texas. I can't remember anymore. It's been a while. But the book is coming out. And if you'd like to read, maybe she solved that. I never did.
Thank you very much for this. And before I go to Asha, I had a reaction here from Jessica. Jessica, please.
So the microchip is a really interesting cultural phenomenon in a lot of ways. So one of the things that you know is a truism in sociology is beliefs that are real in their content are real in their consequences. And if you look at evangelical beliefs about the mark of the beast, right, that you will not be able to buy or sell without having this, you know, basically what has been interpreted in a modern era as a chip, right? So that propaganda took a very specific form because it would map into an existing cultural belief. And there's a lot of fear around that, right? Doesn't matter if it's true or not. The belief in itself makes that your actions are going to now, you know, follow from that. Right. So I think that, you know, when we look at the content of these propaganda campaigns and disinformation campaigns, right, they're going to take specific cultural forms here. They're going to take different cultural forms in China. They're going to take different cultural forms in India. So you have to understand, right, it's not just what is flowing on the network, but why is it going into which spaces? And I think that's a really, really critical piece that we have to pay attention to, especially when we look at things about, you know, the vaccine and the microchip, right? It mapped onto a very large portion of people's fears about the New World Order, et cetera.
Pre-existing already foundation.
Can I just comment, Jess, you don't know how correct you are because the article in the Oriental Review said that the reason there were microchips in the vaccine is because the patent on that was held by Bill Gates and that the patent was number 666.
Of course it was.
Okay.
Of course it was.
Thank you for this. Asha, thank you for your patience. I would like to hear your opinion and Dr. Liu's, you know, on denialism before we move to the large language models.
Yes, I think that with denialism, and this intersects with polarization and the tribalism that Lee mentioned earlier, there's a great paper called The Nature and Origins of Misperceptions, which talks about, which investigates directional motivated reasoning and why people believe things and are impervious to changing their minds. And it was testing whether people are motivated by accuracy or by loyalty to their membership in a tribe. And I think we need to understand that as we get more polarized, people are not believing things because of its accuracy. That's not their motivating principle. They are believing things to signal to others that they are a member of that group. This is something that Donald Trump has channeled very, very effectively, that he primes people for loyalty to him. And so when people believe the things that he says or they ignore the things that he wants them to ignore, it's not because that might actually be aligned with their true convictions, but it's because they want to show their loyalty to him. And this is sort of the path down authoritarianism, right? So I think, you know, there's a question of how do we prime people for accuracy so that becomes the motivating principle. There is some research from that paper that I just mentioned that elites within the tribe can actually give permission for people to disengage from beliefs. Of course, this is very threatening. So you saw, for example, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger get thrown out of the tribe when they try to give permission. But if you get a critical mass of those people, you do give people a safe way to an off-ramp, if you will. So I think that that's one thing. I think that the algorithms that Jess mentioned earlier are just so important because they do allow to reinforce these tribal divisions and in particular to create an asymmetrical media environment. One thing that is really interesting about the right-wing media ecosystem, this was a study done in a book called Network Propaganda by Yochai Benkler and a couple of other authors whose names I can't remember off the top of my head, but they showed that the right-wing media ecosystem does not overlap with traditional media. It's kind of insulated. And so it's impervious to things coming in from the outside, and it's giving, partisan, I forget the term that they use, but basically identity confirming narratives, such that when they're challenged, this is what we see from the Dominion lawsuit, when those identity confirming narratives are challenged, they're not like, oh, I'm believing things that aren't true. They move to other outlets that will give them those same identity confirming outlets. So they go to OANN, they go to Newsmax, because they don't have the self-policing that even left-leaning but traditional media does. All of these things intersect, and it's really hard to disentangle them. But I do think that the role of both partisan loyalty and tribalism, the ability of algorithms to really micro-target into those, and the asymmetry between these are all playing a role in the denialism.
Thank you very much, Asha. As promised, Dr. Liu, any takes on denialism before we move? Because I will start with you on the large language models.
I can just give a very quick, very short story. I remember when we talked about denialism, my 6-year daughter, one day she came back home and told me that, hey, Daddy, do you know Donald Trump is a bad guy? And I say, oh, you're 6-year-old. Okay, why he's a bad guy? And she said, because my teacher told me that. And I asked her, so do you have any evidence to show that? And my daughter think again, and later she said, because Donald Trump only like boys, she don't like girls. All right, and I feel quite frustrated. And then in the next few days, I asked her to search in Google and tell me 3 things Donald Trump did, 3 bad things and 3 good things that Donald Trump made. So I think the basic thing here in this country, I think if we want to totally, I won't say totally solve the problem, but make the problem a little bit better, is education, especially for the young people. So we need to educate them critical thinking. I know this is one thing, again, later we're going to talk about language model and AI. This can be increasingly hard, and for young people and even junior people to appreciate this comprehensive access of information. This is increasingly hard, but something we have to be done if we want our future to be better. Education going to be essential, going to be foundation. I really worry about that.
Thank you very much. And again, I'd like to thank all of you, for, going through all those. I promised I didn't going to spare you hard questions. And then we'll reverse the order, and I'll come back to you, and I'll ask you, how will the exponential development of AI capabilities affect the disinformation volume, spread, and reach? Having in mind that the whole hype right now is about ChatGPT 3, 4, etc.
Thank you. I think this is, once again, this is a very, very essential question because it will change our life in the future years, especially for the young people. I think one thing is that you know that, so something AI technology like ChatGPT, essentially when we adopt that in a commercial way, and commercially, they just want to maximize their income. Right. So, for instance, if you find some people have a chance of overweight, and will keep recommending you soft drink and Coca-Cola to drink, okay, to get more money, get more income from you. So, I think ChatGPT or AI technology in future going to be adopted in the same way. Once again, they will in American, you know that we have a filter bubbles. And which trigger a very strong political and social polarization. So AI's power in the future is to make your bubble more comfortable to stay, and you don't want to step out in the future. This is unfortunately, this is part of my research. I've been working at both Chinese and American very big tech companies, and part of my job is recommendation system. So I know how it works. So this is a very click driven. If we somehow find that you click something, we will keep recommend you things, but right now, yes, instead of recommend you something, we will generate something for you, which will reinforce your belief in certain concept or ideology. And when ChatGPT comes out, one thing is like some other government like China, what they do is they block access for ChatGPT, so no one allowed to use ChatGPT in China. But they do that in very, very quick way. So they develop their own GPT functions, so national ones. So to train the ChatGPT to acknowledge a new kind of ideology. So I believe in the future, unfortunately, misinformation generation, diffusion, going to be more aggressive. It's going to be increasingly challenging to battle with misinformation, disinformation because of AI technologies. But something we have to do, and I think most people here, audience, have a very strong social background. So I will appreciate if you somehow collaborate with computer science people and collaborate with the technical companies. And we need to, no one can figure out a solution by a group of people individually. Yeah. So we need to do that in a creative way.
This is why I would like to ask Dr. Dawson here from sociological point of view. Are we going for a tech paradise or tech nightmare, with all of this instrumentation that Dr. Liu is talking about from your perspective?
I think if you look at how China has leveraged AI and machine learning in society, it's benefited some groups very, very much, and they think it's great. And then it's also not benefited other groups, and we're working on a slow genocide in a lot of ways. So I don't think it's going to be either or. I think the biggest concern that I have is twofold. In the short term, the disinformation problem is going to get exponentially worse. The average American is functionally literate at like the 9th grade level, right? They don't have deep knowledge about things. So if it feels true and it's close enough, right, it's going to probably be, so we're going to see in the short term really, really rapid diffusion of a lot of really bad actors, leveraging this system. We've already seen this being leveraged in revenge porn and fake revenge porn that's been generated by AI, right? Putting your face on something else. We saw this years ago with Gamergate, where they were going after, people's kids, putting their kids' faces on, snuff films. So in the near term, I think we're going to see a lot of legal challenges. What does this legal environment look like? We don't know. Are these large language models, engaging in fair use to develop their content? I think one of the problems right now is, I think, Chat GPT and they've basically gathered everything that's on the internet. Well, there's a lot of garbage on the internet, right? That's everything from like political speeches to porn to Nazis, across the board. And they've dumped it all in the same trash can and stirred, right? So you get, a lot of garbage out of these. I put my prompts for my social inequality class in there, and they were garbage answers. They were well written, but they were garbage. They were completely wrong. So we're going to see folks, that, if you can figure out how to leverage this in domain-specific knowledge, I think they'll have better results in the short term, because, basically, we have libraries that are categorized, and we have the Dewey Decimal System and others that help us categorize knowledge. Systematically. I don't know how the models have been built in the AI that categorizes this stuff and says, well, this is valid, this is not, et cetera. So I think in the short term, we're going to have a lot more problems. It's going to be used by a lot of bad actors. People are going to get really hurt by this. The jurisprudence has to come out on this to leverage, holding people responsible. Who do we hold responsible for this? There's lots of questions right now in the legal framework of, subscriptions and self-driving cars and all. Who's responsible when something goes wrong? Mm-hmm. That hasn't been played out yet. So this is bigger than just the large language models. Mm-hmm. I think some companies that are going to be able to leverage this, again, on domain specific will probably be useful. But the other piece to this is that these things can't create. They can't fill in the gaps, right? So when we look at, there's this really fantastic book, Invisible Women, Data Bias in a World Designed for Men. And it talks about all of the taken for granted assumptions that go into the data. And the data generation, what we capture and what we use and what we measure, and the gaps. Well, until we can develop machines that can identify the gaps and help us fill in the blanks there, we're going to continue to just replicate existing biases and existing inequalities. So it will benefit some. It will absolutely exacerbate existing harms more, I think, too.
Thank you. Sobering. I would like to ask Asha and Lee if they want to, tell us their opinion on the projection near versus, far future with this AI capabilities, not from technical perspective, but from social, philosophical, law enforcement. Asha?
Yes. I focus on Russian disinformation, and what I see mostly with AI is the ability for China to really catch up in a way that, that the flaws that their disinformation may have in terms of language or not being able to mimic, the societies that they want to, in the same way that Russia has perfected since the Cold War, will allow them to catch up and will become a bigger problem. And I think, really this is just another level of the problem we're already dealing with, and we're going to have to find ways to create more friction in terms of its amplification and spread because of the things that we've talked about, that once people become exposed to it, it's very hard to undo it. And, to me, this comes back to the concept I started out with, which is the marketplace of ideas, and that, how do we create a digital marketplace, an informational marketplace that most closely resembles a real town square? And I think that's what we had when we focus on content moderation and all of these. We're kind of looking at the wrong paradigm. The question is, how do we allow ideas to compete? Because to Jus's point, if they were all competing on equal footing, I don't think Flat Earth or Nazis would have the biggest crowds around them. If you went to the New Haven Green, I really don't think that that's where people would be crowded around. They would be crowded on much more interesting and exciting ideas. The other thing that I will say is, I think the direction that, maybe this is me as a lawyer speaking, I think that when all else fails, go to lawsuits, and looking at the harm that these technologies create on society. And I think the big tobacco model is a really good one, because what they went for is not trying to regulate the product or trying to ban it. They looked at the harm that it was creating and how the companies were participating in deceptive practices, creating addictions and all of these. And I think that maybe, we can look at it from that point of view. There's like 41 attorneys general who've already issued letters to the social media companies about the effect on teens, et cetera. I know this is moving away from AI, but I think that this is just going to exacerbate the existing harms. And I'm really looking at how we might be able to look at this differently or utilize our tools that we have to start creating more regulation around them.
Thank you, Asha. And it seems that we're converging here on a consensus. Lee, a very last sentence, and I know I have to apologize to everyone, because we promised open questions, but we'll collect them because I don't want this panel to end. I have too many questions. Lee, this is the ultimate word, and of course, please come and listen to those very engaging speakers tomorrow again. Lee, it's going to get worse. It's going to get better. Optimist, pessimist.
I have to say, ChatGPT scares the hell out of me, because the first thing that I put in was the hardest philosophical question that I know. And it gave me an answer that I would have been proud to put my name on. And then I asked it to write an acrostic poem about mandarin oranges in a pirate voice, thinking, you can't do it. First sentence of that was, mighty fine citrus these mandarin oranges be. And it just got better and better after that. This is scary stuff. So the problem is just, raised it is, what happens when bad actors get a hold of this? Well, bad actors have always been in the information sphere, and deepfakes, I don't have any solution to that. But I want to think, maybe the closing thought here I want to leave us with is Wikipedia. Wikipedia faced this problem of everything got dumped in a pile and then you stir. And for a while, people made fun of Wikipedia because it was kind of a cesspool, not on certain topics, not on philosophical topics, which look at ChatGPT. Maybe that's why I got a good answer, because who's going to put in disinformation about philosophy, right? But Wikipedia was really bad about certain things, but it's not anymore. And why isn't it? I don't know if you've looked at Wikipedia lately, but it is almost a model for the internet. It is really good. What happened with Wikipedia? The people who cared about it decided we've got too valuable a thing here to just let the wreckers take over. And so they started to vet it. There had to be certain things, certain steps you had to go through. But here's I want to make sure everybody understands. Anybody can still change a Wikipedia page. It's just that now the response is like lightning, okay? Used to be that you could put up disinformation, it would sit there for a week. Now, it's not that they've got moderators that won't let you change the Wikipedia page. You can change it and put in your disinformation, but that disinformation is only there for 2 seconds before one of the moderators catches it. Maybe that's what's going to happen with ChatGPT. It's and Asha, you're absolutely right. It's not open it all up to everybody and we'll solve the problem, because I don't think that good ideas drive out bad necessarily. But if we have enough people who care, and we figure out some technological way, maybe Zhao, this is your question, right? What is the appropriate lightning fast speed response to Chat GPT that allows it not to get put in the hands of the disinformers so that it just wrecks us like deep fakes?
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask you to all of you to applaud our fantastic speakers today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Asha. Thank you, Lee.
We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Dr. Liu will be returning. But yeah, enjoy your time off.
All right, everyone. So we are going to get started and continue with the second half of our conference lineup today. Our next panel is the misinformation. Can we totally remove it? Xiaozhang Liu is back to speak more about his research and his line of topics. And to moderate, we have Art Markman, the Vice Provost of Academic Affairs here at the University of Texas at Austin.
Thanks, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Xiaozhang Liu, who comes to us now from Worcester Polytechnic, but has worked at a number of other places, including Indiana University, as we were just discussing. We're really pleased to have him here to bring a computer science perspective to this important topic. Dr. Liu.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. So thank you very much for this introduction. It's my pleasure to talk about some recent work I'm working on. It's misinformation. Can we totally remove it? Pay attention, totally remove it. So, here we go. Sorry. Here we go. Okay, so before I start my talk, I want to scope my presentation a little bit. So misinformation from technical viewpoint, misinformation just is a kind of information. Okay, so pay attention. This is the umbrella. This is the background of this talk. So misinformation is from computer science, from AI perspective, this is just a kind of information. And so block misinformation unfortunately means whether we're able to use some technicals, either social technicals or from our AI perspective, to block a kind of information. So, okay, so I decided to come back. This one doesn't work very well. Sorry for that. So we don't completely trust technologies, right? So I have three different things here. So number one is, can we implement the algorithm to effectively detect a kind of information? Or you say replace with misinformation. Can we do that? The second one is, can we implement the algorithm to perfectly detect this kind of information? And the third one is, can we implement the algorithm to perfectly detect this kind of information with an affordable cost? So I can first provide my own conclusion. Maybe I'm wrong. And the first one, yes, we can. Second one, yes and no. Well, the third one, no. Okay, so my conclusion here, first provide conclusion is, we cannot perfectly detect misinformation or kind of information with an affordable cost, at least in the United States of America. And so the existing algorithm, also called sometimes computational propaganda, is we can extract some important feature, some important information, either from a kind of information, maybe from social media, or from another resource. And for example, Wikipedia, do some comparison, and we can use like a deep learning and NLP technologies to detect and make AI algorithm to predict whether this is a true information or misinformation. So there's a number of works, AI studies to investigate this topic. But I want to pay attention to this one. This feature is particularly interesting is to see malicious account. Okay, malicious account from social media. For instance, if I somehow find there is a social media, a user, for example, I myself, I wrote some bad information, maybe I generated disinformation earlier, and so my account will probably go to the alert list, and also my neighborhood also probably on the alert list. So algorithm will pay additional attention to this kind of account, and statistically this algorithm works really well because it can successfully detect increase the chance of detect misinformation or disinformation. So for instance, earlier, we find that during the present election, like we find a large number of malicious accounts, and by using this algorithm, we can successfully detect some kind of a misinformation or disinformation by using these account features. Okay, so for instance, the AI algorithm we built earlier, including the features, including the author and the publisher, the headline and the body of the text, and some image and video and other kind of features. So once again, I want you to pay a little bit closer attention to the author and the publisher here, because at the back end, we have a large social network data. Means the algorithm was able to locate a specific account or a group of account here. And when we apply this information, this feature, the AI algorithm really appreciate that, and you can find performance increase, even though like 80% or 90% of accuracy, which is pretty good. However, the algorithm never perfect because we have some errors here. So if you're familiar with that statistically, so we have type 1 error and the type 2 error. So it's like, this is a good information, but the AI believe this is a misinformation. Or to say this is a misinformation, but the AI believe this is a good information. So this is 2 errors. Even though the proportion can be small, but still AI algorithm may make mistake. So we want to pay attention to these 2 kind of errors that AI made. So it's unfair, right? So for certain account, this is unfair because they may release some good information, but the AI just believe your misinformation because earlier, maybe you or your neighborhood on the social media released some bad information. So we believe you are also gonna generate some bad information. So can we improve? So yes, we can. So the algorithm right now provide a better strategies, AI detection plus human confirmation. So these 2 things work simultaneously, so not just depend on one thing independently. So the AI algorithm may detect some information initially, and we provide for human annotators or human checkers, sensors to provide a judgment. And when human provides some judgment, we will provide another feedback to the AI model. So AI models will get additional training data to train their model. This is a mutual beneficial, mutual improvement. Another way is if we somehow find some very dangerous account. For example, we believe this guy have a high chance to be disinformation generator or even like a terrorist. So maybe we will directly put his or her information to the human. To the human agent to provide some confirmation. So this is a good model, so we're doing. So, but the problem is who will pay the cost? And you find that the cost not just come from the AI algorithm, but also from humans, right, to provide the judgment. So who should be responsible to provide the cost? So you can find that if government defines the misinformation, so we have maybe a better reason to say the taxpayers may pay the cost, right? But if the platforms like the technical companies defines the misinformation, so probably they will need to pay for that. But there is another approach, the third approach, that government defines the misinformation, but they will force the technical companies, the platforms, to pay the cost to remove this kind of information. So here, I won't say guaranteed, but it's more like 1 and 3 is China way. Okay, so China way is they provide a very centralized misinformation definition. So you don't have any chance to negotiate with the government. Okay, like this is maybe this is not correct. But so government decision is decision. You just implement it. Okay, but in United States, you will find the platforms have a better chance to define the information. Like go back to the president election, and you find that there's still some news comes out about it, like the Donald Trump or Biden or Joe Biden family. So what kind of information is the misinformation? What is not? So you find that Twitter and Facebook and those companies have maybe a stronger role to define such information. So we find that for different, here I only provide 2 countries, but you find other countries like maybe Russia, maybe Europe, and you find that different countries define misinformation or disinformation in different ways. And remember, whenever you want to battle against such information, you need to pay the cost. And sometimes taxpayer will pay for that, and sometimes the company will need to pay for that, but someone will have to pay. Okay, so I just bring it here to make you alert for this kind of cost. Okay, so here I provide a good example is this one, Toutiao. Toutiao is a Chinese media. It's very successful. I think its active user is even larger than like a Facebook and Twitter. So this is really, really huge. And so this Toutiao, this is the world maybe largest news service provider. So they recruit more than 10,000 humans to annotate call that the misinformation. Okay, so they invest a lot of money along with the AI algorithm to detect what kind of information is. Once again, here I use misinformation, but misinformation in different countries defined in different way. Okay, so maybe in China they defined misinformation, but here you believe this is true information. But you have to, once again, you have to follow in China. This is not negotiable, so you have to follow the rules from the government. So, but they invest a lot of money. So Total, if you don't familiar with the company, it's a parent company. It's called ByteDance, and ByteDance have another company owned. It's called TikTok. So everybody probably very familiar with that. All right, so which means if we use this feature, unfortunately, United States of America, so it can be unfair. Two users, if the first user says something, second user says something, maybe the content is very, very similar. But if the first user is a Trump supporter or have a lot of neighbors, they all Trump supporters, so they have a higher chance, this piece of information have a higher chance to be detected as a misinformation, unfortunately. Because of machine learning really learn the account information, account behavior information. Well, the same thing in China. So if you have ever protest for example, COVID-19 quarantine policy, and then unfortunately you will be on the blacklist, and everything you said have a very high chance to be detected as misinformation. So I want you to pay attention. So this AI algorithm is not entirely trustful. It can be somehow biased. And I won't go very deep into technology, but a number of algorithms, for example, this one is by using graph mining. So they'll be able to locate detect misinformation quite successfully by using the account ID, by using the IP address, the posting ID, and article ID. So there are a lot of ID information being used to improve the performance of the AI model for misinformation detection. And you will find some Euro connectivities there and some Euro activities there. Okay, you will find then activities, not just the content information, but also their activity information can be really important for AI algorithm. But so once again, by using this feature means the result can be biased, somehow biased. I won't say highly biased. And it's not working, pay attention, it's not working for small platforms. Because when we have small platforms, when a platform do not have a lot of users, that do not have, so then this connectivity, this activity features will be not as rich as the big platform like Facebook and LinkedIn and the Twitter. Okay, so this can be somehow unfair if a government say all the platforms should be accountable for misinformation generation. So pay attention, it can be very unfair for small platform because technology-wise, it is very, very challenging for them to successfully detect such information compared with the large companies. So we want to pay attention to that. So let's see a case study. Okay, so here if we talk about the governance of content moderation. So if a user somehow release a misinformation from Twitter, if that's the case, and Twitter believe this is a misinformation, and so what they can do is either they can remove this specific post or they can block this account. Okay, this is Twitter's private decision. Well, it's easier for this user, what they can do is just change it to a different form and release the same information or change the format somehow. For example, earlier, I just released a text information, but on maybe Facebook, I just released a picture, or maybe on YouTube, I release a video, or I can go to my comfortable zone like a Peller, right? Release the information there. You enjoy a lot of extra flexibility. You can say whatever you want, maybe. And so this information, platform-based moderation, I give you some warning, this can be somehow risky. The reason is, if Twitter, simply take a look at this, compare these two things. Twitter's popularity actually goes down after president election when Twitter do something aggressive, block many, many accounts, including Donald Trump's account. And then the popularity of Peller goes up very aggressively. Okay, but recently you find also Truth Social. And we find recently after Elon Musk purchased Twitter, so they changed their moderation policy, and you find the popularity of Parler and Truth Social actually goes down. Okay, a lot of users just comes back. So I wanted to pay attention. So when you put a very strong platform-based content moderation, so this not necessarily a good thing because users, they're very flexible. They can choose different platform and they can switch, right? So which will not just decrease the diffusion of disinformation or misinformation, but rather increase such diffusion. So this can be somehow risky because in the United States, there's a very strong political and social polarization. So users can escape from one platform to the other. Is there any way to address the issue? Yes, we can. So for instance, if a government have control, like a political, like a policy control, say that all the platforms, they should provide a centralized definition for misinformation or disinformation, or like maybe the government will host this kind of a misinformation detection or removal service in an agent company and to a third agent company. So this model will work, okay? Mathematically or algorithmically, it will work. However, think about, once again, the cost of the taxpayers. Okay, the cost of the taxpayers and the platform accountability. So whether this is a good thing or this is not a good thing. So pay attention to that. And I wanted to compare this model actually very, very successful in China. Okay, so government is called CAC, Cyberspace Administration of China, and they provide a centralized definition of misinformation and disinformation. So they control everything, and they have access and control all the content from all the social media platforms, large one and small one, no matter who you are. So the platform accountability, user accountability, and also editorial accountability for this kind of information generation. So which means if you generate something, government label you as a misinformation, so user may have a great trouble, and the platform may have a great trouble. Okay, so whether this is just cost, pay attention, this is not just cost of money, but there's very strong social cost and social concern. So it's whether this kind of models will work in Europe and America. I would say this can be very, very risky. Okay, so this is I code this one from a paper. So like Toutiao, which I show you the company from like a TikTok, the same company from TikTok. Right now they use more than 180 AI models to detect, call that misinformation, and they recruit a huge number of agents to help to locate, to annotate this kind of information. So the cost can be, this kind of censorship can be really, really huge. So once again, will United States be able to afford the cost? I think that's very risky. And another very, very, very effective approach, tomorrow I'm going to talk more about that, compare misinformation between US and China. So here in China, they use a real name ID system. So which means before you release any information, not just the content information or picture information, even you click like or I don't like, before you do anything, release any kind of information, you have to first registration with your real name and real ID. So think about every people here. So if in the United States, if I say whenever you release any information, you have to provide the platform your social security number, are you comfortable? Are you comfortable doing that? But I can tell you that this methodology is very successful to control misinformation. But this is the cost. This is the social cost. We American people, European people accept this cost. It means those big platforms will have a chance to touch your privacy. So not just within one system, but across system, will you be able to accept that? And I wanted to pay attention that we have two kinds of models. So the one model is we have a super big Twitter, even though I don't like that. And we have a very small other social media like Parler and Truth Social, but it's easier to control misinformation. Because technology-wise, AI-wise, Twitter will get a lot of, once again, account behavior information, which will help AI model to find out misinformation. Well, if we have another way, like a Twitter, they have competitors, like True Social and Parler. So if they have almost same size, so I would say this can be more challenging for any platform to detect misinformation, because the user can escape from one platform to the other, and the different platform may have different ideologies, and also technical-wise, AI-wise, is more challenging for the platforms to collect enough data to detect misinformation behavior. I borrowed a slide from tomorrow, so I want to talk about this guy. This guy is very famous last month. This guy is a very smart Chinese boy called Hu Chenfeng. Hu Chenfeng is a very smart young people. He's just released some videos in Chinese social media, just like YouTube here. So he did one social experiment. So he's trying to help vulnerable senior people. So they randomly pick some senior people on the street and ask him or her how much you make after, if you retire already, so how much money you make per day for your retirement income. And he will pay this income and ask these senior people to purchase something from the supermarket and find how much maybe food or some other product they can get for their 1 day retirement income. So this is what he did. I think this is a really good way, right, to help to make people more aware the vulnerability of senior people. I think this is a really good social experiment, because vulnerable people not just exist in China, but also in the United States. I think all the countries should pay more attention to senior people, their vulnerability. But however, he did this experiment last month, okay, and attract many people. A lot of people click this video and say something positive. So this is a good experiment. Oh, these people, because in the video, finally he find a senior lady, and this senior lady, her income, retirement income, monthly retirement income is about $15 US, so which is very, very tiny. So this lady, old lady, even cry in this video and say, "I really appreciate it. You give me just $15 purchase, which helped me a lot." So that the lady really appreciate that, and the lady cry. And that's the reason, and this video attract many clicks. And the consequence for that is the platform later, after getting many clicks, and the platform decide this is a disinformation. Even though this is true information, but they call that disinformation. And the video was removed. And all the videos of his account removed, everything, all the videos, okay? And you can think about this young man is a significant proportion of the income come from those videos. So all his video being removed. And meanwhile, multiple accounts, social media account was frozen. So not just this social media account, but all the social media accounts, okay, in China is frozen. Maybe not all, but multiple accounts were frozen. And the reason is, you cannot make money by using vulnerable people. That's a good reason, right? So you cannot make money from people who's vulnerable. So that's well, the other one is you cannot criticize China's economy development, because this video find out that some people have very low income, very senior people. So this is two reasons. Part of the reason. Okay, I just list two reasons here why this video is being removed. So, but later I do some search online on Chinese social media. So, when they say they want to protect vulnerable people, okay, so you cannot make money by using vulnerable people. So, is that really comprehensive decision? So take a look at these three. So I translate somehow. These three topics are very popular on Chinese social media. It's like a U.S. political system is killing U.S. So U.S. people are dying. They're dying. They're very bad situation. And Biden support drug abuse. And the second one. Well, the third one is Black Lives Matter makes U.S. a very horrible place to stay. So this kind of information's everywhere on Chinese social media. So they are using vulnerable people, but vulnerable people from US, and to make money. But this kind of information is just distribute everywhere. So you'll find that I give you this example to show you there is really an impossible trinity here. Okay, so this is the cost. The cost is, the first one is misinformation removal, another free speech, another is information censorship. So this is an impossible infinity. So you cannot achieve all of this simultaneously. You may have to sacrifice something, okay? You may have to sacrifice something to achieve the others. So which one? I mean, of course, you find China, Russia, Iran, so maybe they choose one way. Well, Europe and American maybe choose different ways. But do you really want to do something aggressive to change the situation? So that's a very significant question to ask. Well, for the rest of the talk, I want to talk about AI here. So, well, where the misinformation comes from. So let's talk about that a little bit from AI perspective, because my research is natural language processing and deep learning. So I want to give you a scenario. So let's say I'm looking for something. Okay, I'm looking for something. Maybe in 50 or 60 years ago, so what I'm doing is I go to a library, okay, locate the information I'm looking for, which will spend me like 1 day or 2. And later I think this is not smart enough, not effective enough. So maybe some media, okay, help me to summarize some information. And I definitely appreciate the efforts from the editor. Maybe he or she read a lot of books and help me to summarize something, okay? But unfortunately, when they summarize the content, they will provide their own view. So maybe this is a bias. And you can find it like Fox News, Newsmax, and CNN. They consume very same information in a very different way, right? So this is what we can do. And later we think, a lot of people say, I don't want to read, okay? Give me something quicker. It's okay, we have YouTube. So I summarize everything into 20 minutes video, and you learn a lot, like efforts from BBC, from Voice of America. This is what they do. Great, okay? And later they think young people believe, oh, this is so boring. I don't want to spend 20 minutes in front of the YouTube. So let's be quick, all right? TikTok. So for instance, I am an environmentalist, so I go to elementary school to teach the young kids to say why we should protect environment. But I find young kids more interested in pouring some soups on very expensive paintings. They believe this 20 minutes, the 20 seconds video is much more impressive than my speech. Okay, so this is the power of TikTok. And later we have ChatGPT, and ChatGPT doing something more aggressive, because earlier what we're doing is information retrieval and information recommendation, but for ChatGPT is information generation. So that's something more aggressive. All right, but pay attention, this evolutionary path is a one-way ticket for young people. So when you enjoy, like TikTok, maybe you will stay away from YouTube. When you enjoy YouTube, you don't want to go back to read CNN or Fox News. And when you read Fox News, CNN, you don't want to go to spend your 1 day or 2 in library. This can be really sad. Okay, simply compare these two things. So if I'm still looking for something about Trump, when you go to the library, and you will find a lot of books. And these books provide critical thinking from different viewpoints. Okay, some books may believe Trump is doing something good, while the other books may criticize Trump a lot. But when you, after you read everything, you have a very comprehensive picture and enable your critical thinking, especially for young people. But if you use a ChatGPT or some others, there is a very good chance in the future that the generation tacticals may tell you just very simple, why Trump is Superman or why Trump is a super bad guy. Okay, so this is the one of the reasons why misinformation or disinformation is increasingly popular, because of AI-facilitated filter bubbles. Okay, and AI can do a lot of things like summarization, personalization, social networking, entertainment, and question answering. Unfortunately, all of those are my research area. So, yeah, unfortunately. I mean, there is a good chance that a misuse of AI can maybe will reinforce people's ideologies, especially for young people, called AIGC, AI-generated content, will make your bubble more comfortable to stay. Okay, they can make your bubble really, really comfortable. And for instance, here, once again, I provide one thing from Toutiao. It's a Chinese company. It's AI assist content generation is being used. So it's very successful. So yeah, when AI will make your bubble more comfortable, do you want blue pill or red pill? This can be a question, but I think most people will just stay in their bubble. Most people, especially I worry about young people. Young people, when they really addict to TikTok, and they have a much less chance to enable their own critical thinking. So this can be a problem, okay? And young people may tell you that, why I have to leave my bubble? I feel really comfortable here. Like this. The first one is a lot of people believe that, this is a Twitter I found yesterday, so it's still active there, okay? People believe Trump is the winner of a president election. Well, the second one is the Chinese government say that US lab can be high chance to generate COVID-19. So a lot of people still believe it. So I summarize, this is the very last image. So to show you that misinformation, can we totally remove it? So my answer is technical-wise, yes, we can, or potentially can, but with a very high cost, like social cost, data cost, labor cost, algorithm cost of free speech, a lot of things. So do you really want to do that? This is a very critical question. So my answer, I put it there, we can always battle with misinformation. These efforts never stop. But we probably don't want to do something very aggressive because free speech is still more important, okay? And do we want to provide a centralized misinformation definition? So this one is also very risky, especially in the United States when we have a really big problem of social or political polarization, whether this is a good thing or not. And also accountability. So when you provide a very strong accountability, like in maybe China way, and so there's triggers concern of information censorship. And AI will make misinformation generation diffusion a lot easier. Okay, unfortunately. All right, that's everything. Thank you.
Dr. Liu, thanks so much. I'm going to ask a question first, so this gives you all a chance to think of your question. So, I mean, fundamentally, this is a categorization problem, right? I mean, you've got types of information, and what really struck me in your talk is that you could try to characterize the, you know, how to distinguish between information and misinformation, but in many ways, what you were suggesting was the first thing to do is to try to identify misinformers rather than misinformation, right? So in other words, who is associated with the spread of misinformation, and let's eliminate those accounts rather than identifying particular bits of information as misinformation and searching for those. Is that a reasonable?
I would say this is not reasonable, but this is everyone's doing. So we find that compare with textual feature, account feature and account behavior feature and social network feature can provide another type of very important information to improve the performance of machine learning model, which is, like you said, classification problem. So when we apply the account and account behavior information, we can improve the model performance by maybe 3%, 5%, or 10% in different scenarios. So I would say in academic research and also in those big platforms right now, they are using this kind of information, but I just want you to pay attention. These kind of features can be tricky because this will make your model to generate some biased information. Okay, so for instance, if I say something like COVID-19 may have some chips inside, this is weird, but maybe my future postings are okay. But platform may label my future messages like risky, so which is somehow unfair, I believe.
Oh, thanks. Questions from the audience?
Hello, thank you so much for being here. My name is Jessica Snyder, and I'm a cyber intelligence analyst with Booz Allen. And I was wondering, you mentioned during this talk, but also previously, about education and how important you believe that role is. So if the quote-unquote solution to disinformation and misinformation will require a diminishing of free speech, perhaps cognitive resilience and citizens' personal ability to vet sources and increase critical thinking is slow, but a more representative solution of free speech and our principles, founding principles in the U.S. So what changes would you like to see in education? Or do you think we could take that, like I said, might be a slower solution, less aggressive, but more constant?
I get an education in both China and the U.S. Before. I get my undergraduate education before that in China, where I get my PhD education in the United States, and right now I've been professor for more than 11 years. So I find in these two countries, right now I'm a father, so I find that both the countries, their education system have some problem. Have actually some serious problem, which will have a very high chance to facilitate, I won't call it misinformation, but the suppression of the bad information. So for example, when I am in China, so one thing I think very dangerous is their education is they say that basically Americans are evil. But Americans are evil, I mean, it's okay to say that, but show me the evidence and show me critical thinking. Okay, so I would appreciate when you don't just give the kids conclusion. I think when you give kids conclusion, when the kids do not have a capability to think, this can be very risky. So this is the reason, like, even though I'm sorry to say it, but I personally, I don't like Trump very much. But when my kid go back home, 6-year-old, my daughter come back home and say, Daddy, do you know Trump is a bad guy? I feel very uncomfortable. I feel this is a very, very risky. So when you educate the kids with a conclusion, and I think the education system has a problem. So we need to teach the kids, when the kid, because eventually later in the future, the kids in the future years, they will need to battle with the misinformation, disinformation. So they should have their own, like a cognitive, logical system to think about the problem independently. But I find that no matter in China and the United States, I don't know the other countries very well, but these two countries I know quite well. So both education system has some problem. The kids right now, they don't have enough capability for independent thinking and critical thinking, and also appreciate recent, like TikTok. I think young people really enjoy this kind of service. I also feel very disappointed. But this is not something we can say, stop everything, stop TikTok, stop YouTube, stop everything. That's impossible. But I think efforts need to be made, especially between the collaborations between computer scientists and social scientists should work together to find a better way for education. I think education is still something essential. Yeah. Sure.
Drew the distinction between authoritarian states and free societies, Europe and the United States versus the authoritarians in approaches to dealing with mis and disinformation. I actually think there's a big divide between the United States and Europe in these questions. I'm really struck by the fact that we're several hours into a conversation on disinformation and we're just getting to the point where we talk about regulation of social media platforms. And I'm a little bit hesitant to ask the question because I kind of think it's the wrong solution. But when you go to these conferences in Europe, the first solution they come to is regulation of social media platforms. And it's about which regulations should we have and how do we get the United States to impose them? Because these are all US-based tech companies, right? So, but I do want to ask the question of, in the kind of the spirit of the question that was just asked, what is the incremental, non-aggressive, useful approach that could possibly be taken toward tech regulation? Or do we throw that out altogether and this is a societal problem, this is a civil society problem, and government should stay out of it?
This is a very good question, but number one is I'm not an expert to provide you feedback, but I can give you some evidence that I find. Earlier, I had a conversation with a professor from China to talk about AI future, so who can be more successful in the AI competition. And this professor strongly believes China will be the winner for sure. And the reason he believes is when US have some very powerful, develop some new algorithm like ChatGPT, for instance, but US, especially Europe, will put very strong regulation concerns on those new technologies. So they say, if a new technology comes out, US policymakers will slow it down. Europe will kill it. Well, China will do that whatever they can. And that's the reason he believes, maybe he's wrong, but I just provided this thought. He believes Europe never win. American provide foundation technologies, but eventually China will benefit from that. Because the cost of policy policymakers provide additional costs for those technologies. China will minimize it, okay? Because they have a more global view. Their global view is they want to win this competition between China and U.S. So they have more ambitious goal and compare with U.S. and China. So that's one thing. Well, the other thing, one thing to address your question, another related thing is earlier, a number of more than 1,000 scientists signed the petition letter to say we should take a break for these ChatGPT investigations. Okay, so we because we don't know what's the social consequences of ChatGPT when this is something so powerful and we are not fully ready for that. And I know a lot of scientists really strongly support that from Europe. Okay, they really believe this is some big concern. But when I'm giving the talk, go back to my university, WPI, I gave a talk a couple weeks ago. I say, this won't work. This never work because if Microsoft don't do that, other company will do. If US don't do that, China will do. So right now, this is, from policy, for policymakers, for researchers, we can always do something. But for AI, we won't stop it. We won't. That's impossible. Okay, so I just provided these two cases. So we can all think about that creatively. Sure.
Thank you. Coming at this as a historian, and maybe this goes back to the previous panel as well, I wonder if there is value in thinking about the social component of the spread of misinformation and disinformation. And as a historian, I can tell you that during World War II, the US government went through a tremendous panic about disinformation and was very worried that Germans would use disinformation as a way of destabilizing the US. But when they analyzed rumor in the United States, they found that Americans were passing rumors not from Germany but from their own racist imagination, and the problem was Americans disinforming one another. But the point isn't where did the disinformation came from. The point is the solution at the time included an understanding of why people repeat untrue things when there isn't perfect knowledge in a society, and it just seems smarter. And they found that repeating disinformation correlated with intelligence and a desire to seem smart. So part of the solution was to mock the repetition of disinformation and make it not a thing that smart people did to ingratiate themselves and be of value to their social network. So where I'm going with this is asking if part of what we need to go after is the connective tissue of the repetition of misinformation and disinformation, and to say why spread that, why repeat. And this goes to something Nina Yankovic talked about informational distancing. We know it's rude to cough on somebody. Shouldn't it also be rude to pass on a exaggerated and distorted story? If that is negatively incentivized, as repeating rumors was in wartime, surely that is part of this story, and it's something we also need to think about, to go after the reasons that people repeat untrue things within their social networks. And how do we develop a conversation around digital citizenship, restraint, and looking like an idiot if you repeat something that is really obviously untrue in order to please your social network?
I mean, this is a very good question, but I would challenge you a little bit because right now, people generate information and compare with the people generate information in World War II for different reasons. Right now, a lot of people, for example, young people generate information from TikTok. So I won't say all of them, but a very strong motivation for them to generate information is to make money. So because the click, also in YouTube, so the click they will get income by click number. Okay, so the more people click that, the more income they will get. So the young people, of course, some of them interested in the ideologies, but a lot of other young users, they just generate content for fun and for income. So they generate information in a very creative way and also facilitated by the AI algorithm. So I would say their primary goal is not to just generate the true information. This is not their biggest problem. Their biggest problem is how to get more clicks. So you can find that when they want to compete with, like when they're trying to attract people from global or from the whole country. So this won't be very effective. So what they do is they just need to entertain the people in their bubbles. So that's a more smart and effective way to get additional click. So for example, if I'm in the group say I support a Trump group, okay? So even though I don't like Trump, but I can still generate a lot of Trump support videos, short videos, because I will get additional payment. I won't say every people do the same thing, but I can see that a lot of young people right now, they generated this kind of videos because of the income reason. So I would say in the future, like for AI field and still, the reason I don't like this word cost, because it will make my talks very like money driven, very commercial, but actually it's not. I really worry about that. So when technology married with commercial, some bad things may come out. So I would like to challenge everybody here. So think about the future, think about the solution. So when people generate information for very different reasons for young people, so we should find a way to deal with it. Okay, once again, I'm a computer scientist. I'm not smart enough to provide a solution to do that. But what I know is if we want to provide a strategy, so the social scientists and computer scientists and the policymakers should work together. Okay, but this is something very essential.
Do we have time for one more question?
Unfortunately, I think we're over. We do? Never mind, we do.
You have time for one question?
Short question, yeah.
Okay, Xiao, you and I have been having this conversation for a long time now. On your slide, I think you meant to say no censorship, not censorship, right? So there's this triangle between no disinformation and free speech and no censorship. And I mean, of course, you can't have all those things at the same time, but isn't the analogy here to something like crime? You could have no crime by putting everyone in prison, right? But that would be a terrible thing to do, right? And you could have no prisons at all, but then of course, you'd have some crime and that would also be terrible. So isn't the idea that you try to do with this information what we do in the criminal justice system, which is go after the criminals, right? And I say that not go after the crime, but go after the criminals. And the reason I say that is because this, as you know, the Center for Countering Digital Hate in 2019 found that 65% of the anti-vax propaganda on Twitter was due to 12 people. And I checked, and 8 of those people are still on Twitter. Why are they still on Twitter? I mean, that's not a social good, right? That's everybody else in the elevator breathing somebody else's cigar smoke. How is that? So yes, there's going to be some loss of freedom of speech for the people who you're deplatforming. But those people need to be silenced and deplatformed because they're committing crimes against the rest of us, aren't they?
I totally appreciate that. I agree with you, Lee. So yes. So if someone doing something very aggressive on the social network, so we should do something and also make them legally responsible for what they did. But I mean, in my talk, I just say we should pay attention. So because most of the people, I mean, if you find a very small amount of people generate a lot of information, for instance, from in American president election, you find a small amount of people and also Russia and generate a lot of fake account and generate a lot of fake information. So absolutely, I mean, all the countries, not just the US, they should do something, okay? This is definitely criminal. But I just say that when we talk about misinformation for general audience, because as you said in your talk, panel discussion earlier, you said most of people generate the misinformation because they believe it. I mean, I just talk about for this kind of people, we should pay a lot of attention. We should be more cautious when we make anything, when we make any decision aggressively, because the social cost behind that can be huge. So once again, if you kick them out from one system, another system will appear. This is not something we like, right? So this can be very, very risky. The cost of such thing can be very high, which I may not give any suggestion, but in this talk, I just say people should be aware of the cost when we do something aggressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu, for your wonderful talk. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
We'll hear more from Dr. Liu and Dr. Markman over the week, I believe. I think we have a quick 5-minute or so break, and we'll start a new chat at 2 o'clock.
Hello, everybody. We're going to go on a chat in the competition for influence between China, Russia, and the United States. Up on the screen, we'll have Vivian Walker, and here we have Jill Doherty. Jill Doherty is currently at the Wilson Center after a long career as a correspondent for CNN. Jill, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's working. Okay, great. I'm really glad to be here. Oddly enough, I'm at the at Georgetown as well, as is our guest. So I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of how I wanted to approach this. The subject is the competition for influence, Russia, China, U.S. And as I was thinking about this, and this has really been a fascinating morning and then partial afternoon, at least for me, a real education. And as I thought about it, we've been looking at kind of nitty-gritty, you know, how a lot of this disinformation works and technically how it works, et cetera. And now in this panel, we're really going to kind of go back up 30,000 feet and start looking down at the ground at information wars. And information wars are essentially, as we know, the three characters that we have here, Russia, China, and the United States. We could add Iran, but I don't think we're going to do that today because there's really not enough time. But I do think if you look at this issue, we're talking about governments, right? So competition for worldwide influence really is one of the main tasks. Of course, security, number one, but really in the modern world, to influence people, to project whatever your country wants to do or wants to convince people of. And so that leads me to a couple of questions. I think number one would be, if you take a country, what is the purpose of that government? What is the purpose of their information strategy, number one? And then once you've defined that, how do they do it? And obviously they have to know who's the audience. So the audience would be, what do citizens around the world listen to, pay attention to, or even believe? And I think that's one of the key issues. So this has international implications, no question, but it also has domestic implications. And I think that came up in several panels before, that this is kind of a big vortex of information around the world. You can't just segregate, the United States from Russia, from China. It's all kind of one big world of swirling information and disinformation. So the guest expert that we have is Vivian Walker, and she's really, the perfect person, I think, to talk about this. I'll just give you a little bit of her background here. Vivian Walker is the executive director of the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy at the Department of State, and she's currently an adjunct professor at Georgetown's School of Foreign Service and a member of the Foreign Service Journal editorial board, among many other things. And let's see, can I actually see you there? Vivian, there you are. Okay, fantastic. And you can hear me fine?
Sounds good. And I'm ready to screen share if that works for you.
Sounds perfect. Could we just start with kind of a bigger question at the top, which maybe we can get into? It kind of flows from what I was talking about when I tried to formulate what we'll try to do. It's how each country uses their strategic messaging, their public diplomacy. And if you look at these three countries, they're all quite different, although Russia and China, as we know, are good friends these days. So there is a certain similarity in what they're trying to do. But could you set us up, Vivian, in terms of, how each country approaches this? What are they trying to tell the world or convince the world of or do with their information and information wars?
No, it's a great question. And I also really like the way you divided it, into two areas, sort of what is the purpose, why they're acting this way and how they do it. But I think really to answer this question effectively, I'd really like to jump into the presentation because it tries to do just that. And then maybe we can circle back around after we've gone through some of these slides and see whether I've gotten to some of your questions. So let's start the screen share. Are we good to go? Is it visible? Yes.
Yes, we're all set. Thank you.
Oh, great. All right. So as Ms. Doherty so kindly mentioned in her introduction, I am with the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy, also a retired Foreign Service officer turned professor academic. So I come at these issues with sort of a mix of theory and practice. Now, one of the things that the Commission is known for is its mandate to inform and assess and make suggestions about and think hard about U.S. government public diplomacy, and it's now in its 75th year of doing so. So much of the presentation, much of what I have to say about this competition for influence, why countries, the drivers behind engagement and how they do this is very much grounded in the kind of reporting and assessing that the Commission does. I will be referring to several of those reports in my presentation, and of course, they're accessible on the website. So what I'd like to do is start with the US and kind of give you a historical overview of approaches to influence competition, then take a look at what I think are arguably our greatest competitors in this realm, PRC, Russian Federation, and of course, Iran, but as you mentioned, although we won't be discussing it today. And then kind of take a deep dive and see how some of these things play out in a particular example, and that would be disinformation effects in sub-Saharan Africa, also based on a panel and investigation that the ACPD did last fall. And then kind of come around to the sort of third question that I would add to Ms. Doherty's first two, which are, how do you use soft power tools effectively in a hard power space? And what are the choices and prices? But let's go without further ado with such a distinguished group of policymakers and scholars and practitioners present. I don't think I need to spend too much time here on this slide, except just to make sure that when I'm talking about soft power versus hard power, these are the ingoing definitions I have here. We'll be, of course, when talking about public diplomacy programs in particular, U.S. government public diplomacy programs, we're going to look at how they play across that persuasion, the spectrum of information from persuasion to inducement to coercion. And of course, we've got Jovenai's classic definition of soft power to set us up. So I promised you that I would begin with a little bit of history. I know that previous panelists have really dug into the history of the Cold War and U.S. government approaches. So I will preface this by saying that this is a very particular historical tour and one that speaks directly to our issues today. It looks at how the U.S.'s approach to disinformation, to influence projection, has evolved in the last 50, 60 years. And my contention is, and I hope you'll see that basically the approach involves a kind of a dynamic of containment and engagement strategies that prevail to this day. So what am I talking about? Well, in our first selective date here is 1953, when the U.S. Information Agency is, formalized. Of course, its component parts were operating in different parts of the department and elsewhere before, but 1953 it brings it all together. The containment piece of this, of course, comes from George Kennan's containment strategy and how it applies to public diplomacy in particular, as I see it, was this insight that the best way to contain Soviet influence was to provide alternative, attractive models to that ideology, and in the process of containing through attraction, then inspire engagement or involvement with targeted audiences. So 1953, we have the U.S. Information Agency and the launch of a number of programs that grew to great prominence in the 50s and 60s. RFERL, WorldNet, the satellite TV system that USIA had, the printing operations, the scholarship and exchange programs, all in the effort to contain and to engage. Next stop in our timeline, of course, is 1999, when we decide that we've won the war, the Cold War, at least with respect to information. We no longer need the U.S. Information Agency. It gets broken up and dispersed into various public diplomacy programs within the Department of State. And we enjoy this unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism for all of 2 years. And then in 2001, we are confronted with the very real task of a new kind of influence war or competition, and that is the effort to counter violent extremism. Because the component parts of USIA were dispersed among various entities within the broader public diplomacy family, frankly, it was a little bit difficult to get organized in these influence efforts, but nevertheless, some good work was done, and for including the beginning of a number of these coordinating cells or centers to counter violent extremism, which ended up in what we now know as the Global Engagement Center. But the focus really until 2014 was largely on countering violent extremism. But Russia's attack on Ukraine on the ground and in the global information space in 2014 was a good reminder that there was cause to be concerned about Russian information warfare, and particularly the asymmetric hybrid nature of that warfare. So within the European Bureau at the Department of State, a number of efforts grew to counter that Russian influence. And over the next few years, these countering influence effects expanded to cover not just Russia, but China, North Korea, Iran, and other malign actors. The Global Engagement Center, which was given the job of handling all of these challenges across the interagency, was enshrined in the NDAA. And then we come to the last point on my timeline, which is 2019 and the creation of the Global Public Affairs Bureau in the Department of State. I know it's a bit wonky bureaucracy, but it really was an important transformation. It was billed actually as after the integration of USIA into the Department of State, the creation of the Global Public Affairs Agency was billed as the next important thing. Why? Because it was supposed to consolidate the Office of Information Programs and the Public Affairs Spokesperson Office into one entity that would have coordinated messaging with full digital engagement across all platforms. Now, I hope you can see then, as I've taken you very quickly through this institutional evolution and overview, that all along, the strategies are on the one hand, containing by exposing and providing different models, and then also then engaging and building audience strength and capabilities. So what are the tools that are currently at disposal for these efforts? Well, we've got the U.S. Agency for Global Media. We have a number of, I think, speakers over the next 2 or 3 days who represent the agency, and you'll get to hear about the great work that they're doing. But I would pick out here the inform and advocate aspect of US AGM's mission. And you can see it's to provide information, accurate, objective information, but also to do so on behalf of US national interests. There's a definite advocacy piece of it. And of course, if you look at the US AGM's strategic plan, the focus on disinformation and to support freedom and democracy is really at the core of US AGM's current strategy, and they have a quite remarkable set of resources at their disposal. Again, you'll be hearing more about that, I'm sure, but I wanted to highlight for specific attention is the excellent work that Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty and Radio Free Asia, the grantee organizations, are doing this in this regard, as well as the Open Technology Fund, which has really simply driven some of the most important innovations in broadcasting and outreach, particularly to audiences that are most vulnerable. If we've got inform and advocate, on the one hand, we've got the Global Engagement Center to help us with the expose and empower piece. Now, I think when you think of Global Engagement Center, I know we're all fairly clear on its mission to recognize and understand, expose, most importantly, and counter of foreign state and non-state propaganda. But the other interesting piece of the Global Engagement Center's mandate, and one that we don't always talk about, is what you see in the second paragraph there, that the understanding that the people and groups most affected by disinformation are frequently the most effective in countering them. So this is really, I think, a powerful statement of the need, the recognition of it's not merely discern and identify disinformation, but provide the most vulnerable audiences with the tools they need to overcome it, to build resilience. And so this empowerment is, I think, sort of an equal to expose in the GEC mandate. And then finally, I've covered the USAGM and then the GEC, and then we have what we call the more traditional public diplomacy programs, the training and education initiatives. The commission did a report published a couple of years ago looking at data on the kinds of programs, the issues, the objectives, the audiences, the tools used by posts overseas in countering state-sponsored disinformation. And this was primarily drawn from European posts' experiences countering specifically Russian Federation disinformation. And full reports on the website. I'm not going to go through it in any detail, but I just wanted to draw your attention to, for example, the chart here, which talks about the posts and what they identified as their primary objectives. And you can see it. It's building foreign audience resilience to disinformation. It's increasing awareness of the disinformation threat and increasing media or digital literacy. So this is this bit of exposing and empowering as well as informing. Much less attention you can see there to the American experience of things. For example, the American experience in digital or media promotion, or the promoting of positive, truthful narratives about the US. Posts were much more interested in programs and initiatives that help them, that enable them to reach the vulnerable audiences in the countries in which they're working. Similarly, and this is no surprise, I'm sure, for anyone watching this, the activity types were largely people-oriented: training and workshops, presentations, speakers, seminars. By far the bulk of the programs in direct, to the extent possible, direct engagement with audiences. And finally, the audiences that were, again, most important to posts include students or young people, next generation, or journalists and other media platforms, those who have that multiplier benefit, the ability to both inform and educate in the process of informing. So that gives you, I think, a sense of what is being done, has been done, broadly speaking, in the countering influence realm for the US government. So now to turn to our competitors, in this case, the PRC and Russian Federation. And they have what I would argue are some shared influence objectives. And again, with the audience I don't think I need to spend too much time on this, but I think we can agree that both PRC and Russia are interested in regime survival and strengthening their legitimacy at home. are interested in eroding the legitimacy of democratic governments through the expansion of their own authoritarian rule, definitely interested in cultivating their regional spheres of influence, and related to that, weakening US-related security and economic alliances in defense of these interests. And then finally, preventing or suppressing criticism, individual government of the regime, and then blocking access to information internally that would expose vulnerabilities. They have also some important differences between the two. And even as we now look at the PRC and Russia as potential collaborators or partners over Ukraine and the consequences, it doesn't hurt, I think, to remind us that there are some important differences between the two sets of influence drivers that could be consequential later on. So with the PRC, primarily interested in control and reach, we have in China a rising and a triumphalist great power. They've got tremendous hegemonic ambitions, yes, but they also have tremendous resources to back them up in their efforts. Russia, I would argue, is driven more by manipulation and disinformation, is a diminished and declining, or what some might call a poor great power. And in the absence of a vast array of resources, such as China has focused very effectively, I might add, on targeted asymmetric regional and global efforts in the information realm. Ideologically, China has got the Communist Party, the core principles at its center. So internally, to suppress domestic dissent, externally, to promote the CCP model as an attractive influence model. By contrast, Russia's ideology, if you can call it an ideology, is a sort of a nostalgia for a mythic past coupled with condemnation for a corrupt and failing West. China is essentially interested in long-term stability, and if that takes opportunistic investment and relationships to build further dominance, so be it. But it really is interested in a stable future in the long term. Russia is more focused on short and midterm chaos and inconsistency. It is enough to upset the prevailing international order, and then in the ensuing chaos, Russia emerges as a sole or one of the sole remaining viable powers. China is driven by internal and external desire for institutional cohesion. That means centralized, coordinated efforts across multiple sectors, as we've seen with Russia. By contrast, the efforts are often decentralized, opaque, with a web of finance and patronage that is often difficult to dissect. They've got some also important contrasting narrative, broad narrative approaches. I think, although the wolf warriors may give the light to this, in general, I would say that PRC narratives are more inclined toward persuasive strategies of persuasion and inducement, whereas Russian narratives, disinformation narratives, are really more focused on coercion and building fear and mistrust. So China's interested in reshaping the international order, yes, to its own advantage, yes, but through investment, infrastructure development, creating both alliances and dependencies. We would argue that the Russian Federation is really much more interested in destabilizing the current international order and recover its status through territorial aggression and threat of denial of access to resources. By and large, China's narratives, again, there are exceptions, but by and large promote its economic and governance models as attractive alternatives to Western democracy, kind of a reverse containment strategy, if you will. Whereas Russia itself promotes itself as a sort of a moral or spiritual alternative to corrupt and illegitimate Western democracies. So some important nuances, I think, in the differences in their approaches to the narratives. All right, so what is that? Translating then into the tools piece, how they do what they do. A lot of similarities between the two, of course, but enough, again, some nuances that are important to keep in mind, particularly as we look at how things play out with Ukraine. Yes, both engage in significant censorship, on a domestic as well as international scope. China has the largest state-run media network in the world. A recent study by the Gates Foundation, I'll come back to that study, suggests that it has outlets present in one form or another in every single country in the world. Russia, by contrast, has made significant investments in state-run and affiliated media platforms in its near abroad. Both PRC and Russia engage in co-optation of existing platforms or outright purchase of media platforms. But Russia, again, given its resources, tends to focus in targeted areas such as Asia and rely much more heavily on proxy-driven initiatives. China carries with it the promise of economic and trade investment opportunities. Of course, these trade and investment opportunities can become manacles, but the ingoing offer is one of assistance in order to both build alliances and foster dependencies. Russia is more inclined to use the threat of restrictions or denial of access to resources such as energy. Finally, China is able, thanks to its research, the resources provide a lot of long-term high-value investments in education, cultural, media opportunities. It's really hard to put a dollar figure on it. The one that I've seen most frequently is $6 to $10 billion a year. But I don't know how valid that is. Russia does not quite have the resources to that scale. It does, however, has been investing in the short and medium term in a number of research and cultural platforms, as well as media, to the tune of about $1.4 billion a year. So going back to this Gates Foundation report that I mentioned, and I think one of Nick Cull, who I think you heard from earlier today, is one of the authors of a series of reports that the Gates Foundation put out in November 2022 on reputational security. And I highly recommend this report. There are several chapters that are devoted to really digging into Russian Federation and PRC disinformation activities. And as they have put together some of the best data I've seen on these activities. It's very hard to quantify or qualify what China and Russia are actually doing in this realm. This report does a very good job. So, and here you see, and I've drawn these charts right out of the report, on the left, the PRC state media activity by region. So you can see that the greatest amount of effort is put toward Europe, with Africa second. On the right, you have the known media cooperative efforts the Russian Federation has put forward. And here you can see greatest focus for Russia is Asia, then followed by Africa. And what's interesting here, and the next slide also bears this out, is it seems that China is, in fact, very interested in influencing Russia, and vice versa. Russia interested in influencing China and the states in the region. And this is borne out here by another data set also from this report that looks on the left, the concentration of active Confucius institutes, and on the right, the Russian language and cultural centers. And so you can see these images here. The darker red shows the highest concentration of activity. So the Confucius centers are primarily in the United States and Russia. And in terms of the presence of Russian language and cultural centers, again, high number of such centers in the United States and China. So I think it's really interesting, and I'd love to see a study on this, the degree to which China and Russia are competitors, to be sure, but are also competitors between themselves and keeping very close eye on each other and working hard to promote influence strategies, to perhaps contain and engage one another in interesting ways. All right. So where does this leave us then? Well, I have already kind of been through this in a different way, kind of talking about how U.S. government is currently responding to these authoritarian efforts. So it's the exposure, maximizing its own soft power attractiveness and exposing hard power behaviors, and of course, in the case of the PRC and Russian Federation, whether it's human rights abuses or war atrocities, the constant attention drawn to actual behaviors and their consequences is a very important piece of exposure. The informing and advocating, providing information that's language appropriate, that information that's accurate across multiple platforms, providing viable information alternatives, especially to countries where there are firewalls or active censorship or other barriers to information access, focusing on next generation youth audiences, but also growing interest in working with diaspora audiences, particularly diaspora audiences of authoritarian governments who can play pivotal roles in influence projection. And then focusing also on the occupied territories, the marginalized, disenfranchised populations, those who have been made vulnerable and continue to be. And then the empowerment pieces through education and training, so education exchange programs, media, professionalization, platform construction, support networks, and then working with domestically local partners, both government and private sector, NGOs, to build access to information and support media literacy. So broad brush, that's what the US government is up to. So when we asked a group of experts last fall to talk to us about disinformation effects in sub-Saharan Africa, part of the world that in the aftermath of Russia's attack, most recent attack on Ukraine, and the role that some African nations have been playing in the, for example, support or lack of support for the sanctions regimes, the North-South conflict that has been spotlit as a consequence of the war. All of these are very interesting factors in play in the countries of sub-Saharan Africa. So we were curious as what does it look like? So this is what our experts told us. And again, if you're interested in the full report, you can find it on our website. Our experts, whether they were scholars and practitioners, talked about the kinds of inducements that the PRC is using in support of influence projection. And no surprise, it's the inducements we've talked about previously, the favorable trade deals, infrastructure development, the new schools, new education opportunities, large number of scholarships. There are so many ways that China can point to concrete, active demonstrations of their commitment to the people of that country, particularly in the realm of economic support. The disinformation, Chinese disinformation is by and large, and I'm generalizing here, largely state-centered, very controlled out of Beijing, and promoting China as an attractive model, as opposed to others. And the dominant narrative themes that are emerging are, as you see, that first that China defied the odds, lifted millions out of poverty in a very short time, and this model is promoted as a desirable alternative to liberal democracy. And here, there's certainly a subtle attack, or perhaps not so subtle attack on Western imperialism, but rather than striking out against the Western imperialist model as Russia does. It's rather to say, well, look, we're not going to tell you what to do. We are, and then you see the second message there, we are your partner, not your master. You can choose whatever you want. We're not here to impose a system of governance on you, but, you know, this really worked well for us. By contrast, our experts talked about the sort of security-driven inducement strategy, and so targeted security assistance and therefore information toward weak regimes with few options for viable partners. Our experts noticed a kind of the approach to disinformation dissemination was largely, again, decentralized, very focused on the regime in question, and very careful to exploit grievances and vulnerabilities particular to that regime or region, and then improving Russia's image by discrediting what the West had wrought in Africa. And there's a direct attack on examples of Western imperialism and colonialism. And as you can see in the narrative themes, holding the West responsible for many of the ills currently faced by these countries, and then promoting African solutions for African problems, not so different, frankly, from the Chinese approach, and making the case that that Russia is creating the conditions for African nations to make their own choices about the way forward. So, faced with all of that, we asked our experts what they saw as viable approaches from the United States perspective. And they focused on, as you see there, building awareness of the extent. So exposing disinformation, yes, but keeping to the high ground, as one of them put it, and doing this by creating other channels or opportunities for people to access accurate information about Chinese and Russian behaviors and making it accessible in the local context. They talked about supporting local capacity to counter disinformation. And there again, they're very interested in making sure that rather than international reports about broad trends that could possibly affect countries in sub-Sahara, they were interested in developing and creating databases and information sets they're particular to the country or the region. And then finally, they also talked about the importance of focusing on African youth and civil society organization, and in order to advocate and promote engagement in democratic institution building, rule of law, and anti-corruption measures. So, well, it all comes down to the numbers, right? And they made a very eloquent case for a lot of what we've been talking about, the exposing and informing and empowering, but it all comes down to budgets and the drawing from our most recent annual comprehensive report. The fact is that despite the need for really good and strong and concentrated work on countering disinformation through containment and engagement, the money's just really not there and continues not to be there. As we pointed out in our report, Africa received 11.3% of total public diplomacy funding by region, in other words, 5th out of 6. That, despite the fact that Africa has the second highest number of posts or embassies in any region, just 47 after Europe's 49, and that 40% of all public diplomacy offices at our embassies in sub-Saharan Africa are staffed by just one officer. So there are just tremendous resource and personnel constraints that are getting in the way of a real commitment to building up containment and engagement strategies in the region. And there you see the post rankings by the amount of PD funding, and you see where the priorities are. And the numbers at the end there, the 18, 20, 49, that's where these countries rank in overall spending. We rank them in our report from 1 to 147. And it won't surprise you that the majority of countries in the bottom rankings of funding received are from sub-Saharan Africa. The USAGM is doing great work in outreach to that part of the world. You know, there's an RFERL for Europe, and there's a Radio Free Asia for Asia. But what Africa has is the stalwart of Voice of America, Africa Services, 10 separate services covering multiple countries and regions with multiple languages that are, in contrast to the rest of the world, have a prominent focus on radio, FM radio, as well as internet-based initiatives. And you can see there the prioritization of funding. The English to Africa service does quite well. It's number 10 in the amount of funding that it receives. Again, the full range of this data is available in our report. But these are the resources that we're able to devote to this very critical piece in Africa. So this brings us around to that question that I hinted at the beginning, which is, so we've got these soft power tools, and we have to use them in what is definitely a hard or sharp power information space. But of course, we have no choice other than to use these soft power tools, because the tools themselves model the very basic values of democracy that are at the core of our attractiveness to the rest of the world. So how do these soft power approaches then play out between the Department of State and the U.S. Agency for Global Media? Got your proactive and coordinated short-term messaging that's largely in global public affairs. And then the broad, consistent, and sustained access to accurate news and information, largely U.S. Agency for Global Media and the Global Engagement Center as well. And then broad, sustained access to professional and academic education, and that's largely the Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs, and where the bulk of the exchange and scholarship and visitor programs are located, and global public affairs, which also plays an important role in the content development and message framing for these academic and professional activities. So there you have what I hope is at least a partial answer to your question about what countries are doing, why they're doing it, what's driving them, and how the U.S. government is looking to respond to it.
Well, thank you very much, Vivian. That was really thorough and actually very interesting, some things that I hadn't thought about. I know we have very little time. We have to be finished at 2:45, but we have a few. Okay, good. We have a little bit of extra time. We want to have questions, obviously, but Vivian, I had one question that kept emerging in my mind as I watched the slides, which is you have two countries, China and Russia, taking kind of different approaches, you know, as you mentioned, China taking kind of a longer approach and maybe ostensibly softer approach, Russians undermining, et cetera. But I have recently read that Russians have been training Chinese journalists, so it raises the question of some type of synergy between them. Could we have, or maybe do we have, a good cop, bad cop world of propaganda where, you know, China is the good cop and Russia is the bad cop, ganging up on the liberal democratic order? What do you think?
I think that's quite possible. And one of the things I do want to caution my colleagues, my students about is when we talk about disinformation, and we're very clear, especially when we're talking from the U.S. government perspective, who the heroes are and who the villains are, right? You know, it's very clear that we're on the side of right, you know, and our values are the ones that should prevail, and what's happening in, for example, the Russian Federation runs absolutely counter to that. But if you take a step back and think about the global audiences, I don't know that those distinctions between heroes and and villains are that sharp. And I'll give you a great example of this. This is a poll that was done by NDI in the Republic of Georgia in about 2018. And the poll was done in Georgian, and it was, they'd done a number of very successful polls, so it was a reputable company. And the question was, what is the greatest source of propaganda? And they gave a clear definition of propaganda available on television today within Georgia. And they had three choices. The news and information on television that was emerging from Russian Federation, news and information that came from countries, EU countries, and news and information that was primarily US based, US driven, and that was it was available in Russia. And the answer was, well, they thought that about 52% of what they saw in coming out of Russia was propaganda. Well, but for the EU countries, it was about 47, and the US was 42, something like that. So in the realm of statistics, the margin of error isn't, that's a pretty good margin of error. So by and large, although people mostly thought that Russia was doing propaganda, a lot of people also thought the US was as well. And the answer is they're not wrong. So this is a tool that all countries use or countries like the US, Russia, China, with the objective of maintaining broad influence. They all use those tools. And so I think we have to be careful about labeling, good and evil, us against them, but rather be very aware of and able to pick out these methods and approaches as they emerge.
Yeah, fascinating. Do we have questions from the audience? I see a couple over here. Could we start maybe, Eleanor or Lenny? Can we get a mic over there? Thank you.
Yes, it is. Okay. Hi, I'm Lenny Lopato. I'm at the Kennan Institute, the Wilson Center. Hi, Jill. I have sort of a practical question about what Dr. Walker talked about. Part of my day-to-day responsibilities are helping experts navigate media requests, not just from U.S. media, but also from the Chinese and Russian state-affiliated media outlets that you put up on your presentation. So if you had a policy expert ask you if they should accept an invitation from, say, CGTN about whether to talk on their American-produced television show about a policy issue, what would be the cost-benefit analysis in that scenario? What would you tell them to consider?
I think and now I'm speaking not as a representative of the U.S. government, which as part of the Independent Advisory Commission, I really am not, but I want to make it clear that what I would say is that I think that the U.S. government officials should engage as much as they can with all available reputable media sources, regardless of the country of origin, in order to be able to tell our version of the story. So I would say do it, but be very clear, of course, about the nature of the platform. Be clear about what your own strategic intent is in appearing on this platform, because the risk is, yes, in appearing on this platform, are you then signaling in some way support for the platform? I don't think so, because I think in the context of a news and information program, and the goal is to speak to as many experts as possible, then I think there should be a representative array of viewpoints on there. So in general, I would support it, with some caveats about being aware of the source.
And also what they can do with it,
yeah,
which is a problem.
In this day and age, it's, and you are, I'm sure, looking at this, the ability to take a soundbite one statement made in a perfectly reputable setting, you know, in an interview or a statement, and have it repackaged and transformed out of its original context or association, that can happen now at any time from any source.
True. All right. Danielle?
I just think we have to cut off. I think we have to move to the next presentation.
Oh, is that it? Okay, well, that was, I have to thank you very much, Vivian, for a really in-depth and very, very educational presentation and very interesting. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
To the front to get ready. Oh, they're digital, so it's just. Our tight schedule, we're going to be moving right along to our next panel, Disinformation and Digital Repression in the Land of Magical Realism. To moderate this panel, I am happy to introduce Katarina Wierski. She is a policy analyst here in Texas, as well as a graduate of the University of Texas with a dual degree in Global Policy Studies and Russian, East European, and Eurasian Studies. And I will pass the mic off to Katarina to introduce our panelists.
Can you hear me? All right, great. Thank you for the introduction, Lara. So today we'll have two expert presenters. First, we'll have Colonel Barbara Fick, and she will be providing us with an overview of disinformation trends in Latin America. Colonel Fick is a professor at the National Defense University in Washington, D.C., and also a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Our second expert panelist will be Dr. Boris Saavedra, who will be discussing digital repression, innovation, and political control in Latin America. Dr. Saavedra is a retired Venezuelan brigadier general and a professor at the National Defense University. And with that, Colonel Fick, hopefully you're ready to go. Thank you.
Forgive me. Good afternoon, everyone. I am having some difficulty sharing my screen on this platform for some reason. See if this will do it. Apologies for that. Is it sharing at this time? Okay, I think it is showing. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Quite intimidated after that wonderful presentation by Vivian. You know, I've worked in Latin America my entire adult life and even studied, focused on the region. And I am a former Signal Corps officer. So this is a very natural topic. And I feel that in terms of competition and information, we, the United States, are a bit, and before I say anything, I must caveat, anything I say does not represent the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, or the Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies. It's my personal opinion that we are late to the game when it comes to competition and information, and even the technology, where we've been so far ahead in its development. Our use and regulation and leveraging of our own advancement has been a bit, in my opinion, slower than it ought to be. This conference is a breath of fresh air, especially listening to the last speaker. seeing that you're bringing in all sectors and also taking a cross-regional approach. We're starting something we're starting to do more and more, and I think that's going to be critical when we get into the information and the cyber domains for this. So I'm pleased to see the cross-regional connections that this conference represents. I call this presentation, which I want to caveat as exploratory and just the beginnings of some larger research. And it's chopped short because I found there was too much information. 3 years ago, I advised a student writing about Russia in Latin America, and there was not a lot out there being published at the time. Right now, the amount of information has just exploded. So I think we're finally headed in the right direction, and hopefully we'll catch up. So I call this Disinformation in the Land of Magical Realism. I am not going to delve into literature for this, but I think it was an appropriate scene setter for some of the things I want to talk about as I've been teaching Latin American studies to students within the military and out in civilian entities as well. There are many things in the history, the culture, the development of the region that really play into what we're seeing right now in Latin America. Some of the trends will coincide with what we're seeing in other underdeveloped regions, but I think it's worth noting. So magical realism is a literary and art trend where the fantastic and fantasy blends with reality, and that expresses the way people perceive themselves in their world. I'm not saying that's the fact or reducing the Latin American reality to something quaint. It's very not by any means. I'll quote Gabriel Garcia Marquez, famous Colombian author, journalist, essayist, who said that surrealism runs through the streets. Surrealism comes from the reality of Latin America. And I really want to use that to preface my remarks or some of the things I'll talk about. I'll talk about the legacies that bring us to a distrust of the Western narrative, the growth of information and communication technology in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would say that's where I'm really just building my a lot of the data, and there's so much more data than I was able to get to. And the next thing, which is a new area for me, is exploring the digital literacy gap, which I would argue we suffer from in our own country and many of the developed nations. So really quickly, the Western Hemisphere, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Just talking about the colonial models in the past, this is, quite a legacy of the world vision from the region that impacts how they interact with information, how they receive it, and what they do with it. We can look at colonialism in Latin America within the European context at the time, 1500s, and the next couple hundred years, where it was a very structured hierarchical world, and the colonization in the Spanish and Brazilian or Spanish speaking and Lusophone region was more extractive in nature. It was right after the conquest, and whereas we've seen in other regions a more colonizing or different reasons for the populations to move to that region. Another thing in the world vision, which, I don't have this on the screen, but this all feeds into it, kind of the concept of destiny. Is your destiny something that's fatalistic, or is it something you control? That's something that came out of some of the medieval structures or feudal structures that stayed in colonial structures of the region. And I don't want to go into too much detail because our time, we're down to what, 15 minutes, I believe. And so we already have a hierarchical society, control of the popular discourse, an official authoritative narrative or discourse in the region. After the colonies and independence, you have obviously the post-colonial world, and I'm squeezing a couple hundred years into this statement, which leads to a distrust of the previous colonial powers. And then when we get to neo-imperialism, we see the distrust of the new world powers, like the United States, and Europe, both of whom were importers of Latin American exports, which, based in a commodity economy, commodities-based economy, which led to a lot of economic vulnerability. And I think we sort of know the story about the economic development or underdevelopment in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that did not lead to, but there was also accompanied by instability throughout the 18th, 19th, and even 20th century, with frequent and many U.S. interventions, and that also impacted the perception of neo-imperialism, or some might say it's factual. I really don't pass judgment there. But the concept exists, and it does impact how the region sees the United States and processes information, the lens through which they see information, and any narratives coming from, I would say, the U.S., the global North, or Western countries of Europe as well. After World War II and during the Cold War, Latin America became a competition zone. And, we talk about still today, we've begun to say more a zone of competition rather than great power competition. However, in the time of Cold War, it was seen as great, and before post-colonial era, as a great power competition. And Latin America and the Caribbean was a territory or a physical space that was seen as a competitive space where the global powers, the U.S., reigned as a hegemonic controlling entity. In the late 20th century, early 21st century, neoliberal reforms were recommended by the U.S. and other powers, seen as not having satisfying results. So by the end of the 20th century, and I'm really giving the Cliff Notes version, the region sort of had a period of honeymoon of democracy, the last decade or so of the 20th century, and by the 21st century, there was a dissatisfaction, and the pendulum sort of swung over to a new left called the pink tide. At this time, we see, and based on all of this, and I'm talking with U.S. relations, something of a love-hate relationship with the U.S. The U.S. was the power, the one to provide assistance, the model to follow. So love-hate relationship with the culture, products, and the ways that the U.S. was successful. But at the same time, at the same time, there's the hate, which was a resentment feeling that many of the things that provided success actually damaged the opportunities of the region. And some of this is, obviously you'll see this in a lot of the documents I've researched, but it's anecdotal. just some visual representations of the U.S. and its relations with the region. And up on the left, I think was our Monroe Doctrine. You see, it's kind of in no chronological order. Guns and immigration assistance and sending weapons. There's so many narratives expressed in the second image. Third image is when the rise of the left in the beginning of this century. There, anti-U.S., anti-neoliberal reform, just non-aligned for the most part. And this is a very important period, the beginning of the 21st century, for the rise of Russia and China. It's not to say that it's the first time they were there, but for their return to the region. Yeah. I think I got there a little quickly. And in that, I'm going to pause on kind of where things are developing and jump to telecommunications and information technology, where we can see the growth, tremendous growth in Latin America. One study identified telecommunications as the fastest growing sector in the region. And interestingly, particularly among the poorest countries. And that I would say from my own observations back in the late 80s, early 90s, the beginning of the cell phones, because the landlines didn't work, to today, fast forward to today, or even 2021, in terms of just mobile subscribers, the numbers are staggering. 439 in 2021 to 487 million. And this source is from a commercial entity. It is not from the UN or OECD, but there are other sources as well. I just thought this captured a bunch of data points that are helpful to see the penetration in Latin America, where it is actually showing penetration of the technology and certain amount of physical access and coverage of this sort of technology. We start with the mobile communications to the mobile internet, going all the way down to 5G and rapid growth. This growth from 2021 to 2025 is really a drop in the bucket. If you go back, obviously 20 years, it's almost zero to where we are today. So very rapid compared to your more developed nations that did not have the need for this. So keeping that in mind, we have cell phone penetration, we have access to the internet on mobile devices, we have 812 million with SIM card connections. And in terms of penetration, by 2025, 123% of the region will have penetration with some sort of mobile internet device. And that's rather significant. And then I go back to the kind of flow of history and where things stand. We look at China in the region. I know we talk about it. I'm not going to dig into the many very important points, especially that the previous speaker made, Belt and Road Initiative, a lot of the activity that China is doing, because I guess I want to point out that China's actually been in the region since the colonization of Mexico, with trade routes through the Philippines to Mexico. And they've been in the region as I'd say a good or a not bad actor, normal, another country in the region conducting trade, just as we've always thought. The interesting thing about the populations that moved back then and continued to move in subsequent generations, just with a slight change in the first or a gap in the first 25 years of communist China, was the back and forth family ties and connections. So I've say that it's a long unrecognized presence because China has always been there, fully embedded, culturally at a minimum, demographically for sure, and economically. I just don't think it was recognized as much. In the early 90s, I lived in Venezuela. I always went to the Chinese supermarket. That was where the better prices were. So it's always been there. I don't think anyone was looking at it through the lens that we have today, nor aware of how much that long presence has enabled the current presence. So we've underestimated it over the years, all the way up through the beginning of this century as economic only. And perhaps it was definitely extractive for raw materials than we've seen in the last decade or so. We could go back to 2000 with the Panama Canal, actually, a lot of acquisition of infrastructure, a lot of control of that infrastructure, key transportation ports, which could have dual use. And speaking as even though I'm not in uniform, as a member of the military, this is something we rely on the port access, the ability to transit the canal when needed. So it becomes an issue from a security perspective, just at the infrastructure level. And now we're seeing it go to a different kind of infrastructure, not the transportation infrastructure, but rather communications and information infrastructure. So that's where it's developing. And then this soft power, as we kind of come to the point in the evolution of U.S. relations or great power relations with the region, China's become a viable alternative to other powers, specifically the United States, because they're there, they are present, they are offering many things that others are not offering. And I don't like to say that the autocracy and the corruption are attractive. What I would say is that the autocracy and the corruption mean that China is not going to be criticizing countries or withholding any of their aid based on any status or evaluation. Lots of gifts. Russia, similar. Russia's not new to the region. We have the legacy of the Cold War and Cuban Missile Crisis, Cuba forever. Nicaragua, since the 80s, really has had a little bit of, has had influence from Russia, and most definitely under the Daniel Ortega government. And then our Venezuela, complete shift from one of our greatest friends in the region, a democracy developed with oil that it was also managing, develop, and in benefiting its economy and country. So Russia's been in these countries, and I put Shea up there. It's just a little bit of a psychological image. Che Guevara. I imagine every one of you has seen a student at a university with a Che Guevara shirt, as if he is a cult hero. Most people don't know what he really did, but that plays into some of the mystique of turning towards Russia or China, frankly. I mentioned the pink tide at the turn of this century, and the pendulum swung back a little bit to the right, and it seems like it's sort of swinging a little bit to the left. We'll see what happens. Then we've got another emerging economies group: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. It began as just a description of some emerging economies that have come together as something of an organization, if ad hoc or informal, but it has become it is an organization to those countries, and they will be aligned in many on many issues, and it is as we go forward. Near abroad. So we talk about, Cold War. Now the new competition. I do not have to tell all the experts that are here what we're talking about with the near abroad. We go back to even before 2014. Well, we can go back to NATO enlargement moves in I believe the 90s, where the Russians thought that the West had said they would not enlarge or encroach upon Russian territory. We, as members of the NATO, we did invite other countries to join. So that's seen as the Western world or playing in Russia's near abroad or sphere of influence, as I'm sure you guys have already spoken about. But we have our near abroad looking back to previous times, Monroe Doctrine seen as not always looked kindly upon in the region, but this hemisphere is our near abroad, and Russia sees playing in this near abroad as their way to compete and seek leverage to influence our actions, perhaps in their near abroad. However, they may not be as capable to do as much militarily in the region. A couple years back, they sent some nuclear aircraft, and they've had advisors, other types of security and military assistance. With Nicaragua, they've built a base for counter-drug monitoring or something, and tremendous support there. Nicaragua's authorized Russian boots on the ground, which in Latin America, any other nation's boots on the ground is a very serious thing, not something that is normally welcomed. So I think that should give an indication of how close Nicaragua is with Russia. Russia's been supporting Venezuela directly. The oil, they've done combined commercial ventures, and through Cuba with some of their military expertise and advisors. Other countries, Peru, for example, Peru's a friend of the U.S., but they have a lot of legacy equipment, and they're not the only ones. Legacy equipment from Russia. When you have military equipment, the long-term maintenance and repair parts implies a long-term relationship. So there's still legacy equipment around in the region, which keeps Russia slightly active in the region. Again, same comment regarding autocracy and corruption. It creates another opportunity and definitely a negative influence or impact on the region. So this is probably what the experts here today already either have spoken of or will be speaking of, have the statistics. I'm not going to go into really in depth to this, but we look at RT, Espanol, and Sputnik, some of the media, communications media broadcast in the region that, the numbers are staggering. It's very accessible, and many of the readers don't have the literacy to recognize it as a product of Russia, or even if they do, they may trust it more going back to the historical distrust of former powers or colonial powers or neo-colonial powers in this hemisphere. Again, just some numbers which are really, in Spanish, we'd say al azar. I just grabbed a few random statistics. There's so much more out there, but Russia's information and disinformation is alive and well in Latin America, where there is a propensity to distrust the official story and look for the other stories. And there's so much disinformation coming through the bot farms, the influencers, the troll farms, with a tendency to look for that information and believe it as more accurate than perhaps the official information that is put out by Western outlets or even local outlets. Digital literacy, this is the new area that I'm jumping into, so I don't have it fully developed, but just a couple of statistics to throw out there. I was looking at some studies that analyze digital literacy based on, one is based on 8 factors, and I can certainly share that afterwards with all, but 8 of the countries from Latin America were analyzed. It was only like 53 countries of the world. And of the 8 analyzed, the only one that ranked in the top 50% was Chile. And I think that study might have been a year or 2 or more ago, maybe like 2019 or 2020. Then the Digital Skills Gap Index is really fascinating, that all 21 countries that it analyzed from this region, the highest score is 5 out of 10. That was Uruguay. And this is really where I want to go with this research and will go. So I welcome any comments or observations, or please contact me afterwards. And with that, I'm going to close. The basic conclusion is perfect storm, digital literacy, a propensity to distrust Western or former great power or U.S. narrative, and just saturation of, one, the technology without literacy, digital literacy, and 2, disinformation from Russia and some from China as well. With that, I think I've hit probably the 15 minutes, and I will close and open it or pass it to our moderator.
Thank you, Colonel Fick. With that, I'm just going to pass it off to Dr. Saavedra. Given our time constraints, we only have about 10 minutes, Dr. Saavedra, but I know you have a lot of very interesting and informative things to tell us about digital repression in Latin America, so I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, okay. I need to be able to share my, well, it's not my presentation here. Let me see.
Boris, I may be able to share that.
Yes, I try to, yeah.
Let me do that.
No. Okay. I need you to give me the possibility to share, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I got it. All right. Okay. Do you have it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Perfect. And let me see it. Let me put it. Can you see better now? Okay. All right. Thank you. This is an honor for me to be here. And I want to just focus in the digital repression, what I call digital repression, and how the media has been used and used today in Latin America and the Caribbean. The objective of my presentation is provide you the analysis, a policy and a strategic level of the impact of social media in the culture of Latin America. Let me start talking a little bit about what is the technological context that we are living today. We are living in the call for industrial revolution. But what that means is converging, accelerated, exponential technology and getting together, and that create disruption. And those disruption create innovation. It's what we say. When we're talking about accelerated exponential technology, I'm talking about that technology that is changing so fast, at the same time, double its potential and reducing its price. And that happened before. The law of Moore is very clear in that. When Moore predict back in the late 60s that the processors, digital processors, will change power every 2 years. And that happened for more than 30, 40 years, that happened. But today, we are living in a technology, this is even faster than that one. Let me give you a very good example of that. That example is the GTP. GTP come up last December, GPT-3. What happened is that last week, GPT-4 is also available. Just in 4 months, we came from GPT-3 to GPT-4, which is a new technology using artificial intelligence that has revolutionized everything. Also, in this current global technology, cyber-physical system, which is knowledge, combined with Internet of Things and Internet of everything, mean connectivity. Knowledge and connectivity is creating this accelerated converging technology that we are living today. And I give you some examples: artificial intelligence combined with machine learning, or metaverse, the combination of virtual reality with augmented reality, blockchain technology that all of you have heard about that. Material science and nanotechnology, biotechnology. All of this is happening. What is happening in this time is similar what happened back in 1993 when internet went public. And I remember in that time, it was a major event when somebody sent an email from London to Washington. And the people receiving the email in Washington replied immediately back to London. That was a major success. Well, 30 years later, we are now in another major evolution, particularly with artificial intelligence. That's the reason, because more people and companies and institutions related to technology, I'm very concerned how fast we have been gone with artificial intelligence, and we need to take some kind of control in that kind of technology. But this is what we are living today. Then what is the landscape in Latin America? If you see from the point of view of cybersecurity, it's two major problems. The first one, protection of national critical infrastructure. This is a major challenge for the entire region. And the second one is the use of social network under liberal democratic principles and the rule of law. This is the two major problem, challenge that all countries are facing. Some countries are a little more ahead, but other countries are at basic level with nothing prepared to face those major challenge that we see in the region. Then you see when we're talking about critical infrastructure, I'm talking about lack of identification and definition of critical infrastructure. Remember, we're talking about policy and strategic level. It's not clear definition in the countries what mean critical infrastructure, or the lack of legal framework. Most countries have not a legal framework established to play a major role in cyberspace. Lack of policy and strategy is very hard to have policy and strategy when you have a legal framework, or the lack of solid public-private partnership, which is essential when we're talking about critical infrastructure. Then when we go to social network or social media, the lack of legal framework is, that establish the rule and responsibility. In this moment, is plenty of impunity doing something in cyberspace because the countries are not prepared to face what is happening today. Lack of policies and strategy, and domestic and international companies operate on the total impunity. Is it the case of external actors such as China, Russia, Iran, are the major beneficiary of that situation when the countries are very limited to confront or to control what is happening in cyberspace. Well, then when we see the role of culture and the shift in social media, what I mean is, obviously, you see a positive contribution of social media and also the negative aspect. Today, in the region, we pass just in, I would say in 18 months, we passed from 450 million people using internet to 569 million, just in 18 months, due to the COVID-19, obviously, but also the evolution of technology. Provide a forum for discussion in every political, social, scientific. The people are more connected, the people are more informed. And these services used online due to the freedom of expression that most countries that play by democratic rule, they know exactly what means freedom of expression, but there are few regulatory policies or even have no policies whatsoever. That happened in the country because you find country with one or two regulations, but you find country with zero, and the vast majority have nothing. I can tell you that for critical infrastructure protection, no country have a law in Latin America to deal with critical infrastructure. Well, what are the negative aspect that you find is lack of rule, regulation, policy. Social network has been used in the context of structural reform of family planning, health, distance, or education policy. Have not been used in that way. Social media has affected governance in the region. A real protest in Chile back in 2019, or Colombia last year during the election, or Brazil last year during the election, and today with Peru's situation, or Venezuela, has been promoted by Russia, China, and Iran that had affected governability and political stability in the region. What is the current scenario of social media in the region? Well, multiple attempts of legislation and new tools for policy and strategy to control few have failed. Some countries have tried to do it, but they fail. Why they fail? Because multiple interests and the political leaders in the international company and at national level companies. There is no rule for online intermediary in Latin America. For instance, those major international company like TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all these big companies, they are very happy. They are very happy because they can act freely with no regulation coming from the government. Court and legal system have played a vital role to moderate harm, but a little bit because it's very hard, the courts or the legal system without a specific regulation take any control. Well, about censorship, and my question here is Latin America going the Chinese and Russia way? And I think in some aspect, yes. Because why? Because as you see, the major actor for censorship in Latin American countries are government, big companies, and these two groups are private, national company, international company, and a major actors, Russia and China, they don't want any regulation. They want to continue doing what they are doing, because in this way, they can control information and communication, which is the fundamental part of what is the geopolitics today. Whoever has the control of information and communication have power control. And this is the three things that I can identify. Lack of clarity in legislation, cause total impunity of these two external actors, I would say China, Russia, and Iran. The unregulated governance landscape of social media is breeding the ground to fake news and misinformation. Everything happened because there's no the rule of law in cyberspace at all in Latin America and the Caribbean. The lack of political will. This is when I see the big company, the external actors, and political leader, none of these three big groups want to have a major regulation. Because you see why is no political will, because political leaders, they don't want to have any specific rule because that will make them to comply with the rules. And they don't want to have rules. They want to use social media for political gain and to do whatever they want to do with no regulation. Position of international social media company. Those social media companies at the same time, they don't want to have
Dr.
any kind of
Saavedra,
regulation.
sorry to interrupt, but I want to make sure that we have time for questions today, and we're just running out of time.
Well, I'm gonna finish soon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In Latin America, I just said before, no legislation, big companies, political leaders, and external actors don't want to have it. This is my conclusion. My conclusion is the need of cyber diplomacy in the framework of public policy. That needs to be practiced in Latin America. Second, the cybernetic strategy to counteract the use of social media by external hemispheric actors based on the global geopolitical agenda. China, Russia, and Iran, they are playing by their own geopolitical agenda. And finally, political will is required to develop the foundation of cyberspace legislation and governance in the region. With that, I will stop.
Thank you, Dr. Saavedra. With that, I'm going to open it up to questions. I think we have time for maybe one question, maybe two, depending on how complex they are. If anyone has one. Well, I have a question that maybe I'll start with. I didn't want to jump in if anyone else has any pressing questions, but what I would like to know is how we should understand different disinformation narratives and digital repression tactics that originate from within Latin America and come from external sources, and how we should address those. And that's a question for either Colonel Fick or Dr. Saavedra.
Well, let me, excuse me. Let me say this, and I say in my presentation, what the region need to know is starting to understand. Is need to understand what is cyberspace, what is the potential, and what is the limitation, what is the threat. Because what happened is no real understanding how complex is cyber space, because cyberspace involves all institutions, all people, from the individual, family, community, society, and nation. In cyberspace, need to work the entire society. And I think this is what the first step need to be understand. Is the leadership, political leaders in the region need to understand that what need to be done is not just by the government. They need to have the capability to bring together all the people, all different sectors of society to create what I call the cyber security ecosystem. In other words, the education sector, the private sector, major companies, and the government, they need to work together in order to first develop a real legislation and then provide public policy to attend all different sectors. Public policy to see how we are going to deal in the economy with the cyber. What are the limitations? What are the capabilities? Same thing in education. What happened is in Latin America, we are in the 21st century, but the education system belongs to the 20th century. We are dealing with a new generation of very digitalized new generation, and we try to educate them using analog system back from the 20th century. This is a major limitation, and that is part of what needs to be done.
I'm not going to add anything to that other than that's exactly what I would have said with regard to digital literacy, all sectors of society.
Okay. Any additional questions, anyone? Okay. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Saavedra?
Yes, nada más. I like to recommend, and I put the bibliography because I like to recommend books and no link or website, because website provides you information. Books provide you knowledge. And the only way we can understand cyber is when we go to the books written by experts. It's the only way we can have knowledge to understand what is going on in cyber space. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thank you both for your time, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, and thank you, Katerina. Next up, we have Jean Demer. Jean Demer is a PhD student in Belgium. He has a couple of years of consulting under his belt as well, and today he'll be presenting his PhD thesis on regulation, if I have that correctly. I'm just giving you a little bio. So yeah, without any further ado, here's Jean.
Thanks a lot for having me here. It's quite nice to be able to present here in the United States. So I will try to provide a high-level overview of the current debates regarding online platforms liability, both in the United States and the European Union, especially given the fact that the EU recently published the Digital Services Act, which is a new regulations which aims at regulating online platforms, and which will have impact, hopefully, on the spread of disinformation online. So first of all, and I think that's something we've already established today, disinformation and misinformation have actual consequences on society, and social media and online platforms are usually huge vectors for the spread of those information disorder. This can lead to violence, as has been the case in Burma during the genocide against the Rohingya community, to electoral manipulation, as was the case in 2016 during the Brexit campaign, or to the slowing down of sanitary policy, as has been the case during COVID-19. And of course, disinformation has also been a huge problem in the war in Ukraine, but I think we already have discussed on this subject, so I'm not going to dwell on this. So online platforms did have reactions to misinformation and disinformation by enacting policies, and to do so they rely on content moderation, which they do either through human moderation, so using moderators that actually read and regulate content, or through algorithms and artificial intelligence. So these are some examples of actions taken by platforms to regulate, or to at least work on disinformation. So they can sometimes they just flag some contents without deleting them. They can indicate alternative sources for information, or they can go even further by deleting content or suspending users, as has been the case for former President Donald Trump, which was suspended from Twitter and Meta for, I think, at least 2 years. He recently came back on the platform. So at the time, online platforms have pretty much their hands free when they choose how to regulate information and publication on their services. So it's mostly self-regulations. There have been a lot of critics on these self-regulations for several reasons. First of all, platforms decide themselves and they can just choose to change their policies at any given time. Twitter is currently a prime example of this, as it looks like Twitter's policy depends mostly on Elon Musk's mood whenever he wakes up. Which is not always easy for people to know how they will be treated legally, and I mean not legally, but from the platform point of view. There is also a lot of lack of transparency. Some users sometimes see their content deleted or invisibilized without them knowing why or for how long, and they don't have a lot of recourse against those actions. And finally, a lot of experts are claiming that this is an issue, as it is a contractualization of freedom of expression, as platforms choose what they host or what they don't host, and given their important role on the social and communication infrastructure, it gives them a lot of power, which should maybe not be in the hand of private enterprises, but remain democratically governed by society as a whole. So platform has also been accused of using the recommender system to favor polarizing content such as disinformation or hate speech, but they also hide behind the fact that their algorithms are usually private, or they don't and that, so they say that they cannot explain how they actually promote content, but which causes problem regarding regulation. And finally, platforms also benefit from a liability exception regarding the content posted by their user, and we will discuss this a bit later. So the EU recently published the Digital Services Act, which aims at better regulating the online market. And I will share with you what I believe is one of the best communication from the European Commission in the past few months. And it's a tweet from Thierry Breton, which is the Commissioner for the Internal Market in the EU. Okay, so let's go back a bit to discuss this liability exemption for online platform. Sorry. So it was established in the 1990s because at the time the internet was developing, people started going online, posting content, and question arose regarding the liability of hosting services and online intermediaries. So at the time, the goal was to push for a faster development of the internet and digital services. So both the US and Europe decided to provide with an exemption liability for intermediary services. The US was the first to do so with Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act in 1996, which states that provider of interactive computer services should not be considered publishers of the content posted by third parties and therefore not incur liability. This provision also allows those services to engage in content moderation by deleting content they deem to be not appropriate for the services. In the EU, a similar exemption was provided by Article 14 of the e-commerce directive in 2001. So hosting services were exempted from liability under certain conditions. They had to be unaware of the presence of such content, and once they acquired that knowledge, they have to act fast, expeditiously to remove them in order to see their liability, in order for their liability not to be engaged. In the EU, there were some more conditions that were established by the European Court of Justice that states that this liability exemption only applies when the hosting services or the online platform act in a passive way. And this is actually a question which has been brought to more attention, given that online platforms, unlike the hosting services from the past, have somewhat a more active role as they choose which contents they put first or not through the algorithm. So the question is, with this role, do they still benefit from the protection under Section 230? And regarding EU law, are they still considered to be neutral, technical, and passive, which were the criteria established by the ECJ in the Google France case? This question probably should be answered with a yes, as in 2021 in a case against YouTube, the Court of Justice in Luxembourg stated that recommender systems do not entail knowledge of illegal content nor responsibility for online platforms. But as we will see later, the EU decided to impose new obligations on those platforms through the DSA. But let's stay in the US for a bit with a current court case in front of the Supreme Court, Google versus Gonzalez. So let's start with the fact of the case. So in 2015, 23-year-old Noemi Gonzalez was killed during the terrorist attack in Paris, and her parents sued YouTube as well as other social media such as Facebook and Twitter because they were hosting content posted by the Islamic State. So the parents accused YouTube of aiding and abetting terrorism by recommending those videos through the algorithm. The case was first dismissed by the courts in California, but was then heard by the Supreme Court. The oral arguments were done just a few months ago, so the case is still pending. So the question at hand is the fact that Google rely on those recommender algorithms to promote video entail Google liability for those content. The arguments from the plaintiff is that this use means that YouTube has an active role in relation to the terrorist videos, and that when they choose how to display content through algorithm, platforms should not receive protection under Section 230. On the other side, the arguments from the defendants, which consist mostly of online platforms themselves as well as free speech advocates, is that if platforms were to be held liable for the content they host, they would be subject to a massive amount of lawsuit, which will trigger over-regulation and over-censorship of content online, radically changing the internet as we know it today. And another argument is that it's not up to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not Section 230 is or still not valid, but that action should come from Congress through bipartisan action. So I'm not going to go too much into the legal battle here because I'm not a specialist of US law, but this was just to pose a bit like the debate here in the United States and see how in the EU the Commission and the Parliament chose to answer those challenges regarding online platforms. So the DSA, the Digital Services Act, is part of the EU strategy regarding online platforms, together with the EU Digital Market Acts and other regulations, such as the General Data Protection or the Artificial Intelligence Act, which are all regulations aiming at better regulating the online world. The DSA was proposed by the Commission in December 2020, and it was approved in October 2022 and published as well in December 2022. It's quite a speedy process for EU law to be adopted. It usually takes much more time than that. The regulation was pushed a lot by France, who really wanted it to be published before it gave back the EU presidency at the beginning of this year. So another interesting feature of the DSA is its tier structure. It divides online intermediaries in 4 categories. So intermediary services, which are basically everyone providing service online, from, let's say, internet service provider like AT&T to online platform like Facebook. Second category are hosting services, then online platforms, and finally the last category are very large online platforms, which are the platforms which have more than 45 million active users on a monthly basis in the European Union. And of course, the larger you are, the more obligation you have to respect. Now, what were the goals of the DSA? Well, like we saw in the video, is to protecting the rights of users online, ensuring a safe, predictable, and trusted online environment, and provide appropriate supervision of digital services. There were no major changes regarding the online platform's liability that was described before, even though there was the introduction of a Good Samaritan clause encouraging online platforms to actively moderate illegal and harmful content. There has been a new obligation for online platforms to delete illegal content at the request of appropriate authorities. Now, the DSA itself does not define illegal content, so illegal content still remains defined either by EU law or by national member state law. And so depending on the country, it usually involves counterfeit goods, promotion of terrorism, child pornography, promotion of drugs, etc. And finally, the DSA imposed new transparency and due diligence obligations for online platforms, very large online platforms. Let's have an overview of those obligations. So it's very high-level overview, as we don't have time to go all the way into the regulation, which is quite large. But regarding transparency, online platforms will have to provide their user with certain information regarding their terms and conditions. Notably, they will have to indicate which content is allowed or not on the platform, and they will have to respect those terms and conditions and inform their users of any major change on those. Platforms will have to put in place a notice and takedown mechanism, allowing their users to notify them when they stumble upon content they believe are either illegal or contrary to the platform terms of services. If a platform receives a notice under this mechanism, it will be considered to be aware of the presence of the content, meaning it might lose its protection under the liability exception in Article 14 of the e-commerce directive. Platforms will have to issue their user statements of reason whenever they take any action on their content. So if a content is deleted or demonetized, users will have to know why, and they also will have to know how they can intend a recourse against this action. Furthermore, regarding a recommender system, online platforms will have to inform their users on the main parameters regarding how they work. It does not mean that they will have to share the algorithm with everyone, but they will at least need to indicate in clear terms how the algorithm works and why certain content are priorities over others. And regarding the larger online platforms, they will also have to provide at least one option for the users to receive recommendation not based on the profiling of their personal data. And finally, and I think on transparency, it's one of the most interesting provision in the Digital Services Act. Researchers will have some access to platforms' data, mostly regarding the risks and their content moderation practices. There will be the Commission will put in place a mechanism for researchers from university to actually receive certification to ask for this data, but this will allow for future research on how online platforms actually work to be conducted. And finally, there are some due diligence obligations to put in place for the online platforms. This only concerns the very large ones, so smaller platforms won't have to undergo these. So very large online platforms will have to undergo yearly risk assessments, which includes, for example, the use of the platform the use of the platform that could threaten democracy, that could lead to gender-based violence, that could lead to health disinformation, and platforms will then have to put in place mitigating measures to reduce those risks. And furthermore, on due diligence, not only will the platform have to do those risk assessment on their own, they will also have to undergo independent audits on a yearly basis. And all those three obligations, all those information coming from those assessments will have to be shared with both the European Commission and the vetted researcher I just mentioned a few minutes ago. So I will now conclude. So those obligations have been put in Europe, but of course, if you look at the very large online platforms, those are the first numbers that were provided by platforms themselves. The actual list of LOPs is yet to be released by the Commission. And if you look at those, out of the biggest one, all of them, except for TikTok, are based in the US. Which means that the US, even though the regulation is in Brussels, it will have a lot of impact here across the Atlantic. So what are the future questions regarding platform regulation? In the US, there are still some court cases going on regarding the fact that platform regulation itself could not survive First Amendment scrutiny, which is not as much as a problem in Europe, given the fact that freedom of speech is not totally the same in Brussels and in Washington. Of course, for regulation alone won't fix the issue of disinformation, whether in the EU or in the US. Other areas should be focused on, just as data privacy, which usually allows those platforms to provide users with very personalized content, which sometimes has a negative effect on political polarization. Media literacy is, of course, a very important issue, and that was actually just discussed in the last presentation. And some other issue regarding media, such as media concentration, also poses great risks to the information market itself. Finally, I would just like to finish that by saying that even though the regulation I just mentioned are enacted in Brussels, there is a potential change that those regulations will set global standards also applicable in the United States and in the rest of the world through what is called the Brussels effect, which is a phenomenon which is observed when regulation from a large entity such as the EU has effect globally, because sometimes, like for companies, it is easier to adopt those new standards at the global level than to just put in place specific rules just for the EU. So, for example, those rules on terms and conditions, Facebook might just decide to give the same information to its user worldwide and not just to focus on the EU level, EU market. So, thank you very much for listening, and I will now open the floor for any questions.
So, thank you for this. I'm amazed we've covered this topic and we're still finding sort of new ways to look at it this late in the day. So really impressed. I'm curious, I think you were getting at this in one of your later slides, and Lee McIntyre made this point about how prosecuting the crime or the criminal. And in this case, the criminal to me seems to be the algorithm, and the crime is sort of what comes out of that. In the EU, like you said, they don't have access to the algorithms of these US companies. So what's the conversation in the EU about that, of other ideas about having different actually operational functions of these companies in the EU to actually constrict the output? Or is it more just, hey, when we see these things, we're gonna take it down, we're gonna use these levers, but we actually can't interact on, you know, what's actually causing this information to be promoted?
Yeah, so it's actually quite a good question. It's hard to answer because a lot of time when confronted to the question of algorithmic regulation, online platforms themselves will say, okay, we have this algorithm, but we don't really know how it works. It's a black box, so we cannot tell you. The regulations aims to force platforms to share their data. They won't have to share their algorithm open source, because that will be, of course, detrimental to freedom of commerce and trade secrets. But the Commission will have access to the platform algorithm, and they are actually putting in place now a center for algorithmic transparency in the EU. So this will be part, for at least for the very large platform, of the risk assessments. So they will have access, they will look into it. Honestly, will it work? I don't know. It will depend on the amount of money and the political will of the Commission. Will they be able to actually stand in front of those huge corporations that have much more means that they do? So that's a question for the future. But it's something that the Commission will really look into, this question of algorithms.
Hi, so thank you so much for being here. I actually just learned about the Brussels effect in my EU in the World class. So I was like, there it is. Wow, outside of class, practical applications. So I was wondering, you brought up an interesting point where a lot of EU member states have differing conceptualizations of illegal content. And I was wondering, in your research, have you seen anything about how the EU is going to mitigate those different conceptualizations among member states and between member states in the EU itself? Because this is a very valiant effort, but if we, let's say, platforms take an effort to block terrorist content in Poland, which Poland definitely thinks is illegal content, but then somewhere else, maybe in Spain, it's being shared and people are still seeing it in Spain, but not in Poland. So how is the EU, how will the EU, I should say, and social media companies overcome that challenge?
I cannot speak for social media companies, but at least the DSA also put in place a new entity, which is called the European Board for Digital Services, whose goal will be to coordinate the different member states and their responses. Of course, there might be content that will be illegal in one country and not in another. I think online platform might be able to deal with this, because it's already happening. You've probably never seen it here because you're in the United States, but if you go to, some contents are illegal in some EU content, but not in the other. For example, if we talk about denial of the Holocaust, it's forbidden, it's under law in countries like Belgium, Germany, or France, but not in every EU country. And online platforms know that, and sometimes I already stumble upon myself personally on these tweets are being removed because it is contrary to Belgian law on this or French law on this. So there might still be some differences. But I think the reason why there was no agreement on this at EU level is because of political negotiations. So, of course, at the time, it will remain an issue, and it will be, of course, a challenge as well for the platforms themselves, because they will have to check with national legislation.
I'm Jess Dawson from the Army Cyber Institute. You made a comment towards the end of your presentation about algorithms and being a black box and being sort of trade secrets. Why do we accept that as a premise? These algorithms are decision making at scale, and we wouldn't allow medicine to be put out into practice without testing it and knowing how it works, et cetera. Mostly. But why do we accept this, do you think, at scale, that these algorithms, that we can just deploy them and not know how they work and not know how they come up with their decisions? And is the EU looking at challenging that premise as they move forward with some of this regulation?
It's an excellent remark, and I don't know why we accepted it, because I think it's probably due to the fact that regarding digital, usually regulations comes not too fast, comes after the fact has been enacted. So it's been years that we know we have this issues with algorithm. The EU is trying to correct it, but will it work? Will it not work? We don't know. I think there might be there has been a lot of pushback from the platform themselves, and as well as lobbying efforts to block any kind of regulation. And it happened in Brussels. It's probably happening in Washington as well, because I know there have been some efforts for platform regulation here in the US, but until now, nothing concrete has come out. Probably some person in the audience may know more about this than I do. But yeah, I think your point is very valid, and I hope in the future we will be able to control algorithms before they come out. I know the EU is trying to work on this for artificial intelligence by enacting the AI Act, but even then it will probably come out after like GPT-6 or GPT-7, which might be already too late for any substantial effect. And of course, there is also the question of what if we regulate in Europe or in the US and China or Russia doesn't do it, and then they take the lead on this. And that might also be an issue if we are lagging behind on technology just because we have regulation. So it's always a hard balance to find between protecting users and human rights and allowing for business to develop and not being lagging behind.
Time for one more question, if anyone has one. If only someone closer to me asked the question.
Hi, Katria Tomko. I'm a disinformation intelligence analyst, and I have a question about the DSA and whether there is any sort of bite under the subheading of due diligence. If VLOPs or VLOPs, or however they're saying the acronym, if they fail to provide data for researchers, is there any fine? Is there any bite to this? I'm especially interested as we see the Twitter API being suspended to researchers, and I'm curious to know whether we maybe, and this is speculative, maybe do you foresee a future where we have data provision by default rather than by request?
At the moment, it's still going to be the exact regime, of course, is not known since the regulation still needs to be put in place by the European Commission, but it's going to be at the request, of course, of researchers, and platforms will have ways to restrict the data they gave. They can invoke like trade secrets or data protection, and I don't doubt they will do it because they don't like sharing their info, of course. But regarding VLOPs, at least, the Commission itself will be responsible for implementation and respect of the DSA, and they will have the possibility to give out fines if they found out that there are breach of the regulation. And the Commission for the EU has done a bit like they did with the GDPR by providing a big stick to the regulator, as fines can go up to 6% of a company global turnover, which can rack up to like a few million or a few million of dollars, which can always be like a detriment, a big encouragement to respect the regulation.
John, I think that's all we have for this slot. We'll be coming back at 4:30 for some Global Disinformation Lab presentations. Thanks, everybody.
I feel like I need a riser. Isn't this short?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to everybody, both here and in person and online. It's a great pleasure to be back after a nice break. I'm Michael Mosser. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Disinformation Lab here at the University of Texas at Austin. It's wonderful to see so many of you here as we shift a bit from the conceptual treatments of mis and disinformation to what we could call the applied portion of today's program. We've had a great day already, right? We started the day with an impassioned opening speech by Ambassador Makarowka, recognizing the importance of journalism and civil society in countering Russian disinformation in Ukraine, but also exhorting us to be ever on guard against new forms of disinformation. Our morning and early afternoon panels brought us experts on historical understandings of the role of information in public diplomacy, the impact of global media and technopolitics, impacts of information on digital repression and geopolitics. It's truly been Disinformation Day here at Connexions. Each of our guest speakers has been exceptional, so let's give them all a big round of applause and a big thank you. It's also time, once again, to thank our sponsors. You heard me do this at the very beginning. I'm going to do it again. I would like to thank Texas Global, the Office the Vice President for Research here at UT, and the Intelligence Studies Project for helping to sponsor today's event, and in fact, the entire Connexions conference. But I would like to give an especial thanks and an especial shout out to two people in particular. Michelle Daniel, our Connexions conference doyen, and also Sally Dixon, lab manager of the Global Disinformation Lab, and one of those without whom I literally would not be standing here. So thank you both. Great, great work so far, and great work to come. I would like to give you a little information about what's coming next without stealing the thunder of the three people sitting to my right, to your left, in front of you here on stage. These speakers you're going to hear from in a few minutes, and I expect you're going to be dazzled by everything that they have to say, but I'm here to tell you about the Global Disinformation Lab, GDIL. Now, you can read about GDIL on pages 28 and 29 of your program, so I'm not going to read it to you. But I want to give you a bit of the GDIL narrative of how we got to where we are today. GDIL started 3 years ago in the minds of two brilliant scholars, one of whom in the front row, Dr. Kirill Avramov, and one of them here on the stage, PhD candidate Ryan Williams, who both wanted to get beyond the headlines covering Russian targeted killing in a systematic and academically rigorous way. With the generous support of the Center for Russia, East Europe, and Eurasian Studies, thank you, Mary Newberger, director, as well as from the College of Liberal Arts, GDIL was born. The Targeted Killing Project became Project Bear Claws, the first of what are now 8 freestanding projects, 3 of which you'll hear about in a few minutes. GDIL was built to fulfill multiple functions. Harness UT faculty and student interests, skills, and passions. Incubate and promote interdisciplinary research. Generate policy recommendations and new tools for combating global disinformation. Train the next generation of disinformation researchers and policymakers, and respond in real time to global crises, each of which GDIL has done pretty remarkably. GDIL is organized in a format expressly designed to develop and empower student researchers. We have student-led projects. We have research skills workshops, and we have a dedicated student opportunities channel. As you can see, students are at the heart of everything that we do, and we're very proud of that fact. GDIL is also focused on projects that build on our multidisciplinary strengths. We have external project clients, we have an uncommon integration of quantitative and qualitative approaches, and we have a strategic approach to developing capabilities. Finally, GDIL is motivated by our impact and our partnerships. For us, public scholarship is a priority for every project. And we work very hard to generate significant interest from policymakers, industry, and other research units on campus. Again, I can say that we have been remarkably successful in all of those endeavors. That's a tiny bit of our story. We're happy to tell you more in the upstairs session here in an hour. But I can tell you, I will leave you with this. We have come a long way in the last 3 years. In 3 years, GDIL went from 1 project to 8, with 3 projects successfully concluded and archived on the GDIL site. In 3 years, GDIL's project map expanded beyond Central Europe to Asia, to North America, and beyond. And in 3 years, GDIL went from less than 10 students in a classroom setting to over 100 students at all levels, actively participating and even leading research teams. 3 of those students sit here before you. They are, in order, from my right to your left, right? Zach Daum, a mathematics honors major in the College of Natural Sciences. Liz Wong, a Master of Global Policy Studies student at the LBJ School of Public Affairs. And Ryan Williams, a PhD candidate at the LBJ School of Public Affairs. These students, and all the students, are why we're here. The research they're doing is world-class, and it's getting noticed in places far beyond the 40 acres. Listen to these presentations, visit the poster session upstairs, and be prepared to be amazed. Disinformation is global, and so are we. Please give it up for our guest speakers today, and thank you very much.
Now is it working? Okay, there we go. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. We are Project Hairline. Project Hairline was started by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and contracts with universities, private groups, think tanks, such as the Global Disinformation Lab here, to provide critical intelligence to not only NGA, but our allies and the public as well. We have a couple key missions that are very much connected to the mission of the lab. First and foremost, since NGA is our client, is to provide accurate and most important, and on top of that, timely intelligence to NGA, the allies who depend on our intelligence, as well as the general public. This also relates to a key mission of Project Hairline, which is to increase trust between the intelligence community and the public, which is enhanced through this public publication of our intelligence. Second is to remain true to the mission of our lab and publish geospatial intelligence that is used to combat disinformation, which you will see some examples of our past research in a minute. And additionally, since we are a project largely of undergraduate students, we are tasked with educating members of our team in GeoInt and geospatial intelligence and open source intelligence techniques, which prepare them for careers in the intelligence community, as well as any other careers that can utilize skills of analytical tradecraft, analytical writing, among various other skills that we learn along the way. We integrate a number of techniques in our publications. This started off with Maxar imagery, which is provided to us by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and has since extended to various other data sources, from geospatial intelligence that includes lower resolution imagery that we might get more often, to open source intelligence on platforms like Twitter, Telegram, or databases that are made publicly online and we have access to. Our very first project started in the spring of 2022 and was called Trust But Verify. This started just as the Ukraine war began, and we generally stay shy of major conflict events. However, we felt that the humanitarian crisis that was being faced was of critical importance. So we began looking at refugee movements out of Ukraine and into Russia and surrounding countries, particularly around the context of Russian disinformation. We came to the conclusion that Russian state-backed media sources were substantially exaggerating the number of refugees that were entering Russia, likely in an attempt to bolster support for the war at home. As an example of the kind of imagery that we look at, we can see the Ukrainian border with Poland on the left a few days after the war has started, and it's pretty much packed. On the other hand, the Russian border with Ukraine, we saw some people trickling in, but nothing to substantiate the millions and millions of Ukrainians that the Russian government had been claiming had been entering Russia. After that project concluded, we turned to our next project, continuing to focus on the war in Ukraine, and looked at the Russian filtration system that had been alleged to be perpetrating humanitarian atrocities against Ukrainians entering Russia from Ukraine. We came to the conclusion that Russia was relocating these filtration sites on a regular basis in anticipation of where they expected fighting to come next. Now, this has two key pieces of significance. One is militarily. It's very, very important for us to know, where does Russia expect to be fighting next? If that doesn't match up with what we expect, that tells us something. On the other hand, there's a humanitarian angle. We want to know where these people are. If there are atrocities going on, we need to know where they're happening, when they're happening, and when and where they're going to be happening next, so that we can work to prevent them. As an example, we can see this M2, the filtration site just within Russia, north of the Ukrainian city of Kherson. Shortly before, or before the war, this was just a regular highway intersection. But after the war, the Russian government and military had set up a small filtration site at this location that was used to filter Ukrainian citizens fleeing conflict and basically separate them into people who they felt were a threat, who were detained and abused by the Russian government, and those who the Russian government deemed friendly were allowed to enter Russia, but often were still subjected to harsh treatment. A key point in this project was we were able to expand our technical abilities, which is something that we continue to do in our future projects. One of the most important things we did in this project was incorporating Sentinel imagery on top of the Maxar imagery that we've used in the past. On top of that, we incorporated local media reports that could give us a better picture of what was happening on the ground on a more granular level that we might not be able to see through the lens of a satellite, as well as other OSINT sources like what people were reporting on Telegram, which we could then go back and confirm using our satellite imagery. This really helps take our analysis to the next level and instills a greater degree of confidence as it allows us to have a greater number of confirmations of what we expect to see, what we are seeing, and what we expect to see next. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any other questions, ideas, or anything you'd like to ask us about Project Terraline, our current projects, past projects, what we might do in the future, please stop by our table afterwards.
Everyone, good afternoon. My name is Liz Wong, and I am the task team leader for Team BARN-OWL. BARN-OWL stands for Behavioral Analysis of Related Networks of Open Web Links. We would like to thank Ryan Williams for that title. It's been wonderful for us. A bit of a mouthful, but I usually get the applause, so I want him to get it this time. But we work in conjunction with not only the Global Disinformation Lab, but also applied research labs over on Pickles Research Campus. And then we've been mentored and supported by the Brumley Fellowship with the Strauss Center, as well as ISP, the Intelligence Studies Project as well. So I definitely want to get all my thank yous before I start my presentation. But I want you to start by thinking about where was the first time that you heard and you knew that there was a microchip in a vaccine? Or perhaps that there was a child trafficking ring under a pizzeria. We laugh, but I had to look at that for months. Or even that there was a coup happening in China. All right? Where did you hear that? Did you hear it from an aunt, from an old teacher, from a best friend? If so, where did they hear that from? Okay? I would take a bet that you did not think, hey, the United States came up with this vaccine very quickly. Okay. They also love to track us. Okay. How do they track us? They use microchips. Fine. Who pays for that? Is that Elon Musk? No. Doesn't make sense. He's too busy with SpaceX. It's got to be Bill Gates. I would bet no one in this room went through that logic order and was able to come up with the Google phrase, did Bill Gates put microchips in vaccines? It had to be marketed to you. That is the entire idea behind BARN-OWL, is that successful, in this term, successful just means it's at the top of content, you know about it, there's a lot that's buried. Successful disinformation has to be marketed. It has to be presented to you, and they have to use tactics that are abnormal to normal news sources because you are not gonna naturally Google it or know to look for it like you would for a normal news source. So if you go in with this idea, BARN-OWL, we work with domains, we don't work with social media. The reason being that we believe that we can prove intent better this way. So this is something like, you have to write the article yourself. You're not just resharing or reposting. We also work with SEO data, which means that we're looking at search engine optimization data, aka how do you get to the top of Google. And this data is important because according to a popular marketing agency called Backlinko, their 2023 status said that 0.63% of people go to the second page of Google. So what is happening to all that disinformation that isn't getting to the front page of your search results? It's probably getting lost, and people are probably wasting money, and people hate doing that. So we use these metrics for how things rise in SEO in order to study and mathematically prove that disinformation or coordinated amplification happens. And the key with Barnow is that we do this without looking at content. We only look at backlinks. We don't care if we're talking about trains or balloons this week. We really are just looking at who is linking to who and how can you mathematically prove that it's abnormal in its coordinated amplification. Google also hates this. Google wants you to pay for AdSense. They want you to pay for ads. The last thing they want you to do is get around with your buddies and say, hey, we all work for Jito. Let's link to each other. This will be great. We rise up in the search engine. Bada bing, bada boom. Everyone knows about us. No, they want your money. So they also think this is bad. This is why we call it black hat. In marketing, it's called black hat marketing. So we're not as cool as the hackers. We don't do anything secretive, but it's still illegal to do. So. We look at SEO. We believe this is a rich treasure trove of data that's untapped because marketing companies have already invested the money for us. They built the crawlers. They collected the data. There's over 200 signals that can be mathematically crunched or not. If you want to do NLP, you could also do keywords, content, etc. if you're into that stuff. But it's all open source. It's rich. It's very dense. And we believe it's a wonderful way to continue studying and look at translinguistic properties according to structural behavior on the internet. So our goal is to identify and empirically test methods for using SEO metrics to identify ongoing state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. Woo, that's it. So this slide I'd like to thank Dr. Kirill Abramov for. We're looking at how these states might be using websites. What might we be looking for when I tell my team, hey, every single week I want 10 sites in both English and your other language. All my student researchers are bilingual. So we're looking for a state-sponsored website. We're looking for a public-private mix, and we're also looking for just private, because you can make a ton of money and people will do it. They love it. So for the state media, you might tell people that you're Russia Today. You're like, we are Russian propaganda. We are Russian news. People say, great, that sounds like real news to me. Let's do it. There's also state-sponsored think tanks, state-sponsored research journals, and state-sponsored 501Cs that add credibility through that leverage of authority. Then there's the corporate-owned groups that will all be linking together, and there's individual-owned. And all of these have in common that they will rise in SEO ranks, not through the truth and not through you linking to them, but through each other linking to one another. So they have to form networks. So we use a Jacquard Similarity Index, which if you're into data science, you know is very basic. But the reason we start with the basic is to show how simple it could be, to show that link structure works for identifying coordinated amplification. We look at Jacquard similarity as well, because if you are a misinformation site, say you genuinely believe in QAnon, you want to save all the children in the world, you're very noble, okay. You also probably love that casserole recipe. You know, you're also probably going to link to your favorite Amazon influencer or someone else. You're not only going to link to QAnon unless you're very, very dedicated. I mean, it's true. Humans are messy, and we don't believe we're messy until we get pointed to it with math and with dense coordinated amplification structures, right? So we use this in order to say, this is an example of our real Python code using the Jacquard Similarity Index of a disinformation site. This is pro-Trump news. We only looked at their backlinks and their referral domains. So if your target website, who is linking to your target website? That's a referral domain. And how is the backlinks? So one site can backlink 6-7 times. That's showing that they're giving a big thumbs up in Google search engine, and they're saying, we really like this site, we respect it, we think it's great. If you have platforms like Wikipedia, they're gonna say no follow. They're gonna get blocked out with our code. So we don't look at Reddit, Wikipedia, whatever, the code takes care of it, which was also written by ARL and a student together, so great student research. But we see this is very organized, it's very dense, it's very coordinated, it's beautiful, we love to look at it. This is a disinformation site. We can see here some more examples from our code. That's a neutral site. You can see how messy it is. It's not a cluster. We look at clustering methods in order to figure out our research. So when we think about disinformation and we think about it as this impossible freedom of speech question, I challenge us to think about it from a different angle, and instead to think about what our adversaries have to do differently than what we have to do. If we're marketing the truth, and if we are a free society, everyone can talk, and we're sharing ideas, we're not actively thinking of ways to corrupt a system that's already there, right? So I challenge you to think about what is happening that an adversary needs in order to create a successful disinformation campaign that you don't do. And the research students at the Global Disinformation Lab have been wonderful in sorting through the 200 SEO signals with me to figure out which ones are most compatible with what we want to research, and also is weighted most heavily. So I want to leave you with a quote just to show disinformation isn't new, and it has not just suddenly appeared in 2016. We have George Washington saying, "The truth will ultimately prevail where there is pains to bring it to light." I would like to take this time to thank my student researchers, Lindsay Hodge, Musung Kim, Alexander Lopez, Jujar Singh, and Isabella Sherwood for their time spent with this semester. And we look forward to seeing you all upstairs at the happy hour. And yeah, thank you.
Oh, good, that worked. Okay, thank you so much for your interest in this session. I am really, really excited to be here on behalf of an amazing team of undergraduate, master's, and PhD level student researchers who've been working on this project for over a year. We're Team Evergreen, and we're building the Global Disinformation Policy Database. Today, we've heard from a lot of speakers who have really effectively spoken to the social, political implications of disinformation, misinformation, fake and false news, information operations, influence operations, malinformation, information disorder. Did I miss any? This bundle of concepts that is rather amorphous and that bleeds together and that there is no consensus around the definitions of. And as part of this conversation, we've talked about some of the policy responses and the role of the state. What should the role and what can the role of the state be in addressing this issue? That's what this project's all about. But before I go into a little bit of depth about what our particular approach to addressing this research area is, I want to reacquaint us with the raw materials of our project. What are these policies? What are these government actions that states around the world are taking in connection with this bundle of issues? So here's a not quite random sample, but a little bit of a tour of some policy responses to what the government claims is disinformation, misinformation. So for instance, in 2015, the Cyber Crimes Act of Tanzania, Section 16, for those of you keeping track, criminalizes publishing false information online. In 2022, in China, the regulatory regime governing the technology companies capable of producing so-called deepfakes was enhanced, and the new regulatory regime obligates these companies to maintain rumor control mechanisms. That same year, the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency launched, which has the mission of identifying and responding to specific narratives connected with information operations, but also building capacity across society. So you can see here 3 different countries, 3 different areas of emphasis, 3 different aspects of the problem that they're seeking to address, 3 different normative approaches, 3 different policy mechanisms, 3 different theories of the case. So this is what our project's about. It's about stepping back and considering what is this category of policy action? What are these state responses to disinformation and misinformation? And what can we learn by looking at them specifically? What can we understand once we're able to systematically compare them, if we're able to do that? Can we identify trends? Can we measure various features of this policy? And what can we learn about how governments operationalize and define the concepts that I've talked about already? And I think, yes. So this project is a collaboration between the Global Disinformation Lab and the LBJ School of Public Affairs. We have been working with a fantastic team of 14 master's students for 2 semesters from the LBJ School of Public Affairs. I think many of them are here. You should meet them. They're amazing. And on the GDIL side of things, we've been working with an equally incredible team of volunteer student researchers. And we've been doing this for over a year. And it's really incredible to work with such an amazing team. I think the easiest way to understand exactly what we're doing is by considering our goals and our values. Our goals organize our actions, how exactly we want to represent this information in the world, and our values give us a guidepost for when we run into obstacles of what to do next. So it's actually pretty simple. Seemingly, we're trying to collect all the relevant laws and policies from all around the world that have to do with this issue area. And we want to share this data set and make it accessible to civil society, journalists, and other researchers. And the values that we think that are going to get us there are communication, pragmatism, comprehensiveness, and innovation. And I really hope that you see in the rest of the presentation the students' work balancing the trade-offs of those values and embodying them in all of the things that we do. In order to achieve these goals, we have to overcome 2 fundamental problems, 2 obstacles that we organize our research methodology around. Now, when I say 2 fundamental problems, don't get me wrong, within each of those problems, there is an endless series of trade-offs that have to be made and decisions. How exactly are we going to go about this? But broadly, we consider 2 things. The problem of discovery. How do we find these policies? How do we know which ones are relevant? And the problem of encoding. How do we create a useful data set from unstructured legislative documents, press releases, executive orders? My team's probably like, you're missing a bunch of them. But they're on websites all across the world. They're in different languages. How do we make them comparable? How do we make them useful to other researchers? So our answer to the first challenge is what we call the comprehensive global scan, which is really, it consists of us developing over 700 search terms per country that we're considering that usually combine a policy term, a term about information or disinformation, and the country name. We developed all of these search terms, and then we passed them to a search automation service. And that search automation service dumps these search results from the first 2 pages or so into a spreadsheet. And we do that for a couple reasons. It enhances consistency. It allows us to be aware of who has seen what result, to make sure that we do our best to see every single result and consider every single result, to scour the internet to make sure that we're aware of all of these policies, all of these legislative actions. It also allows us to do things like deduplicate results, to filter out harmful or clearly irrelevant domains, and to investigate the opportunity of large language models and other AI services to help prioritize which ones we should look at first. And the result of all this activity is that we conducted over 16,000 searches, and we've processed over 156,000 search results. And this is done by a team of 29 volunteer student researchers. And so far, we've discovered around 1,100 potential policies that we are working through to understand whether they are good candidates for our database. So that's the first problem. The second problem is one of encoding. So we address that through a data entry form that follows our qualitative coding scheme that at maximum can be 65 questions, although I don't believe any of our students have run through all 65 or else they would have left. And that generates around 80 variables per policy. And when we were coming up with this qualitative coding scheme, we asked ourselves a couple questions. What are the most important features of these policies? What are the ones that we can actually compare with one another? What are the ones that tell us the most about the problem representations at play in the relevant governments? And what would enable us to answer research questions? We brainstormed a list of over 100 research questions that we thought maybe this data set could help us address. And then finally, what can we collect with the resources available? And we've always had to be extremely attuned to the limitations of our project so that we're not overpromising and we are finishing in a reasonable amount of time. And you see, these are on the right. Michael, is it right or left? On the right, are some of the variables that will be encoded in this coding scheme. Things like which technologies are mentioned, which policy instruments are liabilities created, et cetera. So these are initial findings. I really want to emphasize that because we are still in the thick of it. But what we've discovered is we have over 140 policies coded according to that coding scheme as of today, but we have over 930 policies remaining in our coding queue. So we have quite a few to work through. And that's what this map indicates above. This is the distribution of the kind of candidate policies that we've identified. The other thing that we've seen, and again, these trends are really only initial because we still have all of these other policies to kind of tear apart and analyze. But the other things that we found are that governments are really not shy about imposing costs in connection with actors who create, enable disinformation and misinformation, or what the state calls disinformation and misinformation. You can see here this graph. The most common category from the data that we've seen so far is our legislative initiatives that impose, that deal in some kind of incentive. And usually that incentive is a negative incentive. They're imposing a cost. The other thing we found is that many relevant policies leave core concepts like disinformation undefined, even when they're creating criminal liabilities. And what we have seen, because one of the things we measure is the definitions that these countries use in these policies when they do use them, is that there's a lot of variance. And the variance may seem inconsequential on a casual reading, but when they're operationalized in law and policies, they can have tremendous effects on societies. So this is what we're seeing so far. And here's what we think it means. I think it's fair to say that this is one of the most dynamic, complex, and contested issue areas of our time. And there's far more at stake than just disinformation. These policies are the vehicles by which all of our fundamental rights are being renegotiated in the age of the information society. I don't think that's an exaggeration to say. There are really some fundamental questions that are being played out through these laws and policies, and they aren't getting the attention they deserve. And finally, a process implication from what we've seen so far is that based on our experiments, human-machine teaming in the form of using large language models to process some of the raw text really has increased the velocity, and we believe changes the economics of creating these policy databases, and expect to hear more from us about that in the future. Speaking of the future, we have a lot of things in progress. This summer, we're hoping to explore an interactive web application where you'll be able to explore the data yourself, make comparisons, filter down to countries and different types of policies, different types of disinformation, misinformation policies. We'll also release the data set, and then in the fall, a second group of LBJ master's students will be working on an experiment to identify and code subnational policy through case studies in the United States and India. And then more generally in the coming months, we'll be adding new data features, hopefully working with external collaborators, and experimenting further in large language models, enhancing our work. So that's everything that I have to tell you today. But this was the 10,000-foot view. I'm sure that a lot of that was analytically unsatisfying. Trust me, these students know the details. You should go ask them about it in this happy hour session. They'd love to talk about it. Thank you so much.
As Russell Crowe famously said, "Are you not entertained?" That's exactly what I wanted from you three. Well done. Well done, everyone. We have time, as it turns out, because they were as efficient as we asked them to be, for questions from you all here in the audience before we go upstairs. And so, I see hands already. People are leaping out of their seats for questions. We'll do exactly as we've done all day long. Pass the microphone on. I'll sit back down and let you fire away. Andres.
Just a quick question to the last presentation. You said most of the incentives are negative. I'm curious, are there well, disincentives then, or punitive. What are examples of the opposite, as in positive, or if you do this, yay? I'm just curious. Are there examples of that?
That is a fantastic question that I'm sure one of our student researchers probably has a better answer than I do. However, what I would say is, and this is speculative, but I could imagine situations in which countries create policies that incentivize intermediary so platforms to act in a certain way. And mechanisms that could take, tax breaks, access. I hesitate to speculate because it's all somewhere in the data. But I'm sure if my team has seen one of those, they will promptly alert me, and we'll get that information to you. Thank you.
So promotional item, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, which I know is a very non-student friendly hour of the day, I'm going to host a discussion with Claire Wardle, who now is at Brown University. And Claire, for better or worse, better I think, was a co-author of the Information Disorder Report in 2017 that kind of shaped the way we talk about information, disinformation, malinformation. Spoiler alert, she's rethought that terminology and has a forthcoming article where she's going to come back and say that she thinks it's time to revisit the way we talk about the whole issue of disinformation. And she's agreed to give us an advanced look at her thinking on this at 8 tomorrow morning. So come on along to that session. I think it should be good. And she's a terrific presenter. Okay? End of the advertisement. Thank you. Great presentation, you guys. Really very, very exciting.
The database that you put together, which is great and incredibly useful. I've already sent it to my team to look out for it once it's online fully. I do have a sort of unfair question for you, which is to what extent you kind of take government's word for it that this law or that law is intended to combat disinformation. I mean, there's a lot of good journalists in jail under disinformation laws at this point, so they're kind of not value neutral.
Sure, yeah. We take them fully at their word because, and the trade-off there is, it allows us to measure what the differences are in operationalization. I mean, if we create a database that just reports exactly how the governments themselves characterize the policies, what that does is it enables researchers down the line to pair that with exactly the type of information that you just had in mind, to better understand questions like what really are the differences between democratic approaches to this issue and authoritarian approaches to this issue, and in terms of definition, but also enactment, right? And it's a difficult trade-off because there are all sorts of policies that don't have any of the language we could use to identify them with disinformation or misinformation, and yet we all know, nevertheless, that they are being employed for that purpose. So it's one of the conceptual limitations of our project for sure. We have some ideas about how we might overcome it in a future version, but that is, we're working on getting this one across the finish line. Thank you.
Hi, I just have a quick question. I want to get your thoughts on Project Barn Owl, Liz, about, you were pointing to us, I think, thinking about how we combat this as a free world. And so I'm wondering, to you, Liz, and to the rest of the panel, what do you guys think is the responsibility of tech companies as it comes to this? As you were pointing, Google is not a big fan of figuring out how the back end works, right? But do they have a responsibility as a company to promote, make a value judgment and promote good sites and good information?
Hello. Thank you for the question. It definitely drags me into the dangerous territory of opinions, right? So this is just me. This is not, I guess, the reflection of the project or whatnot. But part of the reason why we look at Project Barn Owl is because it utilizes a system that's already in place for Google. Remember how I was talking about how it's black hat and everything else? In my personal opinion, the United States is going to move pretty slowly on this matter. And I think there might be some people in the room who agree, right? Google already has these policies in place that if you do see coordinated amplification, that they will essentially knock it down. They'll knock it down in the SEO and push it down. So Barn Owl works already with established would, once it gets released, would work in place with established policies with Google instead of fighting it. And I think what's really important with that is I continuously hear people talk about content and how do we protect freedom of speech, which is extremely important. But personally, having worked in marketing and having looked at coordinated amplification, really wanting to figure out the math so we can anticipate and not react as we do often in disinformation, I'm always more about studying computational propaganda and how that amplification is actually getting done and how are they manipulating it. Because as I said before, us as individuals, we're going to act very differently than a state campaign that has millions of dollars behind it. So while I don't think that a private company right now is doing enough, some of these companies, I feel like they have very addictive algorithms and they know that it's amplifying it. I think there are ways right now that we need to research to look into the system, starting with what makes us different than millions of dollars computational propaganda campaigns. And there should be signals out there to find that, and that's why I really emphasize SEO and marketing, because it's the bread and butter. Does that answer your question?
Hi, Brian Whitmore, University of Texas Arlington and the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. First of all, congratulations on a great presentation. It was very interesting. I was just wondering, as an avid consumer of a lot of digital forensics projects, what does what you do, how is it similar and how is it different from things like the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Lab or Bellingcat? How is it different in terms of methodology and in terms of output? And how should I look at it alongside those as a consumer of these products? Oh, I mean, I guess it would go to any of you, but maybe, I mean, Zach seemed to be dealing with this issue the most.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. That's something that we deal with a lot because we've had reports in the past where we've run into other projects doing similar work. At the end of the day, our products are intelligence products. They go to NGA, they go to our allies. It is very important to us that they are not saturated with anyone on our team's opinions. It is very much, here's the imagery, here's what our analysis says that imagery shows us, and then you can take from that what you will, you can expand upon that, but it's somewhat more limited down to what you need to know rather than bordering on editorialism as some more journalistic outlets might get. That's kind of what draws the line between Tearline and investigative journalism.
So for Barnell, what I would really like to say is that we try to look at it from a mathematical approach, which I'm really trying to stress to the students that we can do case studies and they are of use, and we can do comparative and they are of use, but let's try to prove the disbelievers wrong and show that we can use math to show that disinformation actually exists and that it can be separated from misinformation. So that's what Barnell pushes for, even though we use a heavily content-rich system with SEO. And we have our NLP friends at ARL are wonderful. We went in there and they're like, all right, let's do NLP. And I was like, actually, let's do math, which they also love, of course, too. So yeah, we have a wonderful team who just keeps going back to the fact that we try to do measures, create tools. Instead of to write full content pieces or comparative, we want to let the researcher who has the tool respond and make decisions for themselves.
Well said. I won't add too much because my particular project doesn't deal in, I think, the waters that you were implicating. But I will highlight that for a lab such as ours, it's an interesting position. We want to avoid a situation where we become just another Bellingcat or something. That there are other great actors in that space, and B, you know, the stakes of putting students in a situation where they're doing, you know, attribution work is not something, was something we want to be very, 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 very thoughtful about. So we have kind of the privilege to step back and look at, you know, structurally, what can we see, what can we learn about how these things manifest, and sometimes that will involve, you know, understanding that there are threat actors out there in the world and not shying away from that, but not going out of our way to, perhaps with the exception of Caroline, but you know, you have NGA at your back, not going out of our way to do attribution work.
Thanks. Marcos Kounalakis. I'm at the Hoover Institution, and I'd like to ask about the database project. And so you mentioned that you're either doing or going to do subnational research as well to compare. Is that right?
We'll see.
Okay.
Starting next semester, we will be in a similar situation to what we did this past year. We will have, instead of 14 students, we'll have 18 master's students for 2 semesters, plus all of our lovely GDIL student volunteer researchers, if they stick around. Please do. And we're going to experiment initially with doing subnational collection in the United States and India, kind of as an example of big complex democracies that are really, really active in this space, especially at the state level. So hopefully that process will teach us what we need to learn to broaden that out. Although, as I implied earlier, we're seeing some of these new technologies that are coming online that are really effective at amplifying the productivity of individual analysts. So it's hard to predict.
As you do that, if you can look at the coding to make sure that, or to consider how you then would compare those subnational policies to the conflict or contradiction with federal or national policies, it may be already part of your coding, but I think that would be an important part of it.
Absolutely, and if you have any ideas about how particularly to do that, please let us know, because it's a really important issue.
Hi, I'm Aisha Tanzim with Voice of America. I wonder, as you're doing this research and looking at Google and other social media companies that are the conduits for this disinformation, that's what the actors are using. I'm interested in knowing what's their attitude. Do they have any incentive for shooting down such activity, or are they open to it, or does it take a lot of public pressure or maybe, legislation?
I mean, I have an opinion. So the tech companies are very interesting institutions that have really well-meaning, hardworking people whose whole purpose of their teams are to do the kind of detection of disinformation, to work with national partners, to think about the trust and safety aspects of this issue. But the business incentives of these companies doesn't always mean that their work has the biggest impact in the larger organization, from what I've seen and observed. And a lot of those people were recently fired in the large waves of layoffs. So.
I think people smell the happy hour and questions are drying up.
Happy hour waits. Yes. Okay. So it has been a spectacular day, and now we have an event where we can all mingle, enjoy ourselves, sponsored by the Intelligence Studies program here at the University of Texas at Austin, generously putting on a wonderful happy hour for us upstairs. And so I'd like to close the formal part of the day, invite you all upstairs for an informal gathering with all sorts of fun little beverages and noshings, and amazing students to give you a really great, to give you a set of insights into projects that you didn't hear just today, but other projects that we've got going at GDIL. Thanks very much for attending this afternoon session and for the entire day.